Chapter 1 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 1. Headstrong and Headlong. Far from any house or hut, in the depth of dreary moorland, a road, unfenced and almost unformed, descends to a rapid river. The crossing is called the Seven Corps Ford, because a large party of farmers, riding homeward from Middleton, banded together, and perhaps well primed through fear of a famous highwayman, came down to this place on a foggy evening, after heavy rainfall. One of the company set before them what the power of the water was, but they laughed at him and spurred into it, and one alone spurred out of it. Whether taken with fright or with too much courage, they laid hold of one another, and 7 out of 8 of them, all large farmers and thoroughly understanding land, came never upon it alive again, and their bodies, being found upon the ridge that cast them up, gave a dismal name to a place that never was merry in the best of weather. However, worse things than this had happened, and the country is not chary of its living, though apt to be scared of its dead. And so the ford came into use again, with a little attempt at improvement. For those farmers being beyond recall, and their families hard to provide for, Richard Jordas of Scargate Hall, the chief owner of the neighbourhood, set a long heavy stone up on either brink, and stretched a strong chain between them, not only to mark out the course of the shallow, whose shelf is askew to the channel, but also that any one being washed away might fetch up, and feel how to save himself. For the Tees is a violent water sometimes, and the safest way to cross it is to go on till you come to a good stone bridge. Now 40 years after that sad destruction of brave but not well guided men, and 30 years after the chain was fixed, that their sons might not go after them, another thing happened at Seven Corps Ford, worse than the drowning of the farmers, or, at any rate, it made more stir, which is of wider spread than sorrow, because of the eminence of the man, and the length and width of his property. Neither could anyone at first believe in so quiet an end to so turbulent a course. Nevertheless, it came to pass, as lightly as if he were a reed or a bubble of the river that belonged to him. It was upon a gentle evening a few days after Michaelmas of 1777. No flood was in the river then, and no fog on the moorland, only the usual course of time, keeping the silent company of stars. The young moon was down, and the hover of the sky, in doubt of various lights, were gone, and the equal spread of obscurity soothed the eyes of any reasonable man. But the man who rode down to the river that night had little love of reason. Headstrong chief of a headlong race, no will must depart a hair's breadth from his, and 50 years of arrogant port had stiffened a neck too stiff at birth. Even now in the dim light his large square form stood out against the sky like a cromlech, and his heavy arms swung like gnarled boughs of oak, for a storm of wrath was moving him. In his youth he had rebelled against his father, and now his own son was a rebel to him. "Good, my boy, good," he said within his grizzled beard, while his eyes shone with fire like the flints beneath his horse. "You have had your way, have you then? But never shall you step upon an acre of your own, and your timber shall be the gallows. Done, my boy, once and for ever." Philip, the squire, the son of Richard, and father of Duncan Jordas, with fierce satisfaction struck the bosom of his heavy Bradford riding-coat, and the crackle of parchment replied to the blow, while with the other hand he drew rein on the brink of the Tees, sliding rapidly. The water was dark with the twinkle of the stars, and wide with the vapour of the valley, but Philip Jordas, in the rage of triumph, laughed and spurred his reflecting horse. "Fool!" he cried, without an oath. No Jordas ever used an oath except in playful moments. "Fool, what fear you? There hangs my respected father's chain. Ah, he was something like a man. Had I ever dared to flout him so, he would have hanged me with it." Wild with his wrong, he struck the rowel deep into the flank of his wading horse, and in scorn of the depth drove him up the river. The shoulders of the swimming horse broke the swirling water as he panted and snorted against it, and if Philip Yordas had drawn back at once, he might even now have crossed safely. But the fury of his blood was up, the stronger the torrent, the fiercer his will, and the fight between passion and power went on. The poor horse was fain to swerve back at last, but he struck him on the head with a carbine and shouted to the torrent, "Drown me if you can! My father used to say that I was never born to drown. My own water drown me." That would be a little too much insolence. Too much insolence were his last words. The strength of the horse was exhausted. The beat of his legs grew short and faint. The white of his eyes rolled piteously, and the gurgle of his breath subsided. His heavy head dropped under water, and his sodden crest rolled over, like seaweed where a wave breaks. The stream had him all at its mercy, and showed no more than his savage master had, but swept him a wallowing lump away, and over the reef of the crossing, with both feet locked in the twisted stirrups, and right arm broken at the elbow. The rider was swung, like the mast of a wreck, and flung with his head upon his father's chain. There he was held by his great square chin, for the jar of his backbone stunned him, and the weight of the swept-away horse broke the neck, which never had been known to bend. In the morning a peasant found him there, not drowned, but hanged, with eyes wide open, a swaying corpse upon a creaking chain. So his father, though long in the grave, was his death, as he often had promised to be to him, while he, with the habit of his race, clutched fast with dead hand on dead bosom the instrument securing the starvation of his son. Of the Yordas family truly was it said that the will of God was nothing to their will, as long as the latter lasted, and that every man of them scorned all testament, old or new, except his own. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Mary and Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Annike Lindhout. Mary and Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 2, Scargate Hall. Nearly 24 years had passed since Philip Yordas was carried to his last as well as his first repose, and Scargate Hall had enjoyed some rest from the turbulence of owners. For as soon as Duncan, Philip's son, whose marriage had maddened his father, was clearly apprised by the late Squire's lawyer of his disinheritance, he collected his own little money and his wife's, and set sail for India. His mother, a Scotchwoman of good birth but evil fortunes, had left him something, and his bride, the daughter of his father's greatest foe, was not altogether empty-handed. His sisters were forbidden by the will to help him with a single penny, and Philippa, the elder, declaring and believing that Duncan had killed her father, strictly obeyed the injunction. But Eliza, being a softer kind, and herself then in love with Captain Carroway, would gladly have aided her only brother, but for his stern refusal. In such a case, a more gentle nature than ever in Doddridge Yordas might have grown hardened and bitter, and Duncan, being of true Yordas fibre, thickened and toughened with slower Scotch sap, was not of the sort to be ousted lightly and grow at the feet of his supplanters. Therefore he cast himself on the winds in search of fairer soil, and was not heard of in his native land, and Scargate Hall and estates were held by the sisters in joint tenancy, with remainder to the first son born of whichever it might be of them. And this was so worded through the hurry of their father to get someone established in this place of his own son. But from paltry passions turn away a little while to the things which excite, but are not excited by them. Scargate Hall stands, high and old, in the wildest and most rugged part of the wild and rough North Riding. Many are the tales about it, in a few and humble cots, scattered in the modest distance, mainly to look up at it. In spring and summer of the years that have any, the height and the air are not only fine, but even fair and pleasant. So do the shadows and the sunshine wander, elbowing into one another on the moor, and so does the glance of smiling foliage soothe the austerity of crag and scaur. At such time, also, the restless torrent, whose fury has driven content away through many a short day and long night, is not in such desperate hurry to bury its troubles in the breast of tears, but spreads them in language that sparkles to the sun, or even makes leisure to turn into corners of deep brown study about the people on its banks, especially, perhaps, the miller. But never had this impetuous water more reason to stop and reflect upon people of greater importance, who called it their own, than now, when it was at the lowest of itself in August of the year 1808. From time beyond date the race of Yorders had owned and inhabited this old place. From them the river and the river's valley and the mountain of its birth took name, or else, perhaps, gave name to them, for the history of the giant Yorders still remains to be written, and the materials are scanty. His present descendants did not care an old song for his memory, even if he ever had existence to produce it. Piety, whether in the Latin sense or English, never had marked them for her own. Their days were long in the land, through a long inactivity of the Decalogue. And yet, in some manner, this lawless race had been as a law to itself throughout. From age to age came certain gifts and certain ways of management, which saved the family life from falling out of rank and land and lot. From deadly feuds, exhausting suits, and ruinous profusion, when all appeared lost, there had always arisen a man of direct lineal stock to retrieve the estates and reprieve the name. And what is still more conducive to the longevity of families, no member had appeared as yet of power too large and an aim too lofty, whose eminence must be cut short with axe, outlawry, and attainder. Therefore, there ever had been a Yordis, good or bad, and by his own showing more often of the latter kind, to stand before heaven and hold the land and harass them that dwelt thereon. But now at last the world seemed to be threatened with the extinction of a fine old name. When Squire Philip died in the river, as above recorded, his death from one point of view was dry, since nobody shed a tear for him, unless it was his child Eliza. Still, he was missed and lamented in speech, and even in eloquent speeches, having been a very strong justice of the peace, as well as the foremost righteous gentleman keeping the order of the country. He stood above them in his firm resolve to have his own way always, and his way was so crooked that the difficulty was to get out of it and let him have it. And when he was dead, it was either too good or too bad to believe in, and even after he was buried, it was held that this might be only another of his tricks. But after his ghost had been seen repeatedly, sitting on the chain and swearing, it began to be known that he was gone indeed, and the relief afforded by his absence endeared him to sad memory. Moreover, his good successes enhanced the relish of scandal about him, by seeming themselves to be always so dry, distant, and unimpeachable. Especially so did my Lady Philippa, as the elder daughter was called by all the tenants and dependents, though the family now held no title of honour. Mistress Yorders, as she was more correctly styled by usage of the period, was a maiden lady of fine presence, uncumbered as yet by weight of years, and only dignified thereby. Stately and straight and substantial of figure, firm but not coarse of feature, she had reached her 45th year without an ailment or wrinkle. Her eyes were steadfast, clear, and bright, well able to second her distinct calm voice, and handsome still, though their deep blue had waned into a quiet, impenetrable grey, while her broad, clear forehead, straight nose, and red lips might well be considered as comely as ever, at least by those who loved her. Of those, however, there were not many, and she was content to have it so. Mrs. Carnaby, the younger sister, would not have been content to have it so, though not of the weak lot which is in fief to popularity. She liked to be regarded kindly, and would rather win a smile than exact a courtesy. Continually it was said of her that she was no genuine Yordis, though really she had all the pride and all the stubbornness of that race, enlarged perhaps, but little weakened by severe afflictions. This lady had lost a beloved husband, Colonel Carnaby, killed in battle, and after that 4 children of the 5 she had been so proud of. And the waters of affliction had not turned to bitterness in her soul. Concerning the outward part, which matters more than the inward at first hand, Mrs. Carnaby had no reason to complain of fortune. She had started well as a very fine baby, and grown up well into a lovely maiden, passing through wedlock into a sightly matron, gentle, fair, and showing reason. For generations it had come to pass that those of the Yorders race who deserved to be cut off for their doings out of doors were followed by ladies of decorum, self-restraint, and regard for their neighbour's landmark. And so it was now with these two ladies, the handsome Philippa and the fair Eliza, leading a peaceful and reputable life and carefully studying their rent roll. It was not, however, in the fitness of things that quiet should reign at Scargate Hall for a quarter of a century, and one strong element of disturbance grew already manifest. Under the will of Squire Philip, the heir apparent was the one surviving child of Mrs. Carnaby. If ever a mortal life was saved by dint of sleepless care, warm coddling, and perpetual doctoring, it was the precious life of Master Lancelot Eustace Carnaby. In him all the mischiefs of his race revived, without the strong substance to carry it off. Though his parents were healthy and vigorous, he was of weakly constitution, which would not have been half so dangerous to him if his mind also had been weakly. But his mind, or at any rate the rudiment thereof which appears in the shape of self-will even before the teeth appear, was a piece of muscular contortion, tough as oak and hard as iron. Pet was his name with his mother and his aunt, and his enemies, being the rest of mankind, said that Pet was his name and his nature. For this dear child could brook no denial, no slow submission to his wishes. Whatever he wanted must come in a moment, punctual as an echo. In him reappeared not the stubbornness only, but also the keen ingenuity of Eustace in finding out the very thing that never should be done, and then the unerring perception of the way in which it could be done most noxiously. Yet anyone looking at his eyes would think how tender and bright must his nature be. He favoureth his forebears, how can he help it? Kind people exclaimed when they knew him. And the servants of the house excused themselves when condemned for putting up with, you know not what it is when you talk so. He maun get his own gait, less wise yo would shock him. Being too valuable to be choked, he got his own way always. End of chapter 2. Recording by Annike Lindhout.
Chapter 3 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 3. For the sake of Pet Carnaby and of themselves, the ladies of the house were disquieted now, in the first summer weather of a wet, cold year, the year of our Lord 1801, and their trouble arose as follows. There had long been a question between the sisters and Sir Walter Carnaby, brother of the late colonel, about an exchange of outlying land, which would have to be ratified by Pet hereafter. Terms being settled and agreement signed, the lawyers fell to at the linked sweetness of deducing title. The abstract of the Eustace title was nearly as big as the parish Bible, so in and out had their dealings been, and so intricate their pugnacity. Among the many other of the Eustace freaks was a fatuous and generally fatal one. For the slightest miscarriage they discharged their lawyer, and leapt into the office of a new one. Has any man moved in the affairs of men, with a grain of common sense or half a pennyweight of experience, without being taught that an old tenterhook sits easier to him than a new one? And not only that, but in shifting his quarters he may leave some truly fundamental thing behind. Old Mr. Jellicourse, of Middleton and Teesdale, had won golden opinions everywhere. He was an uncommonly honest lawyer, highly incapable of almost any trick, and lofty in his view of things, when his side of them was the legal one. He had a large collection of those interesting boxes which are to a lawyer and his family better than caskets of silver and gold, and especially were his shelves furnished with what might be called the library of Scargate title deeds. He had been proud to take charge of these nearly 30 years ago, and had married on the strength of them, though warned by the rival from whom they were wrested that he must not hope to keep them long. However, through the peaceful incumbency of ladies, they remained in his office all those years. This was the gentleman who had drawn and legally sped to its purport the will of the lamented Squire Philip, who refused very clearly to leave it, and took horse to flourish it at his rebellious son. Mr. Jellicourse had done the utmost, as behooved him, against that rancorous testament, but meeting with silence more savage than words, and about to depart, he had yielded, and the squire stamped about the room until his job was finished. A fact accomplished, whether good or bad, improves in character with every revolution of this little world around the sun, that heavenly example of subservience. And now Mr. Delacourse was well convinced, as nothing had occurred to disturb that will, and the life of the testator had been sacrificed to it, and the devisees under it were his own good clients, and some of his finest turns of words were in it, and the preparation, execution, and attestation, in an hour and 10 minutes of the office clock, had never been equalled in Yorkshire before, and perhaps never honestly in London. Taking all these things into conscious or unconscious balance, Mr. Delacourse grew into the clear conviction that righteous and wise were the words to be used whenever this will was spoken of. With pleasant remembrance of the starveling fees wherewith he used to charge the public, ere ever his golden spurs were won, the prosperous lawyer now began to run his eye through a duplicate of an abstract furnished upon some little sale about 40 years before. This would form the basis of the abstract now to be furnished to Sir Walter Carnaby, with little to be added but the will of Philip Yortis, and statement of facts to be verified. Mr. Delacourse was fat, but very active still. He liked good living, but he liked to earn it, and could not sit down to his dinner without feeling that he had helped the Lord to provide these mercies. He carried a pencil on his chain, and liked to use it ere ever he began with knife and fork. For the young men in his office, as he always said, knew nothing. The day was very bright and clear, and the sun shone through soft lilac leaves on more important folios, while Mr. Delacourse, with happy sniffs, for his dinner was roasting in the distance, drew a single line here, or a double line there, or a gable on the margin of the paper, to show his head clerk what to cite, and in what letters, and what to omit, in the abstract to be rendered. For the good solicitor had spent some time in the chambers of a famous conveyancer in London, and prided himself upon deducing title, directly, exhaustively, and yet tersely, in one word, scientifically, and not as a mere quill-driver. The title to the hereditaments, now to be given in exchange, went back for many generations. But as the deeds were not to pass, Mr. Delacourse, like an honest man, drew a line across, and made a star at one quite old enough to begin with, in which the little moorland farm and treaty now was specified. With hum and haw of satisfaction he came down the records, as far as the settlement made upon the marriage of Richard Yortis of Scargate Hall, the Squire, and Eleanor, the daughter of Sir Fersen de Roos. This document created no entail, for strict settlements had never been the manner of the race, but the property assured in trust, to satisfy the jointure, was then declared subject to joint and surviving powers of appointment, limited to the issue of the marriage, with remainder to the uses of the will of the aforesaid Richard Yortis, or, failing such will, to his right heirs forever. All this was usual enough, and Mr. Delacourse heeded it little, having never heard of any appointment, and knowing that Richard, the grandfather of his clients, had died, as became a true Yortis, in a fit of fury with a poor tenant, intestate, as well as unrepentant. The lawyer, being a slightly pious man, afforded a little sigh to this remembrance, and lifted his finger to turn the leaf. But the leaf stuck a moment, and the paper being raised at the very best angle to the sun, he saw, or seemed to see, a faint red line, just over against that appointment clause. And then the yellow margin showed some faint red marks. "Well, I never!" Mr. Delacourse exclaimed. "Certainly never saw these marks before. Diana, where are my glasses?" Mrs. Delacourse had been to see the potatoes on, for the new cook simply made kettlefuls of fish, of everything put upon the fire, and now at her husband's call she went to her work-box for his spectacles, which he was not allowed to wear except on Sundays, for fear of injuring his eyesight. Equipped with these, and drawing nearer to the window, the lawyer gradually made out this. First, a broad faint line of red, as if some attorney, now a ghost, had cut his finger, and over against that in small round hand the letters V, B, C. Mr. Delacourse could swear that they were V, B, C. "Don't ask me to eat any dinner today," he exclaimed, when his wife came to fetch him. "Diana, I am occupied. Go and eat it up without me." "Nonsense, James," she answered calmly. "You never get any clever thoughts by starving." Moved by this reasoning, he submitted, fed his wife and children, and own good self, and then brought up a bottle of old Spanish wine to strengthen the founts of discovery. Whose writing was that upon the broad marge of verbosity? Why had it never been observed before? Above all, what was meant by VBC? Unaided, he might have gone on forever, to the bottom of a butt of Jerez wine, but finding the second glass better than the first, he called to Mrs. Jellicoe, who was in the garden gathering striped roses, to come and have a sip with him and taste the yellow cherries. And when she came promptly, with the flowers in her hand, and their youngest little daughter making sly eyes at the fruit, bothered as he was, he could not help smiling and saying, "Oh, Diana, what is VBC?" "Very black currants, Papa," cried Emily, dancing a long bunch in the air. "Hush, dear child, you are getting too forward," said her mother, though proud of her quickness. "James, how should I know what VBC is? But I wish most heartily that you would rid me of my old enemy, Box C. I want to put a hanging press in that corner, instead of which you turn the very passages into office." "Box C? I remember no Box C." "You may not have noticed the letter C upon it, but the box you must know as well as I do. It belongs to those proud Yortis people, who hold their heads so high, forsooth, as if nobody but themselves belonged to a good old county family. That makes me hate the box the more. I will take it out of your way at once. I may want it. It should be with the others. I know it as well as I know my snuff-box. It was Aberthaw who put it in that corner, but I had forgotten that it was lettered. The others are all numbered." Of course, Mr. Jellicoe was not weak enough to make the partner of his bosom the partner of his business, and as much as she longed to know why he had put an unusual question to her, she trusted to the future for discovery of that point. She left him, and he, with no undue haste, for the business, after all, was not his own, began to follow out his train of thought in manner much as follows. "This is that old Duncombe's writing. Dunderhead Duncombe, as he used to be called in his lifetime, but long-headed Duncombe afterward. None but his wife knew whether he was a wise man or a wiseacre. Perhaps either, according to the treatment he received. Richard Yortis treated him badly. That may have made him wiser. VBC means VD Box C, unless I am greatly mistaken. He wrote those letters as plainly and clearly as he could against this power of appointment as recited here, but afterward, with knife and pounce, he scraped them out, as now becomes plain with his magnifying glass. Probably he did so when all these archives, as he used to call them, were rudely ordered over to my predecessor. A nice bit of revenge, if my suspicions are correct, and a pretty confusion will follow it." The lawyer's suspicions proved too correct. He took that box to his private room, and with some trouble unlocked it. A damp and musty smell came forth, as when a man delves a potato berry, and then appeared layers of parchment, yellow and brown, in and out with one another, according to the curing of the sheepskin, perhaps, or the age of the sheep when he began to die. Skins much older than any man's who handled them, and drier than the brains of any lawyer. Anno Jacobi Tertio, and Quadragesimo Elizabeta. How nice it sounds, Mr. Jellicoe exclaimed. They ought all to go in and be charged for. People to be satisfied with 60 years' title. Why, bless the Lord, I'm 68 myself, and could buy and sell the grammar school at 8 years old. It is no security at all. What did the learned Bacupiston say? If a rogue only lives to be 111, he may have been for 90 years deceased, and nobody alive to know it. Older and older grew the documents as the lawyer's hand traveled downward. Any flaw or failure must have been healed by lapse of time, long and long ago. Dust and grime and mildew thickened. Ink became paler, and the contractions more contorted. It was rather an antiquary's business now than a lawyer's to decipher them. What a fool I am, the solicitor thought. My cuffs will never wash white again, and all I have found is a mare's nest. However, I'll go to the bottom now. There may be a gold seal. They used to put them in with the deeds 300 years ago. A charter of Edward IV, I declare! Ah, the Yordises were Yorkists. Hello, what is here? By the touchstone of Shepherd, I was right after all. Well done, long-headed Duncombe. From the very bottom of the box, he took a parchment comparatively fresh and new, endorsed, appointment by Richard Yordis, Esquire, and Eleanor his wife, of lands inherited at Scargate and elsewhere in the county of York, dated November 15th, A.D. 1751. Having glanced at the signatures and seals, Mr. Jellicoe spread the document, which was of a moderate compass, and soon convinced himself that his work of the morning had been wholly thrown away. No title could be shown to Whitestone Farm, nor even to Scargate Hall itself, on the part of the present owners. The appointment was by deed poll, and strictly in accordance with the powers of the settlement. Duly executed and attested, clearly though clumsily expressed, and beyond all question genuine, it simply nullified, as concerned the better half of the property, the will which had cost Philip Yordis his life. For under this limitation Philip held a mere life interest, his father and mother giving all men to know by those presents that they did thereby from and after the decease of their said son Philip grant, limit, and appointment, etc., all in singular the said lands, etc., to the heirs of his body lawfully begotten, etc., etc., in tail general, with remainder over, and final remainder to the right heirs of the said Richard Yordis forever. From all of which it followed that while Duncan Yordis, or child, or other descendant of his, remained in the land of the living, or even without that, if he having learned it had been able to bar the entail and then sell or devise the lands away, the ladies in possession could show no title, except the possessory one, as yet unhallowed by the lapse of time. Mr. Jellicoe was a very pleasant-looking man, also one who took a pleasant view of other men and things, but he could not help pulling a long and sad face as he thought of the puzzle before him. Duncan Yordis had not been heard of among his own hills and valleys since 1778, when he embarked for India. None of the family ever had cared to write or read long letters. Their correspondence, if any, was short, without being sweet by any means. It might be a subject for prayer and hope that Duncan should be gone to a better world, without leaving hostages to fortune here. But sad it is to say that neither prayer nor hope produces any faith in the counsel who prepares requisitions upon title. On the other hand, inquiry as to Duncan's history since he left his native land would be a delicate and expensive work, and perhaps even dangerous, if he should hear of it and inquire about the inquirers. For the last thing to be done from a legal point of view, though the first of all from a just one, was to apprise the rightful owner of his unexpected position. Now Mr. Jellicoe was a just man, but his justice was due to his clients first. After a long brown study, he reaped his crop of meditation thus. It is a ticklish business, and I will sleep 3 nights upon it. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Disquietude. The ladies of Scargate Hall were uneasy, although the weather was so fine, upon this day of early August, in the year now current. It was a remarkable fact that in spite of the distance they slept asunder, which could not be less than 35 yards, both had been visited by a dream, which appeared to be quite the same dream until examined narrowly, and being examined, grew more surprising in its points of difference. They were much above paying any heed to dreams, though instructed by the patriarchs to do so, and they seemed to be quite getting over the effects, when the lesson and the punishment astonished them. Lately it had been established, although many leading people went against it, and threatened to prosecute the man for trespass, that here in these quiet and reputable places, where no spy could be needed, a man should come twice every week with letters, and in the name of the king be paid for them. Such things were required in towns, perhaps, as corporations and gutters were, but to bring them where people could mind their own business, and charge them 2 groats for some fool who knew their names, was like putting a tax upon their christening. So it was the hope of many, as well as every one's belief, that the postman, being of Lancastrian race, would very soon be bogged, or famished, or get lost in a fog, or swept off by a flood, or go and break his own neck from a precipice. The postman, however, was a wiry fellow, and as tough as any native, and he rode a pony even tougher than himself, whose cradle was a marsh, and whose mother a mountain, his first breath a fog, and his weaning meat wire grass, and his form a combination of sole leather and corundum. He wore no shoes for fear of not making sparks at night to know the road by, and although his bit had been a blacksmith's rasp, he would yield to it only when it suited him. The postman, whose name was George King, which confounded him with King George in the money to pay, carried a sword and a blunderbuss, and would use them sooner than argue. Now this man and horse had come slowly along, without meaning any mischief, to deliver a large sealed packet, with 16 pence to pay put upon it, to Mistress Philippa Yordis, etc., her own hands, and speed, which they carried out duly by stop, whensoever they were hungry, or saw anything to look at. None the less for that, though with certainty much later, they arrived in good trim, by the middle of the day, and ready for the comfort which they both deserved. As yet it was not considered safe to trust any tidings of importance to the post in such a world as this was, and even were it safe, it would be bad manners from a man of business. Therefore Mr. Jellycorse had sealed up little, except his respectful consideration and request to be allowed to wait upon his honoured clients concerning a matter of great moment, upon the afternoon of Thursday then next ensuing, and the post had gone so far to give good distance for the money, that the Thursday of the future came to be that very day. The present century opened with a chilly and dark year, following 3 bad seasons of severity and scarcity, and in the northwest of Yorkshire, though the summer was now so far advanced, there had been very little sunshine. For the last day or 2, the sun had laboured to sweep up the mist and cloud, and was beginning to prevail so far that the mists drew their skirts up and retired into haze, while the clouds fell away to the ring of the sky, and there lay down to abide their time. Wherefore it happened that Yordis House, as the ancient building was in old time called, had a clearer view than usual of the valley, and the river that ran away, and the road that tried to run up to it. Now this was considered a wonderful road, and in fair truth it was wonderful, withstanding all efforts of even the Royal Mail pony to knock it to pieces. In its rapidity downhill it surpassed altogether the river, which galloped along by the side of it, and it stood out so boldly with stones of no shame that even by moonlight nobody could lose it, until it abruptly lost itself. But it never did that, until the house it came from was 2 miles away, and no other to be seen, and so why should it go any further? At the head of this road stood the old grey house, facing toward the south of east, to claim whatever might come up the valley, sun, or storm, or columned fog. In the days of the past it had claimed much more, goods, and cattle, and tribute of the traffic going northward, as the loopholed quadrangle for impounded stock, and the deeply embrasured tower showed. At the back of the house rose a mountain spine, blocking out the westering sun, but cut with one deep portal where a pass ran into Westmoreland, the Scargate, whence the house was named, and through this gate of mountain often, when the day was waning, a bar of slanting sunset entered, like a plume of golden dusk, and hovered on a broad black patch of weather-beaten fir trees. The day was waning now, and every steep ascent looked steeper, while down the valley light and shade made longer cast of shuttle, and the margin of the west began to glow with a deep wine color as the sun came down, the tinge of many mountains and the distant sea, until the sun himself settled quietly into it, and there grew richer and more ripe, as old bottled wine is fed by the crust, and bowed his rubicund farewell through the postern of the Scargate to the old hall and the valley, and the face of Mr. Jellycorse. That gentleman's countenance did not, however, reply with its usual brightness to the mellow salute of evening. Wearied and shaken by the long, rough ride, and depressed by the heavy solitude, he hated and almost feared the task which every step brought nearer, as the house rose higher and higher against the red sky, and grew darker, and as the sullen roar of bloodhounds, terrors of the neighborhood, roused the slow echoes of the crags. The lawyer was almost fain to turn his horse's head, and face the risks of wandering over the moor by night, but the hoisting of a flag, the well-known token confirmed by large letters on a rock that strangers might safely approach, inasmuch as the savage dogs were kennelled. This, and the thought of such an entry for his day-book, kept Mr. Jellycorse from ignominious flight. He was in for it now, and must carry it through. In a deep embayed window of leaden glass Mistress Yordis and her widowed sister sat for an hour, without many words, watching the zigzag of shale and rock which formed their chief communication with the peopled world. They did not care to improve their access, or increase their traffic, not through cold morosity, or even proud indifference, but because they had been so brought up, and so confirmed by circumstance. For the Yordis blood, however hot and wild and savage in the gentlemen, was generally calm and good, though steadfast, in the weaker vessels. For the main part, however, a family takes its character more from the sword than the spindle, and their sword hand had been like Esau's. Little as they meddled with the doings of the world, of one thing at least these stately madams, as the baffled squires of the writing called them, were by no means heedless. They dressed themselves according to their rank, or perhaps above it. Many a nobleman's wife in Yorkshire had not such apparel, and even of those so richly gifted, few could have come up to the purpose better. Nobody, unless of their own sex, thought of their dresses when looking at them. "He rides very badly," Philippa said. "The people from the lowlands always do. He may not have courage to go home tonight, but he ought to have thought of that before. Poor man, we must offer him a bed, of course," Mrs. Carnaby answered, "but he should have come earlier in the day. What shall we do with him when he has done his business? It is not our place to amuse our lawyer. He might go and smoke in the justice room, and then Weldrum could play bagatelle with him." "Philippa, you forget that the Jellycorses are of a good old county stock. His wife is a stupid, pretentious thing, but we need not treat him as we must treat her, and it may be as well to make much of him, perhaps, if there really is any trouble coming." "You are thinking of Pet. By the by, are you certain that Pet cannot get at Saracen? You know how he let him loose last Easter, when the flag was flying, and the poor man has been in his bed ever since. Jordis will see to that. He can be trusted to mind the dogs well, ever since you fined him in a fortnight's wages. That was an excellent thought of yours. Jordis might have been called the keeper, or the hind, or the henchman, or the ranger, or the porter, or the bailiff, or the reeve, or some other of some 50 names of office in a place of more civilization. So many and so various were his tasks. But here his professional name was the Dog Man, and he held that office according to an ancient custom of the Scargate race, whence also his surname, if such it were, arose. For of old time and in outlandish parts a finer humanity prevailed, and a richer practical wisdom upon certain questions. Irregular offsets of the stock, instead of being cast upon the world as waifs and strays, were allowed a place in the kitchen garden or stable yard, and flourished there without disgrace, while useful and obedient. Thus, for generations here the legitimate son was Jorda's, and took the house and manors. The illegitimate became Jorda's, and took to the gate, and the minding of the dogs, and any other office of fidelity. The present Jorda's was, however, of less immediate kin to the owners, being only the son of a former Jorda's, and in the enjoyment of a Christian name, which never was provided for a first-hand Jorda's. And now as his mistress looked out on the terrace, his burly figure came duly forth, and his keen eyes ranged the walks and courts, in search of Master Launcelot, who gave him more trouble in a day, sometimes, than all the dogs cost in a 12-month. With a fine sense of mischief, this boy delighted to watch the road for visitors, and then, if barbarously denied his proper enjoyment and that of the dogs, he still had goodly devices of his own for producing little tragedies. Mr. Jellycorse knew Jorda's well, and felt some pity for him, because, if his grandmother had been wiser, he might have been the master now, and the lawyer, having much good feeling, liked not to make a groom of him. Jorda's, however, knew his place, and touched his hat respectfully, then helped the solicitor to dismount, the which was sorely needed. "You came not by the way of the ford, sir?" the dog-man asked, while considering the leathers. "The water is down. You might have saved 3 miles." "Better lose 30 than my life. Will any of your men, Master Jorda's, show me a room, where I may prepare to wait upon your ladies?" Mr. Jellycorse walked through the old arched gate of the Reaver's Court, and was shown to a room, where he unpacked his valise, and changed his riding clothes, and refreshed himself. A jug of Scargate ale was brought to him, and a bottle of foreign wine, with the cork drawn, lest he should hesitate. Also a cold pie, bread and butter, and a small case bottle of some liqueur. He was not hungry, for his wife had cared to victual him well for the journey, but for fear of offence he ate a morsel, found it good, and ate some more. Then after a sip or two of the liqueur, and a glance or two at his black silk stockings, buckled shoes, and best small clothes, he felt himself fit to go before a duchess, as once upon a time he had actually done, and expressed himself very well indeed, according to the dialogue delivered whenever he told the story about it every day. Weldrum, the butler, was waiting for him, a man who had his own ideas, and was going to be put upon by nobody. If my father could only come to life for 1 minute, he would spend it in kicking that man, Mrs. Carnaby had exclaimed about him, after carefully shutting the door. But he never showed airs before Miss Jorda's. "Come along, sir," Weldrum said, after one professional glance at the tray, to ascertain his residue. "My ladies have been waiting this half-hour, and for sure, sir, you looks wonderful. This way, sir, and have a care of them oak faggots. My ladies, Lawyer Jellycorse." End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Decision. The sun was well down and away behind the great fell at the back of the house, and the large and heavily furnished room was feebly lit by 4 wax candles, and the glow of the west reflected as a gleam into eastern windows. The lawyer was pleased to have it so, and to speak with a dimly lighted face. The ladies looked beautiful. That was all that Mr. Jellycorse could say, when cross-examined by his wife next day concerning their lace and velvet. Whether they wore lace or net was almost more than he could say, for he did not heed such trifles. But velvet was within his knowledge, though not the color or the shape. because he thought it hot for summer, until he remembered what the climate was. Really, he could say nothing more, except that they looked beautiful, and when Mrs. Jellycorse jerked her head, he said that he only meant, of course, considering their time of life. The ladies saw his admiration, and felt that it was but natural. Mrs. Carnaby came forward kindly, and offered him a nice warm hand, while the elder sister was content to bow, and thank him for coming, and hope that he was well. As yet it had not become proper for a gentleman visiting ladies to yawn and throw himself into the nearest chair, and cross his legs, and dance one foot, and ask how much the toy terrier cost. Mr. Jellycorse made a fine series of bows, not without a scrape or two, which showed his goodly calf, and after that he waited for the gracious invitation to sit down. "If I understood your letter clearly," Mistress Yordis began, when these little rites were duly accomplished, "you have something important to tell us concerning our poor property here?" "A small property, Mr. Jellycorse, compared with that of the Duke of Lunedale, but perhaps a little longer in one family." "The Duke is a new-fangled interloper," replied hypocritical Jellycorse, though no other duke was the husband of the Duchess of whom he indicted daily. "Properties of that sort come and go, and only tradesmen notice it. Your estates have been longer in the season of one family, madam, than any other in the Riding, or perhaps in Yorkshire." "We never seized them," cried Mrs. Carnaby, being sensitive as to ancestral thefts, through tales about cattle lifting. "You must be aware that they came to us by grant from the Crown, or even before there was any Crown to grant them. I beg your pardon for using a technical word, without explaining it. Season is a legal word, which simply means possession, or rather the bodily holding of a thing, and is used especially of corporal hereditaments. You ladies have season of this house and lands, although you never seized them." "The last thing we would think of doing," answered Mrs. Carnaby, who was more impulsive than her sister, also less straightforward. "How often we have wished that our poor lost brother had not been deprived of them. But our father's will was sacred, and you told us we were helpless. We struggled, as you know, but we could do nothing." "That is the question which brought me here," the lawyer said, very quietly, at the same time producing a small roll of parchment sealed in cartridge paper. "Last week I discovered a document which I am forced to submit to your judgment. Shall I read it to you, or tell its purport briefly?" "Whatever it may be, it cannot in any way alter our conclusions. Our conclusions have never varied, however deeply they may have grieved us. We were bound to do justice to our dear father." "Certainly, madam, and you did it. Also, as I know, you did it as kindly as possible toward other relatives, and you only met with perversity. I had the honor of preparing your respected father's will, a model of clearness and precision, considering the time afforded, and other disturbing influences. I know for a fact that a copy was laid before the finest draughtsman in London, by those who were displeased with it, and his words were, 'Beautiful, beautiful, every word of it holds water.' Now that, madam, cannot be said of many, indeed, of not one in— Pardon me for interrupting you, but I have always understood you to speak highly of it, and in such a case, what can be the matter?" "The matter of all matters, madam, is that the testator should have disposing power." "He could dispose of his own property as he was disposed, you mean." "You misapprehend me." Mr. Jellycorse now was in his element, for he loved to lecture, and absurdity just coming into vogue. "Indulge me one moment. I take this silver dish, for instance. It is in my hands. I have the use of it, but can I give it to either of you ladies?" "Not very well, because it belongs to us already." "You misapprehend me. I cannot give it because it is not mine to give." Mrs. Carnaby looked puzzled. "Eliza, allow me," said Mistress Yortis, in her stiffer manner, and now for the first time interfering. "Mr. Jellycorse assures us that his language is a model of clearness and precision. Perhaps he will prove it by telling us now, in plain words, what his meaning is." "What I mean, madam, is that your respected father could devise you a part only of this property, because the rest was not his to devise. He only had a life interest in it. His will, therefore, fails as to some part of the property." "How much? And what part, if you please?" "The larger and better part of the estates, including this house and grounds, and the home farm." Mrs. Carnaby started and began to speak, but her sister moved only to stop her, and showed no signs of dismay or anger. "For fear of putting too many questions at once," she said, with a slight bow and a smile, "let me beg you to explain, as shortly as possible, this very surprising matter." Mr. Jellycorse watched her with some suspicion, because she called it so surprising, yet showed so little surprise herself. For a moment he thought that she must have heard of the document now in his hands, but he very soon saw that it could not be so. It was only the ancient Yortis pride, perversity, and stiff-neckedness, and even Mrs. Carnaby, strengthened by the strength of her sister, managed to look as if nothing more than a tale of some tenant were pending. But this, or 10 times this, availed not to deceive Mr. Jellycorse. That gentleman, having seen much of the world, whispered to himself that this was all high-jinks, felt himself placed on the stool of authority, and even ventured upon a pinch of snuff. This was unwise, and cost him dear, for the ladies would not have been true to their birth if they had not stored it against him. He, however, with a friendly mind, and a tap now and then upon his document, to give emphasis to his story, recounted the whole of it, and set forth how much was come of it already, and how much it might lead to Scargate Hall, and the better part of the property always enjoyed therewith. Philippa Yortis and Eliza Carnaby had no claim whatever, except on the score of possession, until it could be shown that their brother Duncan was dead, without any heirs or assignment, which might have come to pass through a son adult, and even so, his widow might come forward and give trouble. Concerning all that, there was time enough to think, but something must be done at once to cancel the bargain with Sir Walter Carnaby, without letting his man of law get scent of the fatal defect in title. And now that the ladies knew all, what did they say? In answer to this, the ladies were inclined to put the whole blame upon him for not having managed matters better. And when he had shown that the whole of it was done before he had anything to do with it, they were firmly convinced that he ought to have known it, and found a proper remedy. And in the finished manner of well-born ladies they gave him to know, without a strong expression, that such an atrocity was a black stain on every legal son of Satan, living, dead, or still to issue from Gerizim. "That cannot affect the title now, I assure you, madam, that it cannot," the unfortunate lawyer exclaimed at last. "And as for damages, poor old Duncombe has left no representatives. Even if an action would lie now, which is simply out of the question, on my part no neglect can be shown, and indeed for your knowledge of the present state of things, if humbly I may say so, you are wholly indebted to my zeal." "Sir, I heartily wish," Mrs. Carnaby replied, "that your zeal had been exhausted on your own affairs. Eliza, Mr. Jellycorse has acted well, and we cannot feel too much obliged to him." Miss Yortis, having humour of a sort, smiled faintly at the double meaning of her own words, which was not intended. "Whatever is right must be done, of course, according to the rule of our family. In such a case it appears to me that mere niceties of laws, and quibs and quirks, are entirely subordinate to high sense of honour. The first consideration must be thoroughly unselfish and pure justice." The lawyer looked at her with admiration. He was capable of large sentiments, and yet a faint shadow of disappointment lingered in the folios of his heart. There might have been such a very grand long suit, upon which his grandson, to be born next month, might have been enabled to settle for life, and bring up a legal family. Justice, however, was justice, and more noble than even such prospects, so he bowed his head, and took another pinch of snuff. But Mrs. Carnaby, who had wept a little, in a place beyond the candlelight, came back with a passionate flush in her eyes, and a resolute bearing of her well-formed neck. "Philippa, I am amazed at you," she said. "Mr. Jellycorse, my share is equal with my sister's, and more, because my son comes after me. Whatever she may do, I will never yield a pin's point of my rights, and leave my son a beggar. Philippa, would you make Pet a beggar, and his turtle in bed before the sun is on the window, and his sturgeon jelly when he gets out of bed? There never was any one, by a good Providence, less sent into the world to be a beggar." Mrs. Carnaby, having discharged her meaning, began to be overcome by it. She sat down, in fear of hysteria, but with her mind made up to stop it, while the gallant Jellycorse was swept away by her eloquence, mixed with professional views. But it came home to him, from experience with his wife, that the less he said the wiser. But while he moved about, and almost danced, in his strong desire to be useful, there was another who sat quite still, and meant to have the final say. From some confusion of ideas, I suppose, or possibly through my own fault, Philippa Yortis said, with less contempt in her voice than in her mind, "It seems that I cannot make my meaning clear, even to my own sister. I said that we first must do the right, and scorn all legal subtleties, that we must maintain unselfish justice, and high sense of honor. Can there be any doubt what these dictate? What sort of daughters should we be if we basely betrayed our own father's will?" "Excellent, madam," the lawyer said. "That view of the case never struck me, but there is a great deal in it." "Oh, Philippa, how noble you are!" her sister Eliza cried, and cried no more, so far as tears go, for a long time afterward. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Anerley Farm. On the eastern coast of the same great county, at more than 90 miles of distance for a homing pigeon, and some 120 for a carriage from the Hall of Yortis, there was in those days, and there still may be found, a property of no vast size, snug, however, and of good repute, and called universally Anerley Farm. How long it has borne that name it knows not, neither cares to moot the question, and there lives no antiquary of enough antiquity to decide it. A place of smiling hope, and comfort, and content with quietude. No memory of man about it runneth to the contrary, while every ox, and horse, and sheep, and fowl, and frisky porker is full of warm domestic feeling and each homely virtue. For this land, like a happy country, has escaped, for years and years, the affliction of much history. It has not felt the desolating tramp of lawyer or land agent, nor been bombarded by fine and recovery, lease and release, bargain and sale, Doe and Roe and Godfrey Styles, and the rest of the pitiless shower of slugs, ending with a charge of demons. Blows and blights and plagues of that sort have not come to Anerley, nor any other drain of nurture to exhaust the green of meadow and the gold of harvest. Here stands the homestead, and here lies the meadowland. There walk the kine, having no call to run, and yonder the wheat in the hollow of the hill, bowing to the silvery stroke of the wind, is touched with the promise of increasing gold. As good as the cattle and the crops themselves are the people that live upon them, or at least, in a fair degree, they try to be so, though not of course so harmless, or faithful, or peaceful, or charitable, but still, in proportion, they may be called as good, and in fact they believe themselves much better, and this from no conceit of any sort, beyond what is indispensable, for nature not only enables but compels a man to look down upon his betters. From generation to generation, man and beast, and house, and land, have gone on in succession here, replacing, following, renewing, repairing and being repaired, demanding and getting more support, with such judicious give and take, and thoroughly good understanding, that now in the August of this year, when Scargate Hall is full of care, and afraid to cart a load of dung, Anerley Farm is quite at ease, and in the very best of heart, man and horse, and land, and crops, and the cock that crows the time of day. Nevertheless, no acre in Yorkshire, or in the whole wide world, has ever been so farmed or fenced as to exclude the step of change. From father to son the good lands had passed, without even a will to disturb them, except at distant intervals, and the present owner was Stephen Anerley, a thrifty and well-to-do Yorkshire farmer of the olden type. Master Anerley was turned quite lately of his 52nd year, and hopeful, if so please the Lord, to turn a good many more years yet, as a strong horse works his furrow, for he was strong and of a cheerful face, ruddy, square, and steadfast, built up also with firm body to a wholesome stature, and able to show the best man on the farm the way to swing a pitchfork. Yet might he be seen, upon every Lord's day, as clean as a new-shelled chestnut. Neither at any time of the week was he dirtier than need be, happy alike in the place of his birth, his lot in life, and the wisdom of the powers appointed over him. He looked up with a substantial faith, yet a solid reserve of judgment, to the Church, the justices of the peace, spiritual lords and temporal, and above all His Majesty George III, without any reserve of judgment, which could not deal with such low subjects. He looked down upon every dissenter, every pork dealer, and every Frenchman, what he was brought up to, that he would abide by, and the sin beyond repentance, to his mind, was the sin of the turncoat. With all these hard-set lines of thought, or of doctrine, the scabbard of thought, which saves its edge, and keeps it out of mischief, Stephen Anerley was not hard, or stern, or narrow-hearted, kind, and gentle, and good to everyone who knew how to behave himself, and dealing to every man full justice, meted by his own measure. He was liable even to generous acts, after being severe and having his own way. But if anybody ever got the better of him by lies, and not fair bettering, that man had wiser not begin to laugh inside the writing. Stephen Anerley was slow but sure, not so very keen, perhaps, but grained with kerns of maximed thought, to meet his uses as they came, and to make a rogue uneasy. To move him from such thoughts was hard, but to move him from a spoken word had never been found possible. The wife of this solid man was solid and well fitted to him. In early days, by her own account, she had possessed considerable elegance, and was not devoid of it even now, whenever she received a visitor capable of understanding it. But for home use that gift had been cut short, almost in the honeymoon, by a total want of appreciation on the part of her husband, and now, after 25 years of studying and entering into him, she had fairly earned his firm belief that she was the wisest of women, for she always agreed with him when he wished it, and she knew exactly when to contradict him, and that was before he had said a thing at all, and while he was rolling it slowly in his mind with a strong tendency against it. In outdoor matters she never meddled, without being specially consulted by the master, but indoors she governed with watchful eyes, a firm hand, and a quiet tongue. This good woman now was 45 years of age, vigorous, clean, and of a very pleasant look, with that richness of colour which settles on fair women when the fugitive beauty of blushing is past, when the work of the morning was done, and the clock in the kitchen was only 10 minutes from 12, and the dinner was fit for the dishing. Then Mistress Anerley remembered as a rule the necessity of looking to her own appearance. She went upstairs, with a quarter of an hour to spare, but not to squander, and she came down so neat that the farmer was obliged to be careful in helping the gravy, for she always sat next to him, as she had done before there came any children, and it seemed ever since to be the best place for her to manage their plates and their manners as well. Alas, that the kindest and wisest of women have one, if not 20, blind sides to them, and if any such weakness is pointed out, it is sure to have come from their father. Mistress Anerley's weakness was almost conspicuous to herself. She worshipped her eldest son, perhaps the least worshipful of the family. Willie Anerley was a fine young fellow, 2 inches taller than his father, with delicate features, and curly black hair, and cheeks as bright as a maiden's. He had soft blue eyes, and a rich clear voice, with a melancholy way of saying things, as if he were above all this, and yet he looked not like a fool. Neither was he one altogether, when he began to think of things. The worst of him was that he always wanted something new to go on with. He never could be idle, and yet he never worked to the end which crowns the task. In the early stage he would labor hard, be full of the greatness of his aim, and demand everybody's interest, exciting, also, mighty hopes of what was safe to come of it. And even after that he sometimes carried on with patience, but he had not perseverance. Once or twice he had been on the very nick of accomplishing something, and had driven home his nail, but then he let it spring back without clinching. "Oh, any fool can do that," he cried, and never stood to it, to do it again, or to see that it came not undone. In a word, he stuck to nothing, but swerved about, here, there, and everywhere. His father, being of so different a cast, and knowing how often the wisest of men must do what any fool can do, was bitterly vexed at the flighty ways of Willie, and could do no more than hope, with a general contempt, that when the boy grew older he might be a wiser fool. But Willie's dear mother maintained, with great consistency, that such a perfect wonder could never be expected to do anything not wonderful. To this the farmer used to listen with a grim, decorous smile, then grumbled, as soon as he was out of hearing, and fell to and did the little jobs himself. Sore jealousy of Willie, perhaps, and keen sense of injustice, as well as high spirit and love of adventure, had driven the younger son, Jack, from home, and launched him on a seafaring life. With a stick and a bundle he had departed from the ancestral fields and lanes, one summer morning about 3 years since, when the cows were lowing for the milk pail, and a royal cutter was cruising off the head. For a 12-month nothing was heard of him, until there came a letter beginning, "Dear and respected parents," and ending, "Your affectionate and dutiful son, Jack." The body of the letter was of 3 lines only, occupied entirely with kind inquiries as to the welfare of everybody, especially his pup, and his old pony, and dear sister Mary. Mary Anerley, the only daughter and the youngest child, well deserved the best remembrance of the distant sailor, though Jack may have gone too far in declaring, as he did till he came to his love time, that the world contained no other girl fit to hold a candle to her. No doubt it would have been hard to find a girl more true and loving, more modest and industrious, but hundreds and hundreds of better girls might be found perhaps even in Yorkshire, for this maiden had a strong will of her own, which makes against absolute perfection. Also she was troubled with a strenuous hate of injustice, which is sure, in this world, to find cause for an outbreak, and too active a desire to rush after what is right, instead of being well content to let it come occasionally, and so firm could she be, when her mind was set, that she would not take parables, or long experience, or even kindly laughter, as a power to move her from the thing she meant. Her mother, knowing better how the world goes on, promiscuously and at leisure, and how the right point slides away when stronger forces come to bear, was very often vexed by the crotchets of the girl, and called her wayward, headstrong, and sometimes nothing milder than a saucy miss. This, however, was absurd, and Mary scarcely deigned to cry about it, but went to her father, as she always did when any weight lay on her mind. Nothing was said about any injustice, because that might lead to more of it, as well as be, from a proper point of view, most indecorous. Nevertheless, it was felt between them, when her pretty hair was shed upon his noble waistcoat, that they two were in the right, and cared very little who thought otherwise. Now it was time to leave off this, for Mary, without heed almost of any but her mother, had turned into a full-grown damsel, comely, sweet, and graceful. She was tall enough never to look short, and short enough never to seem too tall, even when her best feelings were outraged, and nobody, looking at her face, could wish to do anything but please her. So kind was the gaze of her deep blue eyes, so pleasant the frankness of her gentle forehead, so playful the readiness of rosy lips for a pretty answer or a lovely smile. But if any could be found so callous and morose as not to be charmed or nicely cheered by this, let him only take a longer look, not rudely, but simply in a spirit of polite inquiry, and then would he see, on the delicate rounding of each soft and dimpled cheek, a carmine hard to match on palette, morning sky, or flower bed. Lovely people ought to be at home in lovely places, and though this cannot be so always, as a general rule it is. At Anerley Farm the land was equal to the stock it had to bear, whether of trees, or corn, or cattle, hogs, or mushrooms, or mankind. The farm was not so large or rambling as to tire the mind or foot, yet wide enough and full of change, rich pasture, hazel copse, green valleys, fallows brown, and golden breastlands pillowing into nooks of fern, clumps of shade for horse or heifer, and for rabbit's sandy warren, furzy cleve for hare and partridge, not without a little mere for willows and for wild ducks, and the whole of the land, with a general slope of liveliness and rejoicing, spread itself well to the sun, with a strong inclination toward the morning, to catch the cheery import of his voyage across the sea. The pleasure of this situation was the more desirable because of all the parts above it being bleak and dreary. Round the shoulders of the upland, like the arch of a great armchair, ran a barren scraggy ridge, whereupon no tree could stand upright, no cow be certain of her own tail, and scarcely a crow breast the violent air by stooping ragged pinions. So furious was the rush of wind when any power awoke the clouds, or sometimes, when the air was jaded with continual conflict, a heavy settlement of brackish cloud lay upon a waste of chalky flint. By dint of persevering work there are many changes for the better now, more shelter and more root-hold, but still it is a battle-ground of winds, which rarely change their habits, for this is the chump of the spine of the wolds, which hulks up at last into Flamborough Head. Flamborough Head, the furthest forefront of a bare and jagged coast, stretches boldly off to eastward, a strong and rugged barrier. Away to the north the land falls back, with coving bends, and some straight lines of precipice and shingle, to which the German Ocean sweeps, seldom free from sullen swell in the very best of weather. But to the southward of the head a different spirit seems to move upon the face of everything, for here is spread a peaceful bay, and plains of brighter sea more gently furrowed by the wind, and cliffs that have no cause to be so steep, and bathing places, and scarcely freckled sands, where towns may lay their drain pipes undisturbed. In short, to have rounded that headland from the north is as good as to turn the corner of a garden wall in March, and pass from a buffeted back and bare shivers to a sunny front of hope, all as busy as a bee, with pears spurring forward into creamy buds of promise, peach trees already in a flush of tasselled pink, and the green lobe of the apricot shedding the snowy bloom. Below this point the gallant skipper of the British collier, slouching with a heavy load of grime for London, or waddling back in ballast to his native north, alike is delighted to discover storms ahead, and to cast his tarry anchor into soft grey calm. For here shall he find the good shelter of friends like-minded with himself, and of hospitable turn, having no cause to hurry any more than he has, all too wise to command their own ships. And here will they all jollify together while the sky holds a cloud or the locker a drop. Nothing here can shake their ships, except a violent east wind, against which they whet the other eye. Lazy boats visit them with comfort and delight, while white waves are leaping in the offing. They cherish their well-earned rest, and eat the lotus, or rather the onion, and drink ambrosial grog. They lean upon the bulwarks, and contemplate their shadows, the noblest possible employment for mankind. And lo, if they care to lift their eyes, in the south shines the quay of Bridlington. Inland the long ridge of Priory stands high, and westward in a nook, if they level well a clear glass, after holding on the slopes so many steamy ones, they may spy Anerley Farm, and sometimes Mary Anerley herself, for she, when the ripple of the tide is fresh, and the glance of the summer morn glistening on the sands, also if a little rocky basin happens to be fit for shrimping, and only some sleepy ships at anchor in the distance look at her, fearless she, because all sailors are generally down at breakfast, tucks up her skirt and gaily runs upon the accustomed playground, with her pony left to wait for her. The pony is old, while she is young, although she was born before him, and now he belies his name, Lord Keppel, by starting at every soft glimmer of the sea. Therefore now he is left to roam at his leisure above high-water mark, poking his nose into black dry weed, probing the winnow casts of yellow drift for oats, and snorting disappointment through a gritty dance of sandhoppers. Mary has brought him down the old Dane's Dike, for society rather than service, and to strengthen his nerves with the dew of the salt, for the sake of her Jack who loved him. He may do as he likes, as he always does. If his conscience allows him to walk home, no one will think the less of him, having very little conscience at his time of life. After so much contact with mankind, he considers convenience only. To go home would suit him very well, but his crib would be empty till his young mistress came. Moreover, there is a little dog that plagues him when his door is open, and in spite of old age, it is something to be free, and in spite of all experience, to hope for something good. Therefore Lord Keppel is as faithful as the rocks. He lifts his long heavy head, and gazes wistfully at the anchored ships, and Mary is sure that the darling pines for his absent master, but she, with the multitudinous tingle of youth, runs away rejoicing. The buoyant power and brilliance of the morning are upon her, and the air of the bright sea lifts and spreads her, like a pillowy skate's egg. The polish of the wet sand flickers like veneer of maple wood at every quick touch of her dancing feet. Her dancing feet are as light as nature and high spirits made them, not only quit of spindle heels, but even free from shoes and socks left high and dry on the shingle, and lighter even than the dancing feet the merry heart is dancing, laughing at the shadows of its own delight, while the radiance of blue eyes springs like a fount of brighter heaven, and the sunny hair falls, flows, or floats, to provoke the wind for playmate. Such a pretty sight was good to see for innocence and largeness. So the buoyancy of nature springs anew in those who have been weary, when they see her brisk power inspiring the young, who never stand still to think of her, but are up and away with her, where she will, at the breath of her subtle encouragement. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 7. A Dane in the Dike. Now whether spyglass had been used by a watchful mariner, or whether only blind chance willed it, sure it is that one fine morning Mary met with somebody. And this was the more remarkable, when people come to think of it, because it was only the night before that her mother had almost said as much. "You munna go doon to sea by yourself," Mistress Anerley said to her daughter. "Happen you mout be one too many." Master Anerley's wife had been at boarding school as far south as Suffolk, and could speak the very best of southern English, like her daughter Mary, upon polite occasion. But family cares and farmhouse life had partly cured her of her education, and from troubles of distant speech she had returned to the ease of her native dialect. "And if I go not to the sea by myself," asked Mary with natural logic, "why, who is there now to go with me?" She was thinking of her sadly missed comrade, Jack. "Happen some day, perhaps one too many." The maiden was almost too innocent to blush, but her father took her part as usual. "The little lass'll go doon," he said, "whenever she likes." And so she went down the next morning. 1,000 years ago the Danes' Dike must have been a very grand entrenchment, and 1,000 years ere that perhaps it was still grander, for learned men say that it is a British work, wrought out before the Danes ever learned to build a ship. Whatever, however, may be argued about that, the wise and the witless do agree about one thing. The stronghold inside it has been held by Danes, while severed by the Dike from inland parts, and these Danes made a good colony of their own, and left to their descendants distinct speech and manners, some traces of which are existing even now. The Dike, extending from the rough North Sea to the calmer waters of Bridlington Bay, is nothing more than a deep, dry trench, skilfully following the hollows of the ground, and cutting off Flamborough Head and a solid cantle of high land from the rest of Yorkshire. The corner so intercepted used to be, and is still, called Little Denmark, and the indwellers feel a little contempt for all their outer neighbours. And this is sad, because Anerley Farm lies wholly outside of the Dike, which for a long crooked distance serves as its eastern boundary. Upon the morning of the self-same day that saw Mr. Jellicoe set forth upon his return from Scargate Hall, armed with instructions to defy the devil and to keep his discovery quiet, upon a lovely August morning of the first year of a new century, Mary Anerley, blithe and gay, came riding down the grassy hollow of this ancient Dane's Dike. This was her shortest way to the sea, and the tide would suit, if she could only catch it, for a take of shrimps, and perhaps even prawns, in time for her father's breakfast. And not to lose this, she arose right early, and rousing Lord Keppel, set forth for the spot where she kept her net covered with seaweed. The sun, though up and brisk already upon sea and foreland, had not found time to rout the shadows skulking in the dingles. But even here, where sap of time had breached the turfy ramparts, the hover of the dew mist passed away, and the steady light was unfolded. For the season was early August still, with beautiful weather come at last, and the green world seemed to stand on tiptoe to make the extraordinary acquaintance of the sun. Humble plants which had long lain flat stood up with a sense of casting something off, and the damp heavy trunks, which had trickled for a 12-month, or been only sponged with moss, were hailing the fresher light with keener lines and dove-coloured tints upon their smoother boles. Then conquering the barrier of the eastern land-crest, rose the glorious sun himself, strewing before him trees and crags in long steep shadows down the hill. Then the sloping rays through furze and brushland, kindling the sparkles of the dew, descended to the brink of the Dike, and scorning to halt at petty obstacles, with 100 golden hurdles bridged it wherever any opening was. Under this luminous span, or through it where the crossing gullies ran, Mary Anerley rode at leisure, allowing her pony to choose his pace. That privilege he had long secured, in right of age, wisdom, and remarkable force of character. Considering his time of life, he looked well and sleek, and almost sprightly, and so, without any reservation, did his gentle and graceful rider. The maiden looked well in a place like that, as indeed in almost any place, but now she especially set off the colour of things, and was set off by them. For instance, how could the silver of the dew-cloud and golden weft of sunrise, playing through the dapples of a partly wooded glen, do better, in the matter of variety, than frame a pretty moving figure in a pink-checked frock, with a skirt of russet murrey, and a bright brown hat? Not that the hat itself was bright, even under the kiss of sunshine, simply having seen already too much of the sun, but rather that its early lustre seemed to be revived by a sense of the happy position it was in. The clustering hair, and the bright eyes beneath it, answering the sunny dance of life and light. Many a handsomer face, no doubt, more perfect, grand, and lofty received, at least, if it was out of bed, the greeting of that morning sun, but scarcely any prettier one, or kinder, or more pleasant, so gentle without being weak, so good-tempered without looking void of all temper at all. Suddenly the beauty of the time and place was broken by sharp, angry sound. Bang! Bang! Came the roar of muskets fired from the shore at the mouth of the Dike, and echoing up the winding glen. At the first report the girl, though startled, was not greatly frightened, for the sound was common enough in the week when those most gallant volunteers, entitled the Yorkshire Invincibles, came down for their annual practice of skilled gunnery against the French. Their habit was to bring down a red cock, and tether him against a chalky cliff, and then vie with one another in shooting at him. The same cock had tested their skill for 3 summers, but failed hitherto to attest it, preferring to return in a hamper to his hens, with a story of moving adventures. Mary had watched those Invincibles sometimes from a respectful distance, and therefore felt sure, when she began to think, that she had not them to thank for this little scare, for they always slept soundly in the first watch of the morning, and even supposing they had jumped up with a nightmare, where was the jubilant crow of the cock? For the cock, being almost as invincible as they were, never could deny himself the glory of a crow when the bullet came into his neighbourhood. He replied to every volley with an elevated comb, and a flapping of his wings, and a clarion peal, which rang along the foreshore ere the musket roar died out. But before the girl had time to ponder what it was, or wherefore, round the corner came somebody, running very swiftly. In a moment Mary saw that this man had been shot at, and was making for his life away, and to give him every chance she jerked her pony aside, and called and beckoned, and without a word he flew to her. Words were beyond him, till his breath should come back, and he seemed to have no time to wait for that. He had outstripped the wind, and his own wind, by his speed. "Poor man!" cried Mary Anerley, "what a hurry you are in! But I suppose you cannot help it. Are they shooting at you?" The runaway nodded, for he could not spare a breath, but was deeply inhaling for another start, and could not even bow without hindrance. But to show that he had manners, he took off his hat. Then he clapped it on his head and set off again. "Come back!" cried the maid. "I can show you a place. I can hide you from your enemies for ever." The young fellow stopped. He was come to that pitch of exhaustion in which a man scarcely cares whether he is killed or dies, and his face showed not a sign of fear. "Look, that little hole up there by the fern. Up at once, and this cloth over you." He snatched it and was gone. Like the darting lizard, up a little puckering side issue of the Dike. At the very same instant that 3 broad figures and a long one appeared at the lip of the mouth. The quick-witted girl rode on to meet them, to give the poor fugitive time to get into his hole and draw the brown skirt over him. The dazzle of the sun, pouring over the crest, made the hollow a twinkling obscurity, and the cloth was just in keeping with the dead stuff around. The 3 broad men, with heavy fusils cocked, came up from the sea-mouth of the Dike, steadily panting and running steadily with a long-enduring stride. Behind them a tall bony man with a cutlass was swinging it high in the air, and limping and swearing with great velocity. "Coast riders," thought Mary, "and he a free trader. 4 against 1 is cowardice." "Halt!" cried the tall man, while the rest were running past her. "Halt! Ground arms! Never scare young ladies." Then he flourished his hat with a grand bow to Mary. "Fair young Mistress Anerley, I fear we spoil your ride. But His Majesty's duty must be done. Hats off, fellows, in the name of your king. Mary, my dear, the most daring villain, the devil's own son, has just run up here, scarcely 2 minutes. You must have seen him. Wait a minute. Tell no lies. Excuse me, I mean fibs. Your father is the right sort. He hates those scoundrels. In the name of His Majesty, which way is he gone?" Was it a man, if you please? Captain Carroway, don't say so." "A man? Is it likely that we shot at a woman? You are trifling. It will be the worse for you. Forgive me, but we are in such a hurry. Whoa, whoa, pony!" "You always used to be so polite, sir, that you quite surprise me. And those guns look so dreadful. My father would be quite astonished to see me not even allowed to go down to the sea, but hurried back here, as if the French had landed. How can I help it if your pony runs away so?" For Mary all this time had been cleverly contriving to increase and exaggerate her pony's fear, and so brought the gunners for a long way up the Dike, without giving them any time to spy at all about. She knew that this was wicked from a loyal point of view. Not a bit the less she did it. "What a troublesome little horse it is!" she cried. "Oh, Captain Carroway, hold him just a moment. I will jump down, and then you can jump up, and ride after all His Majesty's enemies." "The Lord forbid! He slews all out of gear, like a carronade with rotten lashings. If I boarded him, how could I get out of his way? No, no, my dear, brace him up sharp and bear clean." "But you wanted to know about some enemy, Captain, an enemy as bad as my poor Lord Keppel." "Mary, my dear, the very biggest villain. 100 golden guineas on his head, and half for you. Think of your father, my dear, and Sunday gowns. And you must have a young man by and by, you know. Such a beautiful maid as you are, and you might get a leather purse and give it to him. Mary, on your duty now." "Captain, you drive me so. What can I say? I cannot bear the thought of betraying anybody." "Of course not, Mary dear. Nobody asks you. He must be half a mile off by this time. You could never hurt him now, and you can tell your father that you have done your duty to the king." "Well, Captain Carroway, if you are quite sure that it is too late to catch him, I can tell you all about him. But remember your word about the 50 guineas. Every farthing, Mary, whatever my wife may say to it. Quick, quick, which way did he run, my dear?" "He really did not seem to me to be running at all. He was too tired." To be sure, a worn-out fox. We have been 2 hours after him. He could not run, no more can we. But which way did he go, I mean?" "I will not say anything for certain, sir, even for 50 guineas. But he may have come up here. Mind, I say not that he did. And if so, he might have set off again for Sowerby. Slowly, very slowly, because of being tired. But perhaps, after all, he was not the man you mean." "Forward, double quick! We are sure to have him," shouted the lieutenant, for his true rank was that, flourishing his cutlass again, and setting off at a wonderful pace considering his limp. 5 guineas every man jack of you. Thank you, young mistress, most heartily thank you. Dead or alive, 5 guineas. With gun and sword in readiness, they all rushed off, but one of the party, named John Cadman, shook his head and looked back with great mistrust at Mary, having no better judgment of women than this, that he could never believe even his own wife, and he knew that it was mainly by the grace of womankind that so much contraband work was going on. Nevertheless, it was out of his power to act upon his own low opinions now. The maiden, blushing deeply with the sense of her deceit, was informed by her guilty conscience of that nasty man's suspicions, and therefore gave a smack with her fern whip to Lord Keppel, impelling him to join, like a loyal little horse, the pursuit of his Majesty's enemies. But no sooner did she see all the men dispersed and scouring the distance with trustful ardour, than she turned her pony's head toward the sea again, and rode back round the bend of the hollow. What would her mother say if she lost the Murray skirt, which had cost 6 shillings at Bridlington fair? And 10 times that money might be lost much better than for her father to discover how she lost it. For Master Stephen Anerley was a straight-backed man, and took 3 weeks of training in the land defence yeomanry, at periods not more than a year apart, so that many people called him captain now, and the loss of his suppleness at knee and elbow had turned his mind largely to politics, making him stiffly patriotic, and especially hot against all free traders, putting bad bargains to his wife, at the cost of the king and his revenue. If the bargain were a good one, that was no concern of his. Not that Mary, however, could believe, or would even have such a bad mind as to imagine, that anyone, after being helped by her, would be mean enough to run off with her property. And now she came to think of it, there was something high and noble, she might almost say something downright honest, in the face of that poor persecuted man. And in spite of all his panting, how brave he must have been, what a runner, and how clever, to escape from all those cowardly coast-riders shooting right and left at him. Such a man steal that paltry skirt that her mother made such a fuss about. She was much more likely to find it in her clothes-press, filled with golden guineas. Before she was as certain as she wished to be of this, by reason of shrewd nativity, and while she believed that the fugitive must have seized such a chance and made good his escape toward North Sea or Flamborough, a quick shadow glanced across the long shafts of the sun, and a bodily form sped after it. To the middle of the Dike leaped a young man, smiling, and forth from the gully which had saved his life. To look at him, nobody ever could have guessed how fast he had fled, and how close he had lain hid, for he stood there as clean and spruce and careless as even a sailor can be wished for, limber yet stalwart, agile though substantial, and as quick as a dart while as strong as a pike. He seemed cut out by nature for a true blue jacket, but condition had made him a smuggler, or, to put it more gently, a free trader. Britannia, being then at war with all the world, and alone in the right, as usual, had need of such lads, and produced them accordingly, and sometimes one too many. But Mary did not understand these laws. This made her look at him with great surprise, and almost doubt whether he could be the man, until she saw her skirt neatly folded in his hand, and then she said, "How do you do, sir?" The free trader looked at her with equal surprise. He had been in such a hurry, and his breath so short, and the chance of a fatal bullet after him so sharp, that his mind had been astray from any sense of beauty, and of everything else except the safety of the body. But now he looked at Mary, and his breath again went from him. "You can run again now, I am sure of it," said she, "and if you would like to do anything to please me, run as fast as possible." "What have I to run away from now?" he answered in a deep, sweet voice. "I run from enemies, but not from friends." "That is very wise, but your enemies are still almost within call of you. They will come back worse than ever when they find you are not there." "I am not afraid, fair lady, for I understand their ways. I have led them a good many dances before this, though it would have been my last without your help. They will go on, all the morning, in the wrong direction, even while they know it. Carroway is the most stubborn of men. He never turns back, and the further he goes, the better his bad leg is. They will scatter about among the fields and hedges, and call one another like partridges, and when they cannot take another step, they will come back to Anerley for breakfast." "I dare say they will, and we shall be glad to see them. My father is a soldier, and his duty is to nourish and comfort the forces of the king. Then you are young, Mistress Anerley? I was sure of it before. There are no two such. And you have saved my life. It is something to owe it so fairly." The young sailor wanted to kiss Mary's hand, but not being used to any gallantry, she held out her hand in the simplest manner to take back her riding skirt, and he, though longing in his heart to keep it, for a token or pretext for another meeting, found no excuse for doing so, and yet he was not without some resource. For the maiden was giving him a farewell smile, being quite content with the good she had done, and the luck of recovering her property; and that sense of right which in those days formed a part of every good young woman said to her plainly that she must be off; and she felt how unkind it was to keep him any longer in a place where the muzzle of a gun, with a man behind it, might appear at any moment. But he, having plentiful breath again, was at home with himself to spend it. "Fair young lady," he began, for he saw that Mary liked to be called a lady, because it was a novelty, "owing more than I ever can pay you already, may I ask a little more? Then it is that, on your way down to the sea, you would just pick up, if you should chance to see it, the fellow ring to this, and perhaps you will look at this to know it by. The one that was shot away flew against a stone just on the left of the mouth of the Dike, but I durst not stop to look for it, for I must not go back that way now. It is more to me than a hatful of gold, though nobody else would give a crown for it." "And they really shot away one of your earrings? Careless, cruel, wasteful men! What could they have been thinking of?" "They were thinking of getting what is called blood money. £100 for Robin Lyth, dead or alive. £100. It makes me shiver with the sun upon me. Of course they must offer money for people who have killed other people, and bad things, but to offer £100 for a free trader, and fire great guns at him to get it, I never should have thought it of Captain Carroway." "Carroway only does his duty. I like him none the worse for it. Carroway is a fool, of course. His life has been in my hands 50 times, but I will never take it. He must be killed sooner or later, because he rushes into everything, but never will it be my doing." "Then you are the celebrated Robin Lyth?" "The new Robin Hood, as they call him, the man who can do almost anything. Mistress Anerley, I am Robin Lyth, but as you have seen, I cannot do much. I cannot even search for my own earring." "I will search for it till I find it. They have shot at you too much. Cowardly, cowardly people! Captain Lyth, where shall I put it if I find it? If you could hide it for a week, and then tell me where to find it in the afternoon toward 4 o'clock in the lane toward Bempton Cliffs. We are off to-night upon important business. We have been too careless lately, from laughing at poor Carroway." "You are very careless now. You quite frighten me almost. The coast riders might come back at any moment, and what could you do then?" "Run away gallantly, as I did before, with this little difference, that I should be fresh, while they are as stiff as nut-cracks. They have missed the best chance they ever had at me. It will make their temper very bad. If they shot at me again, they could do no good. Crooked mood makes crooked mode." "You forget that I should not see such things. You may like very much to be shot at, but you should think of other people." "I shall think only of you." "I mean your great kindness, and your promise to keep my ring for me. Of course you will tell nobody. Carroway will have me like a tiger if you do. Farewell, young lady. For 1 week, farewell." With a wave of his hat he was gone, before Mary had time to retract her promise, and she thought of her mother as she rode on slowly to look for the smuggler's trinket. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 8. Captain Carroway. Fame, that light of love trusted by so many, and never a wife till a widow, Fame, the fair daughter of fuss and caprice, may yet take the phantom of bold Robin Lyth by the right hand and lead it to a pedestal almost as lofty as Robin Hood's, or she may let it vanish like a bat across Lyth, a thing not bad enough for eminence. However, at the date and in the part of the world now dealt with, this great free trader enjoyed the warm, though possibly brief, embrace of fame, having no rival and being highly respected by all who were unwarped by a sense of duty. And blessed as he was with a lively nature, he proceeded happily upon his path in life, notwithstanding a certain ticklish sense of being shot at undesirably. This had befallen him now so often without producing any tangible effect that a great many people, and especially the shooters, convinced of the accuracy of their aim, went far to believe that he possessed some charm against wholesome bullet and gunpowder, and lately even a crooked sixpence dipped in holy water, which was still to be had in Yorkshire, confirmed and doubled the faith of all good people, by being declared upon oath to have passed clean through him, as was proved by its being picked up quite clean. This strong belief was of great use to him, for like many other beliefs, it went a very long way to prove itself. Steady left hands now grew shaky in the level of the carbine, and firm forefingers trembled slightly upon draught of trigger, and the chief result of a large discharge was a wail upon the marksman's shoulder. Robin, though so clever and well practised in the world, was scarcely old enough to have learned the advantage of misapprehension, which, if well handled by any man, helps him in the cunning of paltry things, better than a truer estimate. But without going into that, he was pleased with the fancy of being invulnerable, which not only doubled his courage, but troubled the discipline of his followers, and secured him the respect of all tradesmen. However, the worst of all things is that just when they are establishing themselves, and earning true faith by continuance, out of pure opposition the direct contrary arises and begins to prove itself. And to Captain Lyth this had just happened in the shot which carried off his left earring. Not that his body or any fleshly member could be said directly to have parted with its charm, but that a warning and a diffidence arose from so near a visitation. All genuine sailors are blessed with strong faith, as they must be by nature's compensation, their bodies continually going up and down perpetual fluctuation. They never could live if their minds did the same, like the minds of stationary landsmen. Therefore their minds are of staunch immobility, to restore the due share of firm element. And not only that, but these men have compressed, through generations of circumstance, from small complications, simplicity. Being out in all weathers and rolling about so, how can they stand upon trifles? Solid stays and stanchions, and strong bulwarks are their need, and not a dance of gnats and gossamer, hating all fogs. They blow not up with their own breath misty mysteries, and gazing mainly at the sky and sea, believe purely in God and the devil. In a word, these sailors have religion. Some of their religion is not well pronounced, but declares itself in overstrong expressions. However, it is in them, and at any moment waiting opportunity of action, a shipwreck or a grape shot, and the chaplain has good hopes of them when the doctor has given them over. Now one of their principal canons of faith, and the one best observed in practice, is, or at any rate used to be, that a man is bound to wear earrings, for these, as sure tradition shows, and no pious mariner would dare to doubt, act as a whetstone in all weathers to the keen edge of the eyes. Symbol, as the lawyers say, that this idea was born of great phonetic facts in the days when a seaman knew his duty better than the way to spell it, and when, if his outlook were sharpened by a friendly ring from the captain of the watch, he never dreamed of a police court. But Robin Lyth had never cared to ask why he wore earrings. His nature was not meditative. Enough for him that all the other men of Flamborough did so, and enough for them that their fathers had done it. Whether his own father had done so was more than he could say, because he knew of no such parent, and of that other necessity and mother he was equally ignorant. His first appearance at Flamborough, though it made little stir at the moment in a place of so many adventures, might still be considered unusual, and in some little degree remarkable, so that Mistress Anerley was not wrong when she pressed upon Lieutenant Carroway how unwise it might be to shoot him, any more than Carroway himself was wrong in turning in at Anerley Gate for breakfast. This he had not done without good cause of honest and loyal necessity. Free-trading Robin had predicted well the course of his pursuers. rushing eagerly up the dike and over its brim. With their muskets, that gallant force of revenue men steadily scoured the neighbourhood, and the further they went, the worse they fared. There was not a horse standing down by a pool, with his stiff legs shut up into biped form, nor a cow staring blandly across an old rail, nor a sheep with a pectoral cough behind a hedge, nor a rabbit making rustle at the eyebrow of his hole, nor even a moot that might either be a man or hold a man inside it, whom or which those active fellows did not circumvent and poke into. In none of these, however, could they find the smallest breach of the strictest laws of the revenue, until at last, having exhausted their bodies by great zeal, both of themselves and of mind, they braced them again to the duty of going, as promptly as possible, to breakfast. For a purpose of that kind, few better places, perhaps, could be found than this Anerley Farm, though not at the best of itself just now, because of the denials of the season. It is a sad truth about the heyday of the year, such as August in Yorkshire, where they have no spring, that just when a man could like his victuals to rise to the mark of the period, to be simple yet varied, exhilarating yet substantial, the heat of the summer day defrauds its increased length for feeding. For instance, to cite a very trifling point, at least in some opinions, August has banished that bright content and most devout resignation which ensue the removal of a petted pig from this troublous world of grunt. The fat pig rolls in wallowing rapture, defying his friends to make pork of him yet, and hugs with complacence unpiculable hams. The partridge among the pillared wheat, tenderly footing the way for his chicks, and teaching little balls of down to hop, knows how sacred are their lives to others as well as to himself, and the less paternal cock pheasant scratches the ridge of green-shouldered potatoes without fear of keeping them company at table. But though the bright glory of the griddle remains in suspense for the hoary mornings, and hooks that carried woodcocks once, and hope to do so yet again, are primed with dust instead of lard, and the frying pan hangs on the cellar nail with a holiday gloss of raw mutton sweat, yet is there still some comfort left, yet dappled brown and bacon streaked, yet golden-hearted eggs and mushrooms quilted with pink stain, spiced beef carded with pellucid fat, buckstone cake, and brown bread scented with the ash of gorse bloom. Of these and more that pave the way into the goodwill of mankind, what lack have fine farmhouses? And then again, for the liquid duct, the softer and more sensitive, the one that is never out of season, but perennially clear, here we have advantage of the gentle time that mellows thirst. The long ride of the summer sun makes men who are in feeling with him, and like him go up and down, not forego the moral of his labor, which is work and rest. Work all day, and light the rounded land with fruit and nurture, and rest at evening, looking through bright fluid as the sun goes down. But times there are when sun and man by stress of work or clouds or light, or it may be some process of the equinox, make draughts upon the untilted day, and solace themselves in the morning. For lack of dew, the sun draws lengthy sucks of cloud quite early, and men who have labored far and dry, and scattered the rime of the night with dust, find themselves ready about 8 a.m. for the golden encouragement of gentle ale. The farmhouse had an old porch of stone, with a bench of stone on either side, and pointed windows trying to look out under brows of ivy, and this porch led into the long, low hall, where the breakfast was beginning. To say what was on the table would be only waste of time, because it has all been eaten so long ago. But the farmer was vexed because there were no shrimps. Not that he carried half the clip of a whisker for all the shrimps that ever bearded the sea, only that he liked to seem to love them, to keep Mary at work for him. The flower of his flock, and of all the flocks of the world of the universe, to his mind, was his darling daughter Mary. The strength of his love was upon her, and he liked to eat anything of her cooking. His body was too firm to fidget, but his mind was out of its usual comfort, because the pride of his heart, his Mary, seemed to be hiding something from him. And with the justice to be expected from far clearer minds than his, being vexed by one, he was ripe for the relief of snapping at 50 others. Mary, who could read him as a sailor reads his compass by the corner of one eye, awaited with good content the usual result, an outbreak of words upon the indolent Willie whenever that young farmer should come down to breakfast, then a comforting glance from the mother at her William, followed by a plate kept hot for him, and then a fine shake of the master's shoulders, and a stamp of departure for business. But instead of that, what came to pass was this. In the first place, a mighty bark of dogs arose, as needs must be when a man does his duty toward the nobler animals, for sure it is that the dogs will not fail of their part. Then an inferior noise of men, crying, Good dog, and other fulsome flatteries in the hope of avoiding any tooth mark on their legs, and after that a shaking down and settlement of sounds, as if feet were brought into good order, and stopped. Then a tall man, with a body full of corners and a face of grim temper, stood in the doorway. Well, Captain, now, cried Stephen Anerley, getting up after waiting to be spoken to. The breath of us all is hard to get with doing of our duty, sir. Come ye in and sit down to table, and His Majesty's forces along o' ye. Cadman, Alice, and Dick be damned! The lieutenant shouted out to them. You shall have all the victuals you want by and by. Cross legs and get your winds up. Captain of the Coast Defence, I am under your orders, in your own house. Carroway was starving, as only a man with long and active jaws can starve, and now the appearance of the farmer's mouth, half full of a kindly relish, made the emptiness of his own more bitter. But happen what might, he resolved, as usual, to enforce strict discipline, to feed himself first and his men in proper order. Walk in, gentlemen, all walk in! Master Anerley shouted, as if all men were alike, and coming to the door with a hospitable stride. Glad to see all ye. Upon my soul I am. Ye've hit upon the right time for coming, too, though there might have been more upon the table. Mary, run, that's a dear, and fetch your grandfather's big Sabbath carver. Them picky little clams almost puts out all my shoulder blades, and want to bite through a twin of gristle. Plates for all the gentlemen, Winnie lass. Bill, go and draw the black jarge full yell. The farmer knew well enough that Willie was not down yet, but this was his manner of letting people see that he did not approve of such hours. My poor lad Willie, said the mistress of the house, returning with a courtesy the brave lieutenant's scrape. I fear he hath the rheum again, overheating of himself after Sungate. I forgot he hath to heat himself in bed again, with the sun upon his coverlid. Mary, love, how many hours was ye up? Your daughter, sir, answered the lieutenant with a glance at the maiden over the opal gleam of froth which she had headed for him. Your daughter has been down the dike before the sun was, in doing of her duty by the king and by his revenue. Mistress Anerley, your good health. Master Anerley, the like to you, and your daughter, and all of your good household. Before they had finished their thanks for this honour, the quart pot was set down early. A very pretty brew, sir, a pretty brew indeed. Fall back, men! Have heed of discipline. A chalked line is what they want, sir. Mistress Anerley, your good health again. The air is now thirsty in the morning. If those fellows could be given a bench against the wall is what they feel for with their legs. It comes so natural to their, yes, their legs, and the crook of their heels, ma'am, from what they were brought up to sit upon. And if you have any beer brewed for washing days, ma'am, that is what they like, and the right thing for their bellies. Cadman, Alice, and Dick Hackerbody, sit down and be thankful. But surely, Captain Carroway, you would never be happy to sit down without them. Look at their small clothes, the dust and the dirt, and their mouths show what you might make of them. Yes, madam, yes, the very worst of them is that. They are always looking out here, there, and everywhere for victuals everlasting. Let them wait their proper time, and then they do it properly. Their proper time is now, sir. Winnie, fill their horns up. Mary, wait you upon the officer. Captain Carroway, I will not have anybody starve in my house. Madam, you are the lawgiver in your own house, men of the coast guard. Fall to upon your victuals. The lieutenant frowned horribly at his men, as much to say, take no advantage, but show your best manners. And they touched their forelocks with a pleasant grin and began to feed rapidly, and verily their wives would have said that it was high time for them. Feeding, as a duty, was the order of the day, and discipline had no rank left. Good things appeared and disappeared with the speedy doom of all excellence. Mary and Winnie the maid flitted in and out like carrier pigeons. Now, when the situation comes to this, said the farmer at last, being heartily pleased with the style of their feeding and laughing, His Majesty hath made an officer of me, though void of his own writing. Mounted fencibles, fillybriggers, called in the foreign parts brigaders. Not that I stand upon sermonry about it, except in the matter of His Majesty's health, as never is due without ardent spirits. But my wife hath a right to her own way, and never yet I knowed her go away from it. Not so by any means, the mistress said, and said it so quietly that some believed her. I never was so much for that. Captain, you are a married man, but reason is reason in the middle of us all. And what else should I say to my husband? Mary lass, Mary love, wherever is your duty? The captain hath the best pot empty. With a bright blush, Mary sprang to do her duty. In those days no girl was ashamed to blush, and the bloodless cheeks savoured of smallpox. Hold up your head, my love, her father said aloud, with a smile of tidy pride and a pat upon her back. No call to look at all ashamed, my dear. To my mind, Captain, though I may be wrong, however, but to my mind this little maid may stand upright in the presence of downright anyone. There lies the very thing that never should be said. Captain, you have 7 children, or it may be 8 of them justly, and the pride of life— Mary, you be off! Mary was glad to run away, for she liked not to be among so many men, but her father would not have her triumph over her. Speak for yourself, good wife, he said. I know what you have got behind, as well as rooks no plough-tail. Captain, you never heard me say that the lass was any booty, but the very same as God hath made her, and thankful for straight legs and eyes. Howsoever, there might be worse favoured maidens without running out of the riding. You may ride all the way to the city of London, the captain exclaimed with a clench of his fist, or even to Portsmouth, where my wife came from, and never find a maid fit to hold a candle for Mary to curl her hair by. The farmer was so pleased that he whispered something, but Carroway put his hand before his mouth and said, Never, no, never in the morning. But in spite of that, Master Anerley felt in his pocket for a key and departed. Wicked, wicked is the word I use, protested Mrs. Anerley, for all this fribble about rooks and looks and holding of candles and curling of hair. When I was Mary's age, oh dear, it may not be so for your daughters, Captain, but evil for mine was the day they invented those proud swinging glasses. That you may pronounce, ma'am, and I will say amen. Why, my eldest daughter, in her 10th year now— Come, Captain Carroway, broke in the farmer, returning softly with a square old bottle. How goes the fighting with the Crappos now? Put your legs up and light your pipe and tell us all the news. Cadman and Alice and Dick Hackerbody, the lieutenant of the coastal guard shouted. You have fed well. Be off, men. No more neglect of duty. Place an outpost at fork of the Sudbury Road, and strictly observe the enemy, while I hold council of war with my brother officer, Captain Anerley. 1/2 a crown for you if you catch the rogue, 1/2 a crown each and a promotion of 2 pence. Attention, eyes right. Make yourselves scarce. Well, now the rogues are gone, let us make ourselves at home. Anerley, your question is a dry one, but this is uncommonly fine stuff. How the devil has it slipped through our fingers? Never mind that, inter amicos. Sir, I was at school at Shrewsbury, but as to the war, sir, the service is going to the devil for the want of pure principle. The farmer nodded, and his looks declared that to some extent he felt it. He had got the worst side of some of the bargains that week, but his wife had another way of thinking. Why, Captain Carroway, whatever could be purer? When you were at sea, had you ever a man of the downright principles of Nelson? Nelson has done very well in his way, but he is a man who has risen too fast, as other men rise too slowly. Nothing in him, no substance, madam. I knew him as a youngster, and I could have tossed him on a marling spike, and instead of feeding well, sir, he quite wore himself away. To my firm knowledge, he would scarcely turn the scale upon a good Frenchman of 1/2 of the peas. Every man should work his own way up, unless his father did it for him. In my time, we had 50 men as good, and made no fuss about them. And you are not the last of them, Captain, I dare say. Though I do love to hear of the Lord's Lord Nelson, as the people call him. If ever a man put his own way up— Madam, I know him and respect him well. He would walk up to the devil with a sword between his teeth and a boarder's pistol in each hand. Madam, I leaped in that condition a depth of 6 fathoms and a half into the starboard mizzen chains of the French line of battleship Peace and Thunder. Oh, Captain Carroway, how dreadful! What had you to lay hold with it? At such times a man must not lay hold. My business was to lay about, and I did it to some purpose. This little slash across my eyes struck fire, and it does the same now by moonlight. One of the last men in the world to brag was Lieutenant Carroway. Nothing but the great thirst of this morning, and strong necessity of quenching it, could ever have led him to speak about himself, and remember his own little exploits. But the farmer was pleased, and said, Tell us some more, sir. Mistress Anerley, the captain answered, shutting up the scar, which he was able to expand by means of a muscle of excitement. You know that a man should drop these subjects when he has got a large family. I've been in the army and the navy, madam, and now I am in the revenue, but my duty is first to my own house. Do take care, sir. I beg you to be careful. Those free traders now are come to such a pitch that any day or night they may shoot you. Not they, madam. No, they are not murderers. In a hand-to-hand conflict they might do it, as I might do the same to them. This very morning my men shot at the captain of all smugglers, Robin Lyth, of Flamborough, with 100 guineas upon his head. It was no wish of mine, but my breath was short to stop them, and a man with a family like mine can never despise 100 guineas. Why, Sophie, said the farmer, thinking slowly with a frown, that must have been the noise come in a window when I was getting up this morning. I said, Why is there some poacher fellow popping at the conies? And out I went straight to the warren to see. 3 gunshots, or might have been 4. How many men was you shooting at? The force under my command was in pursuit of one notorious criminal, that well-known villain, Robin Lyth. Captain, your duty is to do your duty, but without your own word of it, I never would believe that you brought 4 gun muzzles down upon one man. The force under my command carried 3 guns only. It was not in their power to shoot off 4. "Captain, I never would have done it in your place. I call it no better than unmanly. Now, go you not for to stir yourself amiss. To look thunder at me is what I laugh at. But many things are done in a hurry, Captain Carroway, and I take it that this was one of them." "As to that, no, I will not have it. All was in thorough good order. I was never so much as a cable's length behind, though the devil, some years ago, split my heel up like his own, sir. Captain, I see it, and I ask your pardon. Your men were out of reach of hollering. At our time of life the wind dies quick, for want of blowing oftener." "Stuff!" cried the captain. "Who was the freshest that came to your hospitable door, sir? I will foot it with any man for 6 leagues, but not for half a mile, ma'am. I depart from nothing. I said, 'Fire!' and fire they did, and they shall again. What do volunteers know of the service?" "Stephen, you shall not say a single other word." Mistress Anerley stopped her husband thus. "These matters are out of your line altogether, because you have never taken anybody's blood. The captain here is used to it, like all the sons of Belial, brought up in the early portions of the Holy Writ." Lieutenant Carroway's acquaintance with the Bible was not more extensive than that of other officers, and comprised little more than the story of Joseph and that of David and Goliath, so he bowed to his hostess for her comparison, while his gaunt and bristly countenance gave way to a pleasant smile. For this officer of the British Crown had a fact of strong features, and upon it whatever he thought was told as plainly as the time of day as told by the clock in the kitchen. At the same time, Master Anerley was thinking that he might have said more than a host should say concerning a matter which, after all, was no particular concern of his, whereas it was his special place to be kind to any visitor. All this he considered with a sound, grave mind, and then stretched forth his right hand to the officer. Carroway, being a generous man, would not be outdone in apologies, so these two strengthened their mutual esteem, without any fighting, which generally is the quickest way of renewing respect, and Mistress Anerley, having been a little frightened, took credit to herself for the good words she had used. Then the farmer, who never drank cordials, although he liked to see other people do it, set forth to see a man who was come about a rick and sundry other business, but Carroway, in spite of all his boasts, was swift, though he bravely denied that he could be, and when the good housewife insisted on his stopping to listen to something that was much upon her mind and of great importance to the revenue, he could not help owning that duty compelled him to smoke another pipe and hearken. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 9. Robin Cockscroft. Nothing ever was allowed to stop Mrs. Anerley from seeing to the bedrooms. She kept them airing for about 3 hours at this time of the sun-stitch, as she called all the doings of the sun upon the sky, and then there was pushing and probing and tossing and pulling and thumping and kneading of knuckles till the rib of every feather was aching, and then, like dough before the fire, every well-belaboured tick was left to yeast itself a while. Winnie, the maid, was as strong as a post, and wore them all out in bed-making. Carroway heard the beginning of this noise, but none of it meddled at all with his comfort. He lay back nicely in a happy fit of chair, stretched his legs well upon a bench, and nodded, keeping slow time with the breaths of his pipe, and drawing a vapory dream of ease. He had fared many stony miles afoot that morning, and feet, legs, and body were now less young than they used to be once upon a time. Looking up sleepily, the captain had an idea of a pretty young face hanging over him, and a soft voice saying, "It was me who did it all," which was very good grammar in those days. "Will you forgive me? But I could not help it, and you must have been sorry to shoot him." "Shoot everybody who attempts to land," the weary man ordered drowsily. "Maddie, once more, you are not to dust my pistols." "I could not be happy without telling you the truth," the soft voice continued, "because I told you such a dreadful story, and now, oh, here comes Mother." "What has come over you this morning, child? You do the most extraordinary things, and now you cannot let the captain rest. Go round and look for eggs this very moment. You will want to play fine music next. Now, captain, I am at your service if you please, unless you feel too sleepy." "Mistress Anerley, I never felt more wide awake in all my life. We of the service must snatch a wink whenever we can, but with one eye open, and it is not often that we see such charming sights." The farmer's wife, having set the beds to plump, had stolen a look at the glass and put on her second-best Sunday cap in honor of a real officer, and she looked very nice indeed, especially when she received a compliment, but she had seen too much of life to be disturbed thereby. Captain Carroway, what way you have of getting on with simple people while you are laughing all the time at them. It comes of the foreign war experience going on so long that in the end we all shall be foreigners. But one place there is that you can never conquer, nor Bonaparte himself, to my belief. Ah, you mean Flamborough. Flamborough, yes, it is a nest of cockatrices. Captain, it is nothing of the sort. It is the most honest place in the world. A man may throw guinea on the crosswords in the night and have it back from Dr. Upanddown any time within 7 years. You ought to know by this time what they are, hard as it is to get among them. I only know that they shut their mouths, and the devil himself, I beg your pardon, ma'am, old Nick himself never could unscrew them. You are right, sir. I know their manner well. They are open as the sky with one another, but close as the grave to all the world outside them, and most of all to people of authority like you. Mistress Anerley, you have just hit it. Not a word can I get out of them. The name of the king, God bless him, seems to have no weight among them. And you cannot get at them, sir, by any dint of money, or even by living in the midst of them. The only way to do it is by kin of blood or marriage, and this is how I come to know more about them than almost anybody else outside. My master can scarcely win a word of them, even kind as he is and well-spoken, and neither might I, though my tongue was tenfold, if it were not for Joan Cockscroft. But being Joan's cousin, I am like one of themselves. Cockscroft? Cockscroft? I have heard that name. Do they keep a public house there? The lieutenant now was on the scent of duty, and assumed his most knowing air, the sole effect of which was to put everybody upon guard against him. For this was a man of no subtlety, but straightforward, downright, and ready to believe, and his cleverest device was to seem to disbelieve. The Cockscrofts keep no public house, Mrs. Anerley answered with a little flush of pride. Why, she was half a niece to my own grandmother, and never was beer in the family. Not that it would have been wrong if it was. Captain, you are thinking of Widow Precious, licensed to the cod with the hook in his gills. I should have thought, sir, that you might have known a little more of your neighbours, having fallen below the path of life by reason of bad bank tokens. Banking came up in her parts like dog madness, as it might have done here, if our farmers were the fools to handle their cash with gloves on, and Joan being robbed by the fault of her trustees, the very best bankers in Scarborough, though Robin never married her for it, thank God. Still it was very sad, and scarcely bears describing of, and pulled them in the crock of this world's swing to a lower pitch than if they had robbed the folk that robbed and ruined them. And Robin so was driven to the fish again, which he always had hankered after. It must have been before you heard of this coast, Captain, and before the long war was so hard on us, that everybody about these parts was to double his bags by banking, and no man was right to pocket his own guineas for fear of his own wife feeling them. And bitterly such was paid out for their cowardice and swindling of their own bosoms. I have heard of it often, and it served them right. Master Anerley knew where his money was safe, ma'am. Neither Captain Robin Cockscroft nor his wife was in any way to blame, answered Mrs. Anerley. I have framed my mind to tell you about them, and I will do it truly, if I am not interrupted. 2 hammers never yet drove a nail straight, and I have a rule of silence when my betters wish to talk. Madam, you remind me of my own wife. She asks me a question, and she will not let me answer. That is the only way I know of getting on. Mistress Carroway must understand you, Captain. I was at the point of telling you how my cousin Joan was married before her money went, and when she was really good-looking, I was quite a child, and ran along the shore to see it. It must have been in the high summer-time, with the weather fit for bathing, and the sea as smooth as a duck-pond, and Captain Robin, being well-to-do, and established with everything except a wife, and pleased with the pretty smile and quiet ways of Joan, for he had never heard of her money, mind, put his oar into the sea, and rowed from Flamborough all the way to Philippa, with 35 fishermen after him, for the Flamborough people made a point of seeing one another through their troubles. And Robin was known for the handsomest man and the uttermost fisher of the landing, with 3 boats of his own in a good berth and long sea lines. And there at once they found my cousin Joan, with her trustees, come overland, 4 wagons and a cart, and all of them. And after they were married, they burned seaweed, having no fear in those days of invasions. And a merry day they made of it, and rode back by the moonshine. For every one liked and respected Captain Cockscroft on account of his skill with the deep-sea lines and the openness of his hands when full, a wonderful, quiet, and harmless man, as the manner is of all great fishermen. They had bacon for breakfast whenever they liked, and a guinea to lend to anybody in distress. Then suddenly one morning, when his hair was growing grey, and his eyes getting weary of the night work, so that he said his young Robin must grow big enough to learn all the secrets of the fishes, while his father took a spell in the blankets, suddenly there came to them a shocking piece of news. All his wife's bit of money, and his own as well, which he had been putting by from year to year, was lost in a new-fangled bank, supposed as faithful as the Bible. Joan was very near crazed about it, but Captain Cockscroft never heaved a sigh, though they say it was nearly 700 guineas. "There are fish enough still in the sea," he said, "and the Lord has spared our children. I will build a new boat and not think of feather beds." Captain Carroway he did so, and everybody knows what befell him. The new boat, built with his own hands, was called the Mercy Robin, for his only son and daughter, little Mercy and poor Robin. The boat is there as bright as ever, scarlet within and white outside, but the name is painted off, because the little dears are in their grave. Two nicer children were never seen, clever and sprightly and good to learn. They never even took a common bird's nest, I have heard, but loved all the little things the Lord has made, as if with a foreknowledge of going early home to him. Their father came back very tired one morning, and went up the hill to his breakfast, and the children got into the boat and pushed off in imitation of their daddy. It came on to blow, as it does down there, without a single whiff of warning, and when Robin awoke for his midday meal, the bodies of his little ones were lying on the table. And from that very day Captain Cockscroft and his wife began to grow old very quickly. The boat was recovered without much damage, and in it he sits by the hour on dry land, whenever there is no one on the cliffs to see him, with his hands upon his lap and his eyes upon the place where his dear little children used to sit, because he has always taken whatever fell upon him gently, and of course that makes it ever so much worse when he dwells upon things that come in sight of him. "Madam, you make me feel quite sorry for him," the lieutenant exclaimed as she began to cry. "If even one of my little ones was drowned, I declare to you I cannot tell what I should be like, and to lose them all at once, and as his own wife perhaps would say, because he was thinking of breakfast, and when he had been robbed and the world all gone against him. Ma'am, it is a long time, thank God, since I heard so sad a tale." "Now, you would not, Captain, I am sure you would not," said Mistress Anerley, getting up a smile, yet freshening his perception of a tear as well. "You would never have the heart to destroy that poor old couple by striking the last prop from under them. By the will of the Lord they are broken down enough. They are quietly hobbling to their graves, and would you be the man to come and knock them on their heads at once?" "Mistress Anerley, have you ever heard that I am a brute and inhumane? Madam, I have no less than 7 children, and I hope to have 14. "I hope with all your heart you may, and you will deserve them all, for promising so very kindly not to shoot poor Robin Lyth." "Robin Lyth? I never spoke of him, madam. He is outlawed, condemned, with a fine reward upon him. We shot at him today, we shall shoot at him again, and before very long we must hit him. Ma'am, it is my duty to the king, the constitution, the service I belong to, and the babes I have begotten." "Blood money poisons all innocent mouths, sir, and breaks out for generations. And for it you will have to take 3 lives, Robin's, the captain's, and my dear old cousin Joan's." "Mistress Anerley, you deprive me of all satisfaction. It is just my luck when my duty was so plain, and would pay so well for doing of." "Listen now, Captain, it is my opinion, and I am generally borne out by the end, that instead of 100 pounds for killing Robin Lyth, you may get 1,000 for preserving him alive. Do you know how he came upon this coast, and how he has won his extraordinary name?" "I have certainly heard rumours, scarcely any two alike, but I take no heed of them. My duty was to catch him, and it mattered not a straw to me who or what he was. But now I really must beg to know all about him, and what makes you think such things of him. Why should that excellent old couple hang upon him, and what can make him worth such a quantity of money? Honestly, of course, I mean honestly worth it, ma'am, without any cheating of his majesty." "Captain Carroway," his hostess said, not without a little blush, as she thought of the king and his revenue, "cheating of his majesty is a thing we leave for others. But if you wish to hear the story of that young man, so far as known, which is not so even in Flamborough, you must please to come on Sunday, sir, for Sunday's the only day that I can spare for clacking, as the common people say. I must be off now. I have 50 things to see to, and on Sunday my master has his best things on, and loves no better than to sit with his legs up and a long clay pipe lying on him down below his waist, or, to speak more correctly, where it used to be, as he might, indeed, almost say the very same to me, and then not to speak a word, but hear other folk tell stories, that might not have made such a dinner as himself. And as for dinner, sir, if you will do the honour to dine with them, that are no more than in the volunteers, a saddle of good mutton, fit for the bodyguards to ride upon, the men with the skins round them all turned up, will be ready just at 1 o'clock, if the parson lets us out." "My dear madam, I shall scarcely care to look at any slice of victuals until 1 o'clock on Sunday, by reason of looking forward. After all, this was not such a gross exaggeration, Anerley Farm being famous for its cheer, whereas the poor lieutenant, at the best of times, had as much as he could do to make both ends meet, and his wife, though a wonderful manager, could give him no better than coarse bread, and almost coarser meat. "And, sir, if your good lady would oblige us also—" "No, madam, no," he cried with vigorous decision, having found many festive occasions spoiled by excess of loving vigilance. "We thank you most truly, but I must say no. She would jump at the chance, but a husband must consider. You may have heard it mentioned that the Lord is now considering about the production of an 8th little Carroway." "Captain, I have not, or I should not so have spoken, but with all my heart I wish you joy." "I have pleasure, I assure you, in the prospect, Mistress Anerley. My friends make wry faces, but I blow them away. Tush, I say, tush, sir. At the rate we now are fighting and exhausting all British material, there cannot be too many, sir, of mettle such as mine. What do you say to that, madam?" "Sir, I believe it is the Lord's own truth, and true it is also that our country should do more to support the brave hearts that fight for it." Mrs. Anerley sighed, for she thought of her younger son, by his own perversity launched into the thankless peril of fighting England's battles. His death at any time might come home, if any kind person should take the trouble even to send news of it, or he might lie at the bottom of the sea unknown, even while they were talking. But Carroway buttoned up his coat and marched, after a pleasant and kind farewell. In all of his comforts, which need not have taken very long to count, in the course of hard service he had seen much grief and suffered plenty of bitterness, and he knew that it is not the part of a man to multiply any of his troubles but children. He went about his work, and he thought of all his comforts, which need not have taken very long to count, but he added to their score by not counting them, and by the self-same process diminished that of troubles, and thus, upon the whole, he deserved his Sunday dinner, and the tale of his hostess after it, not a word of which Mary was allowed to hear, for some subtle reason of her mother's. But the farmer heard it all, and kept interrupting so, when his noddings and the joggings of his pipe allowed, or perhaps one should say compelled him, that merely for the courtesy of saving common time, it is better now to set it down without them. Moreover, there are many things well worthy of production which she did not produce, for reasons which are now no hindrance. And the foremost of those reasons is that the lady did not know the things, the second, that she could not tell them clearly as a man might, and the third, and best of all, that if she could she would not do so. In which she certainly was quite right, for it would have become her very badly, as the cousin of Joan Cockscroft, half removed and upon the mother's side, and therefore kindly received at Flamborough, and admitted into the inner circle, and allowed to buy fish at wholesale prices, if she had turned round upon all these benefits, and described all the holes to be found in the place, for the teaching of a revenue officer. Still, it must be clearly understood that the nature of the people was fishing. They never were known to encourage free trading, but did their very utmost to protect themselves, and if they had produced the very noblest free trader, born before the time of Mr. Cobden, neither the credit nor the blame was theirs. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 10. Robin Lyth. Half a league to the north of bold Flamborough Head, the billows have carved for themselves a little cove among cliffs which are rugged but not very high. This opening is something like the green shot of a mill, or a screen for riddling gravel, so steep is the pitch of the ground, and so narrow the shiny ledge at the bottom. And truly in bad weather and at high tides there is no single ledge at all, but the crest of the wave volleys up the incline, and the surf rushes on to the top of it. For the cove, though sheltered from other quarters, receives the full brunt of northeasterly gales, and offers no safe anchorage. But the hardy fishermen make the most of its scant convenience, and gratefully call it North Landing, albeit both wind and tide must be in good humour, or the only thing sure of any landing is the sea. The long desolation of the sea rolls in with a sound of melancholy. The grey fog droops its fold of drizzle in the leaden-tinted troughs. The pent cliffs overhang the flapping of the sail, and a few yards of pebble and of weed are all that a boat may come home upon harmlessly. Yet here in the old time landed men who carved the shape of England, and here, even in these lesser days, are landed uncommonly fine cod. The difficulties of the feat are these: to get ashore soundly, and then to make it good, and after that to clinch the exploit by getting on land, which is yet a harder step. Because the steep of the ground, like a staircase void of stairs, stands facing you, and the cliff upon either side juts up close to forbid any flanking movement, and the scanty scarp denies fair start for a rush at the power of the hill front. Yet here must the heavy boats beach themselves, and wallow and yaw in the shingly roar, while their cargo and crew get out of them, their gunwales swinging from side to side, in the manner of a porpoise rolling, and their stem and stern going up and down like a pair of lads at seesaw. But after these heavy boats have endured all that, they have not found their rest yet without a crowning effort, up that gravelly and glittery ascent, which changes every groove and run at every sudden shower, but never grows any the softer. Up that the heavy boats must make clamber somehow, or not a single timber of their precious frames is safe. A big rope from the capstan at the summit is made fast. As soon as the tails of the jackasses, laden with 3 count of fish apiece, have wagged their last flick at the brow of the steep, and then with yo heave ho above and below, through the cliffs echo over the dull sea, the groaning and grinding of the stubborn tug begins. Each boat has her own special course to travel up, and her own special berth of safety, and she knows every jag that will gore her on the road, and every flint from which she will strike fire. By dint of sheer sturdiness of arms, legs, and lungs, keeping true time with the pant and the shout, steadily goes it with hoist and haul, and cheerily undulates the melody of call that rallies them all with a strong will together. Through the cliffs echoing over the dull sea, the groaning and grinding of the stubborn tug begins. Each boat has her own special course to travel up, and her own special berth of safety, and she knows every jag that will gore her on the road, and every flint from which she will strike fire. By dint of sheer sturdiness of arms, legs, and lungs, keeping true time with the pant and shout, steadily it goes with hoist and haul, and cheerily undulates the melody of call that rallies them all with a strong will together, until the steep bluff and the burden of the bulk by masculine labor are conquered, and a long row of powerful pinnaces displayed as a mounted battery against the fish-full sea. With a view to this clambering ruggedness of life, all of these boats receive from their cradle a certain limber rake and accommodating curve, instead of a straight pertinacity of keel, so that they may ride over all the scandals of this arduous world. And happen what may to them, when they are at home and gallantly balanced on the brow line of the steep, they make a bright show upon the dreariness of coastland, hanging as they do above the gullet of the deep, painted outside with the brightest of scarlet, and inside with the purest white. At a little way off they resemble gay butterflies, preening their wings for a flight into the depth. Here it must have been, and in the middle of all these, that the very famous Robin Lyth, prophetically treating him, but free as yet of fame or name, and simply unable to tell himself, shone in the doubt of the early daylight, as a tidy-sized cod, if forgotten, might have shone, upon the morning of St. Swithin, A.D. 1782. The day and the date were well remembered long by all the good people of Flamborough, from the coming of the turn of a long bad luck and a bitter time of starving. For the weather of the summer had been worse than usual, which is no little thing to say, and the fish had expressed their opinion of it by the eloquent silence of absence. Therefore, as the whole place lives on fish, whether in the fishy or the fiscal form, goodly apparel was becoming very rare, even upon high Sundays, and stomachs that might have looked well beneath it sank into unobtrusive grief. But it is a long lane that has no turning, and turns are the essence of one very vital part. Suddenly over the village had flown the news of a noble arrival of fish, from the crossroads and the public-house, and the licensed headquarters of pepper and snuff, and the loophole where a sheep had been known to hang, in times of better trade, but never could dream of hanging now, also from the window of the man who had had 100 heads superior to his own, shaken at him, because he sat up for making breaches in opposition to the women, and showed a few patterns of what he could do if any man of legs would trade with him. From all these head centers of intelligence, and others not so prominent but equally potent, into the very smallest hole it went, like the thrill in a troublesome tooth, that here was a chance come of feeding, a chance at last of feeding. For the man on the cliff, the despairing watchman, weary of fastening his eyes upon the sea, through constant fog and drizzle, at length had discovered the well-known flicker, the glassy flaw, and the hovering of gulls, and had run along Wain Lane so fast to tell his good news in the village, that down he fell and broke his leg exactly opposite the tailor's shop, and this was on St. Swithin's Eve. There was nothing to be done that night, of course, for mackerel must be delicately worked, but long before the sun arose, all Flamborough, able to put leg in front of leg, and some who could not yet do that, gathered together where the landhold was, above the incline of the launching of the boats. Here was a medley, not of fisher folk alone, and all their bodily belongings, but also of the 1,000 things that have no soul, and get kicked about and sworn at much because they can not answer, rollers, buoys, nets, kegs, swabs, fenders, blocks, buckets, kedges, corks, bucky pots, oars, poppies, tillers, sprits, gaffs, and every kind of gear, more than Theocritus himself could tell, lay about and rolled about, and upset their own masters here and there and everywhere upon this half-acre of slip and stumble at the top of the boat channel down to the sea, and in the faint rivalry of 3 vague lights, all making darkness visible. For very ancient lanterns, with a gentle horny glimmer, and loopholes of large exaggeration at the top, were casting upon anything quite within their reach a general idea of the crinkled tin that framed them, and a shuffle of inconstant shadows, but refused to shed any light on friend or stranger, or clear up suspicions more than 3 yards off, and rivalry with these appeared the pale disk of the moon just setting over the western highlands, and drawing straws through summer haze, while away in the northeast over the sea a slender irregular wisp of grey, so weak that it seemed as if it were being blown away, betokened the intention of the sun to restore clear ideas of number and figure by and by. But little did anybody heed such things. Everyone ran against everybody else, and all was eagerness, haste, and bustle for the first great launch of the Flamborough boats, all of which must be taken in order. But when they laid hold of the boat No. 7, which used to be the Mercy Robin, and were jerking the timber shores out, one of the men stooping under her stern beheld something white and gleaming. He put his hand down to it, and lo! It was a child in imminent peril of a deadly crush as the boat came heeling over. "Hold hard!" cried the man, not in time with his voice, but in time with his sturdy shoulder to delay the descent of the counter. Then he stooped underneath while they steadied the boat, and drew forth a child in a white linen dress, heartily asleep and happy. There was no time to think of any children now, even of a man's own fine breed, and the boat was beginning much to chafe upon the rope, and 30 or 40 fine fellows were all waiting, loath to hurry Captain Robin, because of the many things he had dearly lost, yet straining upon their own hearts to stand still, and the captain could not find his wife, who had slipped aside of the noisy scene to have her own little cry, because of the dance her children would have made if they had lived to see it. There were plenty of other women running all about to help and to talk and to give the best advice to their husbands and to one another, but most of them naturally had their own babies, and if words came to action, quite enough to do to nurse them. On this account Cockscroft could do no better, bound as he was to rush forth upon the sea, than lay the child gently aside of the stir, and cover him with an old sail, and leave word with an ancient woman for his wife when found. The little boy slept on calmly still, in spite of all the din and uproar, the song and the shout, the tramp of heavy feet, the creaking of capstans, and the thump of bulky oars, and the crush of ponderous rollers. Away went these upon their errand to the sea, and then came back the grating roar and plashy jerks of launching, the plunging, and the gurgling, and the quiet murmur of cleft waves. That child slept on in the warm good luck of having no boat keel launched upon him, nor even a human heel of bulk as likely to prove fatal, and the ancient woman fell asleep beside him, because at her time of life it was unjust that she should be astir so early. And it happened that Mrs. Cockscroft followed her troubled husband down the steep, having something in her pocket for him, which she failed to fetch to hand. So everybody went about its own business according to the laws of nature, and the old woman slept by the side of the child without giving him a corner of her scarlet shawl. But when the day was broad and brave, and the spirit of the air was vigorous, and every cliff had a color of its own, and a character to come out with, and beautiful boats upon a shining sea flashed their oars and went up waves which clearly were the stairs of heaven, and never a woman come to watch her husband could be sure how far he had carried his obedience in the matter of keeping his hat and coat on. Neither could anybody say what next those very clever fishermen might be after, nobody having a spyglass, but only this being understood all round, that hunger and salt were the victuals for the day, and the children must chew the mouse-trap baits until their dads came home again. And yet, in spite of all this, with lightsome hearts, so hope outstrips the sun and soars with him behind her, and a strong will, up the hill they went, to do without much breakfast, but prepare for a glorious supper. For mackerel are good fish that do not strive to live forever, but seem glad to support the human race. Flamborinians speak a rich burr of their own, broadly and handsomely distinct from that of outer Yorkshire. The same sagacious contempt for all hot haste and hurry, which people of impatient fibre are too apt to call a drawl, may here be found, as in other Yorkshire, guiding and retarding well that headlong instrument the tongue. Yet even here there is advantage on the side of Flamborough, a longer resonance, a larger breath, a deeper power of melancholy, and a stronger turn up of the tale of discourse, by some called the end of a sentence. Over and above all these there dwell in little Denmark many words foreign to the real Yorkshiremen. But alas, these merits of their speech cannot be embodied in print without sad trouble, and result, if successful, still more saddening. Therefore, it is proposed to let them speak in our inferior tongue, and to try and make them be not so very long about it, for when they are left to themselves entirely, they have so much solid matter to express, and they ripen it in their minds and throats with a process so deliberate, that strangers might condemn them briefly, and be off without hearing half of it. Whenever this happens to a Flamborough man, he finishes what he proposed to say, and then says it all over again to the wind. When the lavings of the island, as the weak part unfit for sea and left behind, were politely called, being very old men, women, and small children, full of conversation, came upon their way back from the tide to the gravel brow, now bare of boats, they could not help discovering there the poor old woman that fell asleep because she ought to have been in bed, and by her side a little boy who seemed to have no bed at all. The child lay above her in a tump of stubbly grass, where Robin Cockscroft had laid him. He had tossed the old sail off, perhaps in a dream, and he threatened to roll down upon the granny. The contrast between his young, beautiful face, white raiment, and readiness to roll, and the ancient woman's weary age, which would be ungracious to describe, and scarlet shawl, which she could not spare, and satisfaction to lie still, as the best thing left for her to do now. This difference between them was enough to take anybody's notice, facing the well-established sun. "Nancy Pegler, get up with ye!" cried a woman even older, but of tougher constitution. "Same on ye to lig about so. Be ye brought to bed this time o' life?" "A wonderful fine baby for sich an old mother," another proceeded with an elegant joke, "and fine swaddles too, with all God upon them." "Stay every one of ye out of the way," cried ancient Nanny, now wide awake as ever. "Master Robin Cockscroft, give me the bairn, and nobody shall have him but Joan Cockscroft." Joan Cockscroft, with a heavy heart, was lingering far behind the rest, thinking of the many merry launches, when her smart young Robin would have been in the boat with his father, and her pretty little Mercy clinging to her hand upon the homeward road, and prattling of the fish to be caught that day, and insomuch as Joan had not been able to get face to face with her husband on the beach, she had not heard of the stranger child. But soon the women sent a little boy to fetch her, and she came among them, wondering what it could be. For now a debate of some vigor was arising upon a momentous and exciting point, though not so keen by 100th part as it would have been 20 years afterward. For the eldest old woman had pronounced her decision. "Tell you what, I death'n think but what your bairn mud he a frog man." This caused some panic and a general retreat, for though the immortal Napoleon had scarcely finished changing his teeth as yet, a chronic uneasiness about Crappus haunted the coast already, and they might have sent this little boy to pave the way, being capable of almost everything. "Frog man!" cried the old woman next to her by birth, and believed to have higher parts, though not yet ripe. Nah, what frogman here? Frogman has skinny shanks and lark's heels and holes down their bodies like lanterns. No sign of no frog boot, young bairn. As fair as a wench and clean as a tyke. A malta almost born to a Flamborough. And what gar ha crapples got, poor devils?" This opened the gate for a clamour of discourse, for there surely could be no denial of her words, and yet while her elder was alive and out of bed, the habit of the village was to listen to her say, unless any man of equal age arose to countervail it. But while they were thus divided, Mrs. Cockscroft came, and they stood aside, for she had been kind to everybody when her better chances were, and now in her trouble all were grieved because she took it so to heart. Joan Cockscroft did not say a word, but glanced at the child with some contempt. In spite of white linen and yellow gold, what was he to her own dead Robin? But suddenly this child, whatever he was, and vastly soever inferior, opened his eyes, and sent home their first glance to the very heart of Joan Cockscroft. It was the exact look, or so she always said, of her dead angel, when she denied him something, for the sake of his poor dear stomach. With an outburst of tears she flew straight to the little one, snatched him in her arms, and tried to cover him with kisses. The child, however, in a lordly manner, did not seem to like it. He drew away his red lips, gathered up his nose, and passion flew out of his beautiful eyes, higher passion than that of any Cockscroft, and he tried to say something which no one could make out, and women of higher consideration looking on were wicked enough to be pleased at this, and say that he must be a young lord, and they had quite foreseen it. But Joan knew what children are, and soothed him down, so with delicate hands and a gentle look and a subtle way of warming his cold places, that he very soon began to cuddle into her and smile. Then she turned round to the other people, with both of his arms flung round her neck and his cheek laid on her shoulder, and she only said, "The Lord hath sent him." End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley, by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 11. Mr. Upanddown. The practice of Flamborough was to listen fairly to anything that might be said by one truly of the native breed, and to receive it well into the crust of the mind, and let it sink down slowly. But even after that it might not take root, unless it were fixed in its settlement by their two great powers, the law and the Lord. They had many visitations from the Lord, as needs must be in such a very stormy place, whereas of the law they heard much less. But still they were even more afraid of that, for they never knew how much it might cost. Balancing matters as they did their fish when the price was worth it and waylaying, they came to the set conclusion that the law and the Lord might not agree concerning the child cast among them by the latter. A child or two had been thrown ashore before, and trouble once or twice had come of it. And this child being cast, no one could say how, to such a height above all other children, he was likely enough to bring a spell upon their boats, if anything crooked to God's will were done, and even to draw them to their last stocking, if anything offended the providence of law. In any other place it would have been a point of combat what to say and what to do in such a case as this, but Flamborough was of all the wide world happiest in possessing an authority to reconcile all doubts. The law and the Lord, two powers supposed to be at variance always, and to share the weak between them in proportions fixed by lawyers. The holy and unholy elements of man's brief existence were combined in Flamborough parish in the person of its magisterial rector. He was also believed to excel in the arts of divination and medicine too, for he was a full doctor of divinity. Before this gentleman must be laid, for both purse and conscience' sake, the case of the child just come out of the fogs. And true it was that all these powers were centered in one famous man, known among the laity as Parson Upanddown, for the Reverend Turner Upround, to give him his proper name, was a doctor of divinity, a justice of the peace, and the present rector of Flamborough. Of all his offices and powers there was not one that he overstrained, and all that knew him, unless they were thoroughgoing rogues and vagabonds, loved him. Not that he was such a soft-spoken man as many were, who thought more evil, but because of his deeds and nature, which were of the kindest. He did his utmost on demand of duty to sacrifice his nature to his stern position as pastor and master of an uphill parish, with many wrong things to be kept under. But while he succeeded in the form now and then, he failed continually in the substance. This gentleman was not by any means a fool, unless a kind heart proves folly. At Cambridge he had done very well, in the early days of the Tripos, and was chosen fellow and tutor of Gonville and Caius College. But tiring of that dull round in his prime, he married, and took to a living, and the living was one of many upon which a perpetual faster can barely live, unless he can go naked also and keep naked children. Now the parsons had not yet discovered the glorious merits of hard fasting, but freely enjoyed, and with gratitude to God, the powers with which he had blessed them. Happily Dr. Upround had a solid income of his own, and, like a sound mathematician, he took a wife of terms coincident. So, without being wealthy, they lived very well, and helped their poorer neighbors. Such a man generally thrives on the thriving of his flock, and does not harry them. He gives them spiritual food enough to support them without daintiness, and he keeps the proper distinction between the Sunday and the poorer days. He clangs no bell of reproach upon a Monday when the squire is leading a lady in to dinner, and the laborer sniffing at his supper-pot, and he lets the world play on a Saturday while he works his own head to find good ends for the morrow, because he is a wise man who knows what other men are, and how seldom they desire to be told the same thing more than 104 times in a year. Neither did his clerical skill stop here, for Parson Upround thought twice about it before he said anything to rub sore consciences, even when he had them at his mercy and silent before him on a Sunday. He behaved like a gentleman in this matter, where so much temptation lurks, looking always at the man whom he did not mean to hit, so that the guilty one received it through him and felt himself better by comparison. In a word, this parson did his duty well and pleasantly for all his flock, and nothing embittered him, unless a man pretended to doctrine without holy orders. For the doctor reasoned thus, and sound it sounds, if divinity is a matter for Tom, Dick, or Harry, how can there be degrees in it? He held a degree in it, and felt what it had cost, and not the parish only, but even his own wife was proud to have a doctor every Sunday, and his wife took care that his rich red hood, Carrysmere's small clothes, and black silk stockings upon calves of dignity were such that his congregation scorned the surgeons all the way to Beverley. Happy in a pleasant nature, kindly heart, and tranquil home, he was also happy in those awards of life in which men are helpless. He was blessed with a good wife and 3 good children, doing well and vigorous and hardy as the air and clime and cliffs. His wife was not quite of his own age, but old enough to understand and follow him faithfully down the slope of years, a wife with mind enough to know that a husband is not faultless, and without heart enough to feel that if he were, she would not love him so. And under her were comprised their children, 2 boys at school and a baby girl at home. So far the rector of this parish was truly blessed and blessing. But in every man's lot must be some crook, since this crooked world turned round. In Parson Upround's lot the crook might seem a very small one, but he found it almost too big for him. His dignity and peace of mind, large goodwill of ministry, and strong Christian sense of magistry, all were sadly pricked and wounded by a very small thorn in the flesh of his spirit. Almost every honest man is the rightful owner of a nickname. When he was a boy at school he could not do without one, and if the other boys valued him, perhaps he had a dozen. And afterward, when there is less perception of right and wrong and character, in the weaker time of manhood he may earn another, if the spirit is within him. But woe is him if a nasty foe or somebody trying to be one annoyed for the moment with him, yet meaning no more harm than pepper, smite him to the quick adventure in his most retired and privy-conscienced hole. And when this is done by a nonconformist to a doctor of divinity, and the man who does it owes some money to the man he does it to, can the latter gentleman take a large and genial view of his critics? This gross wrong and ungrateful outrage was inflicted thus. A leading Methodist from Filey Town, who owed the doctor half a guinea, came one summer and set up his staff in the hollow of a lime kiln, where he lived upon fish for change of diet, and because he could get it for nothing. This was a man of some eloquence, and his calling in life was cobbling, and to encourage him therein and keep him from theology, the rector not only forgot his half-guinea, but sent him 3 or 4 pairs of riding boots to mend, and let him charge his own price, which was strictly heterodox. As a part of the bargain, this fellow came to church, and behaved as well as could be hoped for a man who received his money. He sat by a pillar, and no more than crossed his legs at the worst thing that disagreed with him, and it might have done him good, and made a decent cobbler of him, if the parson had only held him when he got him on the hook. But this is the very thing which all great preachers are too benevolent to do. Dr. Upround looked at this sinner who was getting into a fright upon his own account, though not a bad preacher when he could afford it, and the cobbler could no more look up to the doctor than when he charged him a full crown beyond the contract. In his kindness for all who seemed convinced of sin, the good preacher halted and looked at Mr. Jobbins with a soft, relaxing gaze. Jobbins appeared as if he would come to church forever and never cheat any sound clergyman again, whereupon the generous divine omitted a whole page of menaces prepared for him, and passed prematurely to the tender strain which always winds up a good sermon. Now what did Jobbins do in return for all this magnanimous mercy? Invited to dine with the senior church warden upon the strength of having been at church, and to encourage him for another visit, and being asked as soon as ever decency permitted what he thought of Parson Upround's doctrine, between two crackles of young griskin, come straight from the rectory pigsty, he was grieved to express a stern opinion long remembered at Flamborough. "Can ye yon man Dr. Upround? I can Dr. Upanddown." From that day forth the rector of the parish was known far and wide as Dr. Upanddown, even among those who loved him best, for the name well described his benevolent practice of undoing any harsh things he might have said, sometimes by a smile and very often with a shilling, or a basket of spring cabbages, so that Mrs. Upround, when buttoning up his coat, which he always forgot to do for himself, did it with the words, "My dear, now scold no one. Really, it's becoming too expensive." "Shall I abandon duty?" he would answer with some dignity, "while a shilling is sufficient to enforce it." Dr. Upround's people had now found out that their minister and magistrate discharged his duty toward his pillow no less than to his pulpit. His parish had acquired, through the work of generations, a habit of getting up at night and being all alive at cockcrow, and the rector, while very new amongst them, tried to bow, or rather rise, to night watch. But a little of that exercise lasted him for long, and he liked to talk of it afterward, but for the present was obliged to drop it, for he found himself pale when his wife made him see himself, and his hours of shaving were so dreadful, and scarcely a bit of fair dinner could be got with the whole of the day thrown out so. In short, he settled it wisely that the fishers of fish must yield to the habits of fish, which cannot be corrected, but the fishers of men, who can live without catching them, need not be up to all their hours, but may take them reasonably. His parishioners, who could do very well without him as far as that goes all the week, and by no means wanted him among their boats, joyfully left him to his own time of day, and no more worried him out of season than he worried them so. It became a matter of right feeling with them not to ring a big bell, which the rector had put up to challenge everybody's spiritual need, until the stable clock behind the bell had struck 10 and finished gurgling. For this reason, on St. Thwain's morn, in the said year 1782, the grannies, wives, and babes of Flamborough, who had been up to help the launch, but could not pull the labouring oar nor even hold the tiller, spent all the time till 10 o'clock in seeing to their own affairs, the most laudable of all pursuits for almost any woman. And then, with some little dispute among them, the offspring of some merest accident, they arrived in some force at the gate of Dr. Upround, and no woman liked to pull the bell, and still less to let another woman do it for her. But an old man came up who was quite deaf, and everyone asked him to do it. In spite of the scarcity of all good things, Mrs. Cockscroft had thoroughly fed the little stranger and washed him and undressed him and set him up in her own bed and wrapped him in her woolen shawl, because he shivered sadly, and there he stared about with wondering eyes and gave great orders, so far as his new nurse could make out, but speaking gibberish, as she said, and flying into a rage because it was out of Christian knowledge. But he seemed to understand some English, although he could only pronounce 2 words, both short, and in such conjunction quite unlawful for any except the highest spiritual power. Mrs. Cockscroft, being a pious woman, hoped that her ears were wrong, or else that the words were foreign and meant no harm, though the child seemed to take in much of what was said, and then, asked his name, answered wrathfully, and as if everybody was bound to know, "Is un sabe? Is un sabe?" But now, when brought before Dr. Upround, no child of the very best English stock could look more calm and peaceful. He could walk well enough, but liked better to be carried, and the kind woman who had taken him up was only too proud to carry him. Whatever the rector and magistrate might say, her meaning was to keep this little one, with her husband's good consent, which she was sure of getting. "Set him down, ma'am," the doctor said when he had heard from 6 good women all about him. "Mistress Cockscroft, put him on his legs and let me question him." But the child resisted this proceeding, With nature's inborn and just loathing of examination, he spun upon his little heels and swore with all his might, at the same time throwing up his hands and twirling his thumbs in a very odd and foreign way. "What a shocking child!" cried Mrs. Upround, who has come to know all about it. "Jane, run away with Miss Janetta." "The child is not to blame," said the rector, "but only the people who have brought him up. A prettier or more clever little head I have never seen in all my life, and we studied such things at Cambridge. My fine little fellow, shake hands with me." The boy broke off his vicious little dance and looked up at this tall gentleman with great surprise. His dark eyes dwelt upon the parson's kindly face, and with that power of inquiry which the very young possess, and then he put both little hands into the gentleman's, and burst into a torrent of the most heart-broken tears. "Poor little man," said the rector very gently, taking him up in his arms and patting the silky black curls, while great drops fell, and a nose was rubbed on his shoulder. "It is early for you to begin bad times. Why, how old are you, if you please?" The little boy sat up in the kind man's arm and poked a small, invigorating finger into the ear that was next to him, and the locks just beginning to be marked with gray. And then he said, "Sore," and tossed his chin up, evidently meaning, "Make your best of that." And the women drew a long breath and nudged at one another. "Well done. 4 years old, my dear. You see that he understands English well enough," said the parson to his parishioners. "He will tell us all about himself by and by, if we do not hurry him. You think him a French child? I do not, though the name which he gives himself, Sabe, has a French aspect about it. Let me think. I will try him with a French interrogation. Parlez-vous français, mon enfant?" Dr. Upround watched the effect of his words with outward calm, but with inward flutter. For if this clever child should reply in French, the doctor could never go on with it, but must stand there before his congregation in a worse position than when he lost his place, as sometimes happened, in a sermon. With wild temerity he had given vent to the only French words within his knowledge, and he determined to follow them up with Latin if worse came to worse. But luckily no harm came of this, but contrariwise a lasting good, for the child looked none the wiser, while the doctor's influence was increased. "Aha!" the parson cried. "I was sure that he was no Frenchman, but we must hear something about him very soon, for what you tell me is impossible. If he had come from the sea, he must have been wet. It could never be otherwise, whereas his linen clothes are dry, and even quite lately fullered, ironed, you might call it." "Please, your worship," cried Mrs. Cockscroft, who was growing wild with jealousy, "I did up his little things hours and hours ere your hoose was up." "Ah, you had night work, to be sure. Were his clothes dry or wet when you took them off?" "Not to say dry, your worship, and yet not to say very wet, betwixt and between, like my good master's, when he cometh from a pour of rain or a heavy spray, and the colour of the land was upon them here and there, and the gold tags were sewn with something wonderful. My best pair of scissors wouldn't touch it. I was frightened to put them in the tub, your worship, but they up and shone lovely like a tailor's buttons. My master hath found him, sir, and it lies with him to keep him, and the Lord hath taken away our Bob." "It is true," said Dr. Upround gently, and placing the child in her arms again. "The Almighty has chastened you very sadly. The child is not mine to dispose of, nor yours. But if he will comfort you, keep him till we hear of him. I will take down in writing the particulars of the case when Captain Robin is come home and had his rest, say at this time tomorrow or later, and then you will sign them, and they shall be published. For you know, Mrs. Cockscroft, however much you may be taken with him, you must not turn kidnapper. Moreover, it is needful, as there may have been some wreck, though none of you seem to have heard of any, that this strange occurrence should be made known. Then, if nothing is heard of it, you can keep him, and may the Lord bless him to you." Without any more ado, she kissed the child and wanted to carry him straight away after curtsying to his worship. But all the other women insisted on a smack of him for pity's sake and the pleasure of the gold, and to confirm the settlement. And a settlement it was, for nothing came of any publication of the case, such as in those days could be made without great expense and exertion. So the boy grew up, tall, brave, and comely, and full of the spirit of adventure as behooved a boy cast on the winds. So far as it goes, his foster parents would rather have found him more steady and less comely, for if he was to step into their lost son's shoes, he might do it without seeming to outshine him. But they got over that little jealousy in time, when the boy began to be useful, and, so far as was possible, they kept him under by quoting against him the character of Bob, bringing it back from heaven of a much higher quality than ever it was upon the earth. In vain did this living child aspire to such level. How can an earthly boy compare with one who never did a wrong thing as soon as he was dead? Passing that difficult question and forbearing to compare a boy with angels, be he what he will, his first need, after that of victuals, is a name whereby his fellow boys may know him. Is he to be shouted at with, "Come here, what's your name?" Or is he to be called, as if in high rebuke, "Boy"? And yet there are grown-up folk who do all this without hesitation, failing to remember their own predicament at a bygone period. Boys are as useful in their way as any other, and if they can be said to do some mischief, they cannot be said to do it negligently. It is their privilege and duty to be truly active, and their Maker, having spread a dull world before them, has provided them with gifts of play while their joints are supple. The present boy, having been born without a father or a mother, so far as could yet be discovered, was driven to do what our ancestors must have done when it was needful, that is to say, to work his own name out by some distinctive process. When the parson had clearly shown him not to be a Frenchman, a large contumely spread itself about by reason of his gold, and eyes, and hair, and name, which might be meant for Isaac, that he was sprung from a race more honored now than 100 years ago. But the women declared that it could not be, and the rector, desiring to christen him because it might never have been done before, refused point-blank to put any Isaac in, and was satisfied with Robin only, the name of the man who had saved him. The rector showed deep knowledge of his flock, which looked upon Jews as the goats of the kingdom. For any Jew must die for a world of generations ere ever a Christian thinks much of him. But finding him not to be a Jew, the other boys, instead of being satisfied, condemned him for a Dutchman. Whatever he was, the boy throve well, and being so flouted by his playmates, took to thoughts and habits and amusements of his own. Indoor life never suited him at all, nor to much of hard learning, although his capacity was such that he took more advancement in an hour than the thick heads of young Flamborough made in a whole leap year of Sundays. For any Flamburian boy was considered a brain scholar and a head languager when he could write down the parson's text and chalk up a fish on the wayboard so that his father or mother could tell in 3 guesses what manner of fish it was, and very few indeed ever passed this trial. For young Robin it was a very hard thing to be treated so by the other boys. He could run, or jump, or throw a stone, or climb a rock with the best of them, but all these things he must do by himself, simply because he had no name. A feeble youth would have moped, but Robin only grew more resolute. Alone he did what the other boys would scarcely in competition dare. No crag was too steep for him, no cave too dangerous and wave-beaten, no race of the tide so strong and swirling as to scare him of his wits. He seemed to rejoice in danger, having very little else to rejoice in, and he won for himself by nimble ways and rapid turns on land and sea the name of Lyth, or Lyth, and made it famous even far inland. for it may be supposed that his love of excitement, versatility, and daring demanded a livelier outlet than the slow toil of deep-sea fishing. To the most patient, persevering, and long-suffering of the arts, Robin Lyth did not take kindly, although he was so handy with a boat. Old Robin vainly strove to cast his angling mantle over him. The gifts of the youth were brighter and higher. He showed an inborn fitness for the lofty development of free trade. Eminent powers must force their way, as now they were doing with Napoleon. And they did the same with Robin Lyth, without exacting tithe and kind of all the foremost human race. End of Chapter 11. Recording by Keith Salis. Chapter 12 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 12. In a Lane, Not Alone. Stephen Anerley's daughter was by no means of a crooked mind, but open as the day in all things, unless anyone mistrusted her, and showed it by cross-questioning. When this was done, she resented it quickly by concealing the very things which she would have told of her own accord. And so it happened that the person to whom of all she should have been most open was the one most apt to check her by suspicious curiosity. And now her mother already began to do this, as concerned the smuggler, knowing from the revenue officer that Mary must have seen him. Mary, being a truthful damsel, told no lies about it, but, on the other hand, she did not rush forth with all the history, as she probably would have done if left unexamined. And so she said nothing about the earring, or the run that was to come off that week, or the riding skirt, or the host of little things, including her promise to visit Bempton Lane. On the other hand, she had a mind to tell her father and take his opinion about it all. But he was a little cross that evening, not with her, but with the world at large, and that discouraged her. And then she thought that being an officer of the king, as he liked to call himself sometimes, he might feel bound to give information about the impending process of free trade, which to her would be a breach of honor considering how she knew of it. Upon the whole, she heartily wished that she had never seen that Robin Lyth, and then she became ashamed of herself for indulging such a selfish wish, for he might have been lying dead but for her. And then what would become of the many poor people whose greatest comfort he was said to be? And what good could arise from his destruction if cruel people compassed it? Free trade must be carried on for the sake of everybody, including Captain Carroway himself, and if an old and ugly man succeeded a young and generous one as leader of the free trade movement, all the women in the country would put the blame on her. Looking at these things loftily, and with a strong determination not to think twice of what anyone might say who did not understand the subject, Mary was forced at last to the stern conclusion that she must keep her promise. Not only because it was a promise, although that went a very long way with her, but also because there seemed no other chance of performing a positive duty. Simple honesty demanded that she should restore to the owner a valuable, and beyond all doubt important, piece of property. 2 hours she had spent in looking for it, and deprived her dear father of his breakfast shrimps, and was all this trouble to be thrown away, and herself perhaps accused of theft because her mother was so short and sharp and wanting to know everything, and to turn it her own way. The trinket which she had found at last seemed to be a very uncommon and precious piece of jewelry. It was made of pure gold, minutely chased and threaded with curious workmanship, in form like a melon, and bearing what seemed to be characters of some foreign language. There might be a spell or even witchcraft in it, and the sooner it was out of her keeping the better. Nevertheless, she took very good care of it, wrapping it in lamb's wool and peeping at it many times a day, to be sure that it was safe, until it made her think of the owner so much, and the many wonders she had heard about him, that she grew quite angry with herself and it, and locked it away, and then looked at it again. As luck would have it, on the very day when Mary was to stroll down Bempton Lane, not to meet anyone, of course, but simply for the merest chance of what might happen, her father had business at Driffield Corn Market, which would keep him from home nearly all the day. When his daughter heard of it, she was much cast down, for she hoped that he might have been looking about on the northern part of the farm, as he generally was in the afternoon. And although he could not see Bempton Lane at all, perhaps without some newly acquired power of seeing round sharp corners, still it would have been a comfort and a strong resource for conscience to have felt that he was not so very far away. And this feeling of want made his daughter resolve to have someone at any rate near her. If Jack had only been at home, she need have sought no further, for he would have entered into all her thoughts about it, and obeyed her orders beautifully. But Willie was quite different, and hated any trouble, being spoiled so by his mother and the maidens all around them. However, in such a strait, what was there to do but to trust in Willie, who was old enough, being 5 years in front of Mary, and then to try to make him sensible. Willie Anerley had no idea that anybody, far less his own sister, could take such a view of him. He knew himself to be, and all would say the same of him, superior in his original gifts, and as master of making use of them to the rest of the family put together. He spent a month in Glasgow, when the whole place was astir with the ferment of many great inventions, and another month in Edinburgh, when that noble city was aglow with the dawn of large ideas. Also, he had visited London, foremost of his family, and seen enough new things there to fill all Yorkshire with surprise. And the rest of such wide experience was that he did not like hard work at all. Neither could he even be content to accept and enjoy, without labor of his own, the many good things provided for him. He was always trying to discover something which never seemed to answer, and continually flying after something new of which he never got fast hold. In a word, he was spoiled, by nature first, and then by circumstances, for the peaceful life of his ancestors and unacknowledged blessings of a farmer. "Willie, dear, will you come with me?" Mary asked to him that day, catching him as he ran down the stairs to air some inspiration. "Will you come with me for just 1 hour? I wish you would, and I would be so thankful." "Child, it is quite impossible," he answered with a frown which set off his delicate eyebrows and high but rather narrow forehead. "You always want me at the very moment when I have the most important work in hand. Any childish whim of yours matters more than hours and hours of hard labor." "Oh, Willie, but you know how I try to help you, and all the patterns I cut out last week. Do come for once, Willie. If you refuse, you will never, never forgive yourself." Willie Anerley was as good-natured as any self-indulged youth can be. He loved his sister in his way, and was indebted to her for getting out of a great many little scrapes. He saw how much she was in earnest now, and felt some desire to know what it was about. Moreover, which settled the point, he was getting tired of sticking to one thing for a time unusually long with him, but he would not throw away the chance of scoring a huge debt of gratitude. "Well, do what you like with me," he answered with a smile. "I never can have my own way 5 minutes. It serves me quite right for being so good-natured." Mary gave him a kiss, which must have been an object of ambition to anybody else, but it only made him wipe his mouth, and presently the two set forth upon the path toward Bempton. Robin Lyth had chosen well his place for meeting Mary. The lane, of which he knew every yard as well as he knew the rocks themselves, was deep and winding, and fringed with bushes, so that an active and keen-eyed man might leap into thicket almost before there was a fair chance of shooting him. He knew well enough that he must trust Mary, but he never could be sure that the bold coast-riders, despairing by this time of catching him at sea, and longing for the weight of gold to put on his head, might not be setting privy snares to catch him in his walks abroad. They had done so when they pursued him up the Dike, and though he was inclined to doubt the strict legality of that proceeding, he could not see his way to a fair discussion of it, in case their putting a bullet through him, and this consideration made him careful. The brother and sister went on well by the footpath over the uplands of the farm, and crossing the neck of Flamburn Peninsula, tripped away merrily northward. The wheat looked healthy, and the barley also, and a 4-acre patch of potatoes smelled sweetly, for the breeze of them was pleasant in their wholesome days, and Willie, having overworked his brain according to his own account of it, strode along loftily before his sister, casting over his shoulder an eddy of some large ideas with which he had been visited before she interrupted him. But as nothing ever came of them, they need not here be stated. From a practical point of view, however, as they both had to live upon the profits of the farm, it pleased them to observe what a difference there was when they had surmounted the chine and began to descend toward the north upon other people's land. Here all was damp and cold and slow, and chalk looked slimy instead of being clean, and shadowy places had an oozy cast, and trees, wherever they could stand, were facing the east with wrinkled visage, and the west with wiry beards. Willie, who had, among other great inventions, a scheme for improvement of the climate, was reminded at once of all the things he meant to do in that way, and making, as he always did, a great point of getting observations first, a point whereon he stuck fast mainly, without any time for delay he applied himself to a rapid study of the subject. He found some things just like other things which he had seen in Scotland, yet differing so as to prove more clearly than ever the resemblance did the value of his discovery. "Look," he cried, "can anything be clearer? The cause of all these evils is not, as an ignorant person might suppose, the want of sunshine, or too much wet, but an adequate movement of the air. Why, I thought it was always blowing up here. The very last time I came, my bonnet strings were split." "You do not understand me. You never do. When I say inadequate, I mean, of course, incorrect, inaccurate, unequable. Now, the air is fluid. You may stare at it as you like, Mary, but the air has been proved to be a fluid. Very well, no fluid in large bodies moves with an equal velocity throughout. Part of it is rapid and part quite stagnant. The stagnant places of the air produce this green scum, this mossy, unwholesome, and injurious stuff, while the over-rapid motion causes this iron appearance, this hard surface, and general sterility. By the simplest of simple contrivances, I make this evil its own remedy. An equable impulse given to the air produces an adequate uniform flow, preventing stagnation in one place, and excessive vehemence in another. And the beauty of it is that by my new invention I make the air itself correct and regulate its own inequalities." "How clever you are, to be sure!" exclaimed Mary, wondering that her father could not see it. "Oh, Willie, you will make your fortune by it. However do you do it?" The simplicity of it is such that even you can understand it. All great discoveries are simple. I fix a prominent situation in a large and vertically revolving fan of a light and vibrating substance. The movement of the air causes this to rotate by the mere force of the impact. The rotation and vibration of the fan convert an irregular impulse into a steady and equable undulation. And such is the elasticity of the fluid called, in proper language, the air, that for miles around the rotation of this fan regulates the circulation, modifies extremes, annihilates sterility, and makes it quite impossible for moss and green scum and all this sour growth to live. Even you can see, Mary, how beautiful it is." "Yes, that I can," she answered simply as they turned the corner upon a large windmill with arms revolving merrily. "But, Willie dear, would not Farmer Topping's mill perpetually going as it is, answer the same purpose, and yet the moss seems to be as thick as ever here, and the ground is naked." "Tush!" cried Willie. "Stuff and nonsense! When will you girls understand? Good-bye. I will throw away no more time on you." Without stopping to finish his sentence, he was off and out of sight both of the mill and Mary, before the poor girl, who had not the least intention of offending him, could even beg his pardon or say how much she wanted him, for she had not dared as yet to tell him what was the purpose of her walk, his nature being such that no one, not even his own mother, could tell what the conclusion he might come to upon any practical question. He might rush off at once to put the revenue men on the smuggler's track, or he might stop his sister from going, or he might, in the absence of his father, order a feast to be prepared, and fetch the outlaw to be his guest. So Mary had resolved not to tell him until the last moment, when he could do none of these things. But now she must either go on all alone, or give up her purpose and break her promise. After some hesitation she determined to go on, for the place would scarcely seem so very lonely now with the windmill in view, which would always remind her henceforth of her dear brother William. It was perfectly certain that Captain Robert Lyth, whose fame for chivalry was everywhere, and whose character was all in all to him with the ladies who brought his silks and lace, would see her through all danger caused by confidence in him. And really it was too bad of her to admit any paltry misgivings. But, reason as she might, her young conscience told her that this was not the proper thing to do, and she made up her mind not to do it again. Then she laughed at the notion of being ever even asked, and told herself that she was too conceited, and to cut the matter short, went very bravely down the hill. The lane which came winding from the beach up to the windmill was as pretty a lane as may anywhere be found in any other country than that of Devon. With a Devonshire lane it would not presume to vie, having little of the glorious garniture of fern and nothing of the crystal brook that leaps at every corner. No arches of tall ash, keyed with dog-rose, and not much of honeysuckle, and a sight of other wants which people feel who have lived in the plenitude of everything. But in spite of all that, the lane was very fine for Yorkshire. On the other hand, Mary had prettier ankles and more graceful and lighter walk than the Devonshire lanes, which like to echo something, for the most part seem accustomed to, and the short dress of the time made good such favourable facts when found. Nor was this all that could be said, for the maiden, while her mother was so busy pickling cabbage, from which she drove all intruders, had managed to forget what the day of the week was, and opened the drawer that should be locked up until Sunday. To walk with such a handsome tall fellow as Willie compelled her to look like something too, and without any thought of it she put her best hat on, and a very pretty thing with some French name, and made of a delicate peach-colored silk, which came down over her bosom, and tied in the neatest of knots at the small of her back, which at that time of life was very small. All these were the gifts of her dear uncle Popplewell, upon the other side of Filey, who might have been married for 40 years, but nobody knew how long it was, because he had no children, and he made Mary his darling, and this ancient gentleman had leanings toward free trade. Whether these goods were French or not, which no decent person could think of asking, no French damsel could have put them on better, or shown a more pleasing appearance in them, for Mary's desire was to please all people who meant no harm to her, as nobody could, and yet to let them know that her object was only to do what was right, and to never think of asking whether she looked this, that, or the other. Her mother, as a matter of duty, told her how plain she was almost every day, but the girl was not of that opinion, and when Mrs. Anerley finished her lecture, as she did 9 times in 10, by turning the glass to the wall and declaring that beauty was a snare skin deep, with a frown of warning instead of a smile of comfort, Then Mary believed in her looking-glass again, and had the smile of comfort on her own face. However, she never thought of that just now, but only of how she could do her duty, and have no trouble of her own mind with thinking, and satisfy her father when she told him all, as she meant to do, when there could be no harm done to anyone, and this, as she heartily hoped, would be tomorrow. And truly, if there did exist any vanity at all, it was not confined to the sex in which it was so much more natural and comely. For when a very active figure came to light suddenly at a little elbow of the lane, and with quick steps advanced toward Mary, she was lost in surprise at the gaiety, not to say grandeur, of its apparel. A broad hat, looped at the side and having a pointed black crown, with a scarlet feather and a dove-colored brim, sat well upon the mass of crisp black curls. A short blue jacket of the finest Flemish cloth and set, not too thickly, left properly open the strong brown neck, while a shirt of pale blue silk with a turned-down collar of fine needlework fitted, without a wrinkle or a pucker, the broad and amply rounded chest, then a belt of brown leather, with an anchor clasp and empty loops for either firearm or steel, supported true sailor's trousers of the purest white and the noblest man-of-war cut, and where these widened at the instep shone a lovely pair of pumps with buckles radiant of the best Bristol diamonds. The wearer of all these splendors smiled and seemed to become them as they became him. "Well," thought Mary, "how free trade must pay. What a pity he is not in the Royal Navy." With his usual quickness and self-esteem, which added such luster to his character, the smuggler perceived what was passing in her mind, but he was not rude enough to say so. "Young lady," he began, and Mary, with all her wisdom, could not help being fond of that. "Young lady, I was quite sure that you would keep your word." "I never do anything else," she answered, showing that she scarcely looked at him. "I have found this for you, and then good-bye." "Surely you want to hear my thanks, and to know what made me dare to ask you, after all you had done for me already, to begin again for me. But I am such an outcast that I never should have done it." "I never saw anyone look more thoroughly unlike an outcast," Mary said, and then she was angry with herself for speaking and glancing, and worst of all, for smiling. "Ladies who live on land can never understand what we go through," Robin replied in his softest voice, as rich as the murmur of the summer sea. "When we expect great honors, we try to look a little tidy, as anyone but a common boor would do, and we laugh at ourselves for trying to look well, after all the knocking about we get. Our time is short, and we must make the most of it." "Oh, please do not talk in such a dreadful way," said Mary. "You remind me of my dear friend Dr. Upround, the very best man in the whole world, I believe. He always says to me, 'Robin, Robin.'" "What? Is Dr. Upanddown a friend of yours?" Mary exclaimed in amazement, and with a stoppage of the foot that was poised for quick departure. "Dr. Upanddown, as many people call him," said the smuggler with a tone of condemnation, "is the best and dearest friend I have. Next to Captain and Mistress Cockscroft, who may have been heard of at Anerley Manor, Dr. Upround is our magistrate and clergyman, and he lets people say what they like against me, while he honors me with his friendship. I must not stay long to thank you even, because I am going to the dear old doctor's for supper at 7 o'clock and a game of chess." Oh dear, and he is such a justice, and yet they shot at you last week, and it makes me wonder when I hear such things." "Young lady, it makes everybody wonder. In my opinion, there never could be a more shameful murder than to shoot me, and yet, but for you, it surely would have been done." "You must not dwell upon such things," said Mary. "They may have a very bad effect upon your mind. But good-bye, Captain Lyth. I forgot that I was robbing Dr. Upround of your society." Shall I be so ungrateful as to not see you safe upon your own land after all your trouble? My road to Flamborough lies that way. Surely you will not refuse to hear what made me so anxious about this bauble, which now will be worth 10 times as much. I never saw it look so bright before." It must be the sand that has made it shine," the maiden stammered with a fine bright blush. "It does the same to my shrimping net." "Ah, shrimping's a very fine pursuit. There is nothing I love better. What pools I could show you, if only I might. Pools where you may fill a sack with large prawns in a single tide. Pools known to nobody but myself. When do you think of going shrimping next?" "Perhaps next summer I may try again, if Captain Carroway will come with me." "That is too unkind of you. How very harsh you are to me. I could hardly have believed it after all that you have done. And you really do not care to hear the story of this relic?" "If I could stop, I should like it very much. But my brother, who came with me, may perhaps be waiting for me." Mary knew that this was not very likely. Still, it was just possible, for Willie's ill tempers seldom lasted very long, and she wanted to let the smuggler know that she had not come all alone to meet him. "I shall not be 2 minutes," Robin Lyth replied. "I've been forced to learn short talking. May I tell you about this trinket?" "Yes, if you'll only begin at once and finish by the time we get to that corner." "That is a very short measure for a tale," said Robin, though he liked her all the better for such qualities. "However, I will try. Only walk a little slower. Nobody knows where I was born, any more than they know how or why. Only when I came upon this coast as a very little boy, and without knowing anything about it, they say that I had very wonderful buttons of gold upon a linen dress, adorned with gold lace, which I used to wear on Sundays. Dr. Upround ordered them to keep those buttons, and was to have had them in his own care. But before that, all of them were lost, save 2. My parents, as I call them from their wonderful goodness, kinder than the ones who have turned me on the world, unless themselves went out of it, resolved to have my white coat done up grandly, when I grew too big for it, and to lay it by in lavender, and knowing of a great man in the gold lace trade as far away as Scarborough, they sent it by a fishing smack to him, with people whom they knew thoroughly. That was the last of it ever known here. The man swore a manifest that he never saw it, and threatened them with libel, and the smack was condemned, and all their hands impressed because of some trifle she happened to carry, and nobody knows any more of it. But 2 of the buttons had fallen off, and good mother had put them by to give a last finish to the coat herself, and when I grew up, she had to go to sea at night. They were turned into a pair of earrings. But 2 of the buttons had fallen off, and good mother had put them by to give a last finish to the coat herself. And when I grew up and had to go to sea at night, they were turned into a pair of earrings. There, now, Miss Anerley, I have not been too long, and you know all about it." "How very lonesome it must be for you," said Mary with a gentle gaze which, coming from such lovely eyes, went straight into his heart. "To have no one belonging to you by right, and to seem to belong to nobody. I am sure I cannot tell whatever I should do without any father or mother or uncle or even a cousin to be certain of." "All the ladies seem to think that it is rather hard upon me," Robin answered with an excellent effort at a sigh. "But I do my very best to get on without them. And one thing that helps me most of all is when kind ladies, who have good hearts, allow me to talk to them as if I had a sister. This makes me forget what I am sometimes." "You never should try to forget what you are. Everybody in the world speaks well of you. Even that cruel Lieutenant Carroway cannot help admiring you. And if you have taken to free trade, what else could you do, when you had no friends, and even your coat was stolen?" "High-minded people take that view of it, I know. But I do not pretend to any such excuse. I took to free trade for the sake of my friends, to support the old couple who have been so good to me." "That is better still. It shows such good principle. My Uncle Popplewell has studied the subject of what they call political economy, and he says that the country requires free trade, and the only way to get it is to go on so that the government must give way at last. However, I need not instruct you about that, and you must not stop any longer. Miss Anerley, I will not encroach upon your kindness. You have said things that I never shall forget. On the continent I meet very many ladies who tell me good things and make me better, but not at all as you have done. A minute of talk with you is worth an hour with anybody else. But I fear that you laugh at me all the while and are only too glad to be rid of me. Good-bye. May I kiss your hand? God bless you." Mary had no time to say a single word or even to express her ideas by a look, before Robin Lyth with all his bright apparel was conspicuous by his absence. As a diving bird disappears from a gun, or a trout from a shadow on his hover, or even a debtor from his creditor, so the great free trader had vanished into lightsome air and left emptiness behind him. The young maid, having been prepared to yield him a few yards more of good advice, if he held out for another corner, could now only say to herself that she never had met such a wonderful man, so active, strong, and astonishingly brave, so thoroughly acquainted with foreign lands, yet superior to their ladies, so able to see all the meaning of good works and to value them when offered quietly, so sweet in his manner and voice and looks, and with all his fame so unpretending, and, much as it frightened her to think it, really seeming to be afraid of her. End of chapter 12. Recording by Keith Salis.
Chapter 13 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Grumbling and Growling. While these successful runs went on, and great authorities smiled at seeing the little authorities set at naught, and men of the revenue smote their breasts for not being born good smugglers, and the general public was well pleased, and congratulated them cordially upon their accomplishment of naught, one man there was whose noble spirit chafed and knew no comfort. He strode up and down at Coastguard Point, and communed with himself, while Robin held sweet converse in the lane. "Why was I born?" the sad Carroway cried. "Why was I thoroughly educated and trained in both services of the king, expected to rise, and beginning to rise, till a vile bit of splinter stopped me, and then sent down to this hole of a place to starve, and be laughed at and baffled by a boy? Another lucky run, and the revenue bamboozled, and the whole of us sent upon a wild goose chase. Every gapper mouth zany grinning at me, and scoundrels swearing that I get my share, and the only time I have had my dinner with my knees crooked for at least a fortnight was at Anerley Farm on Sunday. I am not sure that even they wouldn't turn against me. I am certain that pretty girl would. I've a great mind to throw it up, a great mind to throw it up. It is hardly the work for a gentleman born, and the grandson of a rear admiral. Tinkers' and tailors' sons get the luck now, and a man of good blood is put on the back shelf behind the blacking bottles. A man who has battled for his country. Charles, are you coming to your dinner once more? No, I am not. There's no dinner worth coming to. You and the children may eat that rat pie. A man who has battled for his country and bled till all his veins were empty, and it took 2 men to hold him up, and yet waved his sword at the head of them. It is the downright contradiction of the world in everything for him to poke about with pots and tubs like a pig in a brewery, grain hunting. Once more, Charles, there is next to nothing left. The children are eating for their very lives. If you stay out there another minute, you must take the consequence. Alas, that I should have so much stomach and so little to put into it. My dear, put a little bit under a basin, if any of them has no appetite. I wanted just to think a little. Charles, they have all got tremendous appetites. It is the way the wind is. You may think by and by, but if you want to eat, you must do it now or never. Never, never suits me in that matter, the brave lieutenant answered. Matilda, put Geraldine to warm the pewter plate for me. Geraldine, darling, you can do it with your mouth full. The commander of the coast guard turned abruptly from his long indignant stride and entered the cottage provided for him, and which he had peopled so speedily. Small as it was, it looked beautifully clean and neat, and everybody used to wonder how Mrs. Carroway kept it so. But in spite of all her troubles and many complaints, she was very proud of this little house, with its healthful position and beautiful outlook over the Bay of Bridlington. It stood in a niche of the low, soft cliff, where now the sea parade extends from the northern pier of Bridlington Quay, and when the roadstead between that and the point was filled with a fleet of every kind of craft, or better still, when they all made sail at once, as happened when a trusty breeze arose. The view was lively and very pleasant, and full of moving interest. Often one of His Majesty's cutters, Swordfish, Kestrel, or Albatross, would swoop in with all sail set, and hover, while the skipper came ashore to see the ancient Carroway, as this vigilant officer was called, and sometimes even a sloop of war, armed brigantine, or light corvette, prowling for recruits, or cruising for their training, would run in under the head, and overhaul every wind-bound ship with a very high hand. Ancient Carroway, as old friends called him, and even young people who had never seen him, was famous upon this coast now for nearly 3 degrees of latitude. He had dwelled here long, and in highly good content, hospitably treated by his neighbours, and himself more hospitable than his wife could wish, until 2 troubles in his life arose, and from year to year grew worse and worse. One of these troubles was the growth of mouths in number and size that required to be filled, and the other trouble was the rampant growth of smuggling and the glory of that upstart, Robin Lyth. Now let it be lawful to take that subject first. Fair Robin, though not at all anxious for fame, but modestly willing to decline it, had not been successful, though he worked so much by night, in preserving sweet obscurity. His character was public, and set on high by fortune, to be gazed at from wholly different points of view. From their narrow and lime-eyed outlook, the coastguard beheld in him the latest incarnation of Old Nick. Yet they hated him only in the abstract manner, and as men feel toward that evil one. Magistrates also, and the large protective powers, were arrayed against him, yet happy to abstain from laying hands, when their hands were their own, upon him. And many of the farmers, who should have been his warmest friends and best customers, were now so attached to their king and country by bellicose warmth and army contracts, that instead of a guinea for a 4-gallon anchor, they would offer 3 crowns, or the exciseman. And not only conscience, but short cash, after 3 bad harvests, constrained them. Yet the staple of public opinion was sound, as it must be where women predominate. The best of women could not see why they should not have anything they wanted for less than it cost the maker. To gaze at a sister woman better dressed at half the money was simply to abjure every lofty principle, and to go to church with a counterfeit on, when the genuine lace was in the next pew on a body of inferior standing, was a downright outrage to the congregation, the rector, and all religion. A cold-blooded creature with no pin-money might reconcile it with her principles, if any she had, to stand up like a dowdy and allow a poor man to risk his life by shot and storm and starvation, and then to deny him a word or a look because of his coming with the genuine thing at a quarter the price fat tradesmen asked, who never stirred out of their shops when it rained, for a thing that was a story and an imposition. Charity, duty, and common honesty to their good husbands in these bad times compelled them to make the very best of bargains, of which they got really more and more, as those brave mariners themselves bore witness, because of the depression in the free trade now, and the glorious victories of England. Were they bound to pay 3 times the genuine value, and then look a figure, and be laughed at? And as for Captain Carroway, let him scold and threaten and stride about, and be jealous because his wife dare not buy true things, poor creature, although there were 2 stories also about that, and the quantities of things that he got for nothing, whenever he was clever enough to catch them, which scarcely ever happened, thank goodness. Let Captain Carroway attend to his own business. Unless he was much belied, he had a wife who would keep him to it. Who was Captain Carroway to come down here, without even being born in Yorkshire, and lay down the law as if he owned the manor? Lieutenant Carroway had heard such questions, but disdained to answer them. He knew who he was, and what his grandfather had been, and he never cared a short word what sort of stuff long tongues might prate of him. Barbarous broad drawlers, murderers of His Majesty's English, could they even pronounce the name of an officer highly distinguished for many years in both of the royal services? That was his description, and the Yorkshire yokels might go and read it, if read they could, in the pages of authority. Like the celebrated calf that sucked 2 cows, Carroway had drawn royal pay, though in very small drains, upon either element, beginning with a skeleton regiment, and then, when he became too hot for it, diving off into a frigate as a recommended volunteer. Here he was more at home, though he never ceased longing to be a general, and having the credit of fighting well ashore, he was looked at with interest when he fought a fight at sea. He fought it uncommonly well, and it was good, and so many men fell that he picked up his commission and got into a 52-gun ship. After several years of service without promotion, for his grandfather's name was worn out now, and the wars were not properly constant, there came a very lively succession of fights, and Carroway got into all of them, or at least into all the best of them. And he ought to have gone up much faster than he did, and he must have done so but for his long, lean jaws, the which are the worst things that any man can have, not only because of their own consumption and slow length of leverage, but mainly on account of the sadness they impart, and the timid recollection of a hungry wolf, to the man who might have lifted up a fatter individual. But in Rodney's great encounter with the Spanish fleet, Carroway showed a dauntless spirit, and received such a wound that it was impossible not to pay him some attention. His name was near the bottom of a very long list, but it made a mark on someone's memory, depositing a chance of coming up some day when he should be reported hit again. And so good was his luck that he soon was hit again, and a very bad hit it was, but still he got over it without promotion, because that enterprise was one in which nearly all our men ran away, and therefore required to be well pushed up for the sake of the national honour. When such things happen, the few who stay behind must be left behind in the Gazette as well. That wound, therefore, seemed at first to go against him, but he bandaged it and plastered it and hoped for better luck. And his 3rd wound truly was a blessed one, a slight one, and taken in the proper course of things, without a slur upon any of his comrades. This set him up again with advancement and appointment, and enabled him to marry and have children 7. The lieutenant was now about 50 years of age, gallant and lively as ever, and resolute to attend to his duty and himself as well. His duty was now along shore, in command of the coastguard of the East District, for the loss of a good deal of one heel made it hard for him to step about as he should do when afloat. The place suited him, and he was fond of it, although he grumbled sometimes about his grandfather, and went on as if his office was beneath him. He abused all his men, and all the good ones liked him and respected him for his clear English, and he enjoyed this free exercise of language out of doors, because inside his threshold he was on his P's and Q's. To call him ugly Carroway, as coarse people did, because of a scar across his long, bold nose, was petty and unjust, and directly contradicted by his own and his wife's opinion. For nobody could have brighter eyes, or a kindlier smile, and more open aspect in the forepart of the week, while his Sunday shave retained its influence, so far as its limited area went, for he kept a long beard always. By Wednesday he certainly began to look grim, and on Saturday ferocious, pending the advent of the Bridlington barber, who shaved all the key every Sunday. But his mind was none the worse, and his daughters liked him better when he rasped their young cheeks with his beard, and paid a penny. For to his children he was a loving and tender-hearted father, puzzled at their number, and sometimes perplexed at having to feed and clothe them, yet happy to give them his last and go without, and even ready to welcome more, if heaven should be pleased to send them. But Mrs. Carroway, most fidgety of women, and born of a well-shorn family, was unhappy from the middle to the end of the week, that she could not scrub her husband's beard off. The lady's sense of human crime, and of everything hateful in creation, expressed itself mainly in the word dirt. Her rancour against that nobly tranquil and most natural of elements inured itself into a downright passion. From babyhood she had been notorious for kicking her little legs out at the least speck of dust upon a tiny red shoe. Her father, a clergyman, heard so much of this, and had so many children of a different stamp, that when he came to christen her at 6 months of age, which used to be considered quite an early time of life, he put upon her the name of Lotta, to which she thoroughly acted up. But people having ignorance of foreign tongues said that he always meant Matilda. Such was her nature, and it grew upon her, so that when a young and gallant officer, tall and fresh, and as clean as a frigate, was captured by her neat bright eyes, very clear run and sharp cutwater, she began to like to look at him. Before very long, his spruce trim ducks, careful scrape of Brunswick leather boots, clean pocket handkerchiefs, and fine specklessness were making and keeping a well-swept path to the thoroughly dusted store-room of her heart. How little she dreamed in those virgin days that the future could ever contain a week when her Charles would decline to shave more than once, and then have it done for him on a Sunday. She hesitated, for she had her thoughts. Doubts she disdained to call them, but still he forgot once to draw his boots sideways, after having purged the toe and heel across the bristle of her father's mat. With the quick eye of love he perceived her frown, and the very next day he conquered her. His scheme was unworthy, as it substituted corporate for personal purity. Still it succeeded, as unworthy schemes will do. On the birthday of his sacred majesty, Charles took Matilda to see his ship, the 48-gun frigate Immaculate, commanded by a well-known martinet. Her spirit fell within her, like the Queen of Sheba's, as she gazed, but trembled to set down foot upon the trim order and the dazzling choring. She might have survived the strict purity of all things, the deck lines whiter than Parian marble, the bulwarks brighter than the cheek-piece of a grate, the breeches of the guns like goodly gold, and not a whisker of a rope's end curling the wrong way. If only she could have espied a swab, or a bucket, or a flake of holystone, or any indicament of labour done. Artis est celari artem. This art was unfathomable. Matilda was fain to assure herself that the main part of this might be superficial, like a dish cover polished with the spots on, and she lost her handkerchief on purpose to come back and try a little test work of her own. This was a piece of unstopped knotting in the panel of a hatchway, a resinous hole that must catch and keep any speck of dust meandering on the wayward will of the wind. Her cambric came out as white as it went in. She surrendered at discretion and became the prize of Carroway. Now people at Bridlington Quay declared that the lieutenant, though he might have carried off a prize, was certainly not the prize master, and they even went so far as to say that he could scarcely call his soul his own. The matter was no concern of theirs, neither were their conclusions true. In little things, the gallant officer, for the sake of discipline and peace, submitted to due authority, and being so much from home, he left all household matters to a firm control. In return for this, he was always thought of first, and the best of everything was kept for him, and Mrs. Carroway quoted him to others as a wonder, though she may not have done so to himself. And so, upon the whole, they got on very well together. Now on this day, when the lieutenant had exhausted a grumble of unusual intensity, and the fair Geraldine, his eldest child, had obeyed him to the letter by keeping her mouth full while she warmed a plate for him, it was not long before his usual luck befell the bold Carroway. Rap, rap, came a knock at the side door of his cottage, a knock only too familiar, and he heard the gruff voice of Cadman. "Can I see his honour immediately?" "No, you cannot," replied Mrs. Carroway. "One would think you were all in a league to starve him. No sooner does he get half a mouthful—" "Geraldine, put it on the hob, my dear, and a basin over it. Matilda, my love, you know my maxim, duty first, dinner afterward. Cadman, I will come with you." The revenue officer took up his hat, which had less time now than his dinner to get cold, and followed Cadman to the usual place for holding privy councils. This was under the heel of the pier, which was then about half as long as now, at a spot where the outer wall combed over, to break the crest of the surges in the height of a heavy eastern gale. At neap tides, and in moderate weather, this place was dry, with a fine salt smell, and with nothing in front of it but the sea, and nothing behind it but solid stone wall, anyone would think that here must be commune, sacred, secret, and secluded from eavesdroppers. And yet it was not so, by reason of a very simple reason. Upon the roadway of the pier, and over against a mooring post, where the parapet and the pier itself made a needful turn toward the south, there was an equally needful thing, a gully hole with an iron trap to carry off the rain that fell, or the spray that broke upon the fabric, and the outlet of this gully was in the face of the masonry outside. Carroway, not being gifted with a crooked mind, had never dreamed that this little gut might conduct the pulses of the air, like the tyrant's ear, and that the trap at the end might be a trap for him. Yet so it was, and by gently raising the movable iron frame at the top, a well-disposed person might hear every word that was spoken in the snug recess below. Cadman was well aware of this little fact, but left his commander to find it out. The officer, always thinly clad, both through the state of his wardrobe and his dread of effeminate comfort, settled his bony shoulders against the rough stonework, and his heels upon the groin, and gave his subordinate a nod which meant, "Make no fuss, but out with it." Cadman, a short, square fellow with crafty eyes, began to do so. "Captain, I have hit it off at last. Hackerbuddy put me wrong last time, through the wench he hath a hankering after. This time I got it, and no mistake, as right as if the villain lay asleep twixt you and me, and told us all about it with his tongue out, and a good thing for men of large families like me." "All that I have heard such a number of times," his commander answered crustily, "that I whistle, as we used to do in a dead calm, Cadman. An old salt like you knows how little comes of that." "There I don't quite agree with your honour. I have known a hurricane come from whistling. But this time there is no woman about it, and the penny have come down straight for'ard. New moon Tuesday next, and Monday we slips first into that snug little cave. He hath all had his last good run. How much is coming this time, Cadman? I am sick and tired of those 3 caves. It is all old women's talk of caves, while they are running south upon the open beach." "Captain, it is a big venture, the biggest of all the summer, I do believe. £2,000 if there is a penny in it. The schooner and the lugger and the ketch all to once, of purpose to send us scattering. But your honour knows what we be after most. No women in it this time, sir. The murder has been of the women all along. When there is no women, I can see my way. We have got the right pig by the ear this time." "John Cadman, your manner of speech is rude. You forget that your commanding officer has a wife and family, 3/4 of which are female. You will give me your information without any rude observations as to sex, of which you, as a married man, should be ashamed. A man and his wife are one flesh, Cadman, and therefore you are a woman yourself, and must labour not to disgrace yourself. Now don't look amazed, but consider these things. If you had not been in a flurry, like a woman, you would not have spoiled my dinner so. I will meet you at the Outlook at 6 o'clock. I have business on hand of importance." With these words, Carroway hastened home, leaving Cadman to mutter his wrath, and then to growl it when his officer was out of earshot. "Never a day, nor an hour almost, without he insulteth of me. A woman indeed! Well, his wife may be a man, but what call hath he to speak of mine so? John Cadman a woman, and one flesh with his wife? Pretty news that would be for my missus." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Serious charges. "Stephen, if it was anybody else, you would listen to me in a moment," said Mrs. Anerley to her lord, a few days after that little interview in the Bempton Lane. "For instance, if it was poor Willie, how long would you be in believing it? But because it is Mary, you say pooh pooh, and I may as well talk to the old cracked churn." "First time in all my born days," the farmer answered with a pleasant smile, "that ever I was resembled to a churn. But a man's wife ought to know best about un." "Stephen, it is not the churn. I mean you. And you never should attempt to ride off in that sort of way. I tell you, Mary hath a mischief on her mind. And you never ought to bring up old churns to me. As long as I can carry almost anything in mind, I have been considered to be full of common sense. And what should I use it upon, Captain Anerley, without it was my own daughter?" The farmer was always conquered when she called him Captain Anerley. He took it to point at him as a pretender, a coxcomb fond of titles, a would-be officer who took good care to hold aloof from fighting, and he knew in his heart that he loved to be called Captain Anerley by everyone who meant it. "My dear," he said in a tone of submission, and with a look that grieved her, "the knowledge of such things is with you. I cannot enter into young maids' minds any more than command a company." "Stephen, you could do both if you chose, better than 10 of 11 who do it. For, Stephen, you have a very tender mind, and are not at all like a churn, my dear. That was my manner of speech, you ought to know, because from my youngest days I had a crowd of imagination. You remember that, Stephen, don't you? I remember, Sophie, that in the old time you never resembled me to a churn, let alone a cracked one. You used to christen me a pillar, and a tree, and a rock, and a polished corner. But there, what's the odds, when a man has done his duty? The names of him makes no difference. "'Twixt you and me, my dear," she said, "nothing can make any difference. We know one another too well for that. You are all that I ever used to call you before I knew better about you. And when I used to dwell upon your hair and your smile, you know what I used to say of them now, Stephen. Most complimentary, highly complimentary. Another young woman brought me word of it, and it made me stick firm when my mind was doubtful. And glad you ought to be that you did stick firm. And you have the Lord to thank for it, as well as your own sense. But no time to talk of our old times now. They are coming up again with those yunkers, I'm afraid. Willie is like a church, and Jack, no chance of him getting the chance of it. But Mary, your darling of the lot, our Mary, her mind is unsettled, and a worry coming over her. The same as with me when I saw you first." "It is the Lord that directs those things," the farmer answered steadfastly. "And Mary hath the sense of her mother, I believe. That it is maketh me so fond of her. If the young maid hath taken a fancy, it will pass, without a bit of substance to settle on. Why, how many fancies had you, Sophie, before you had the good luck to clap eyes on me?" "That is neither here nor there," his wife replied audaciously. "How many times have you asked such questions which are no concern of yours? You could not expect me, before ever I saw you, not to have eyes or ears. I had plenty to say for myself, and I was not plain, and I acted accordingly." Master Anerley thought about this, because he had heard it and thought of it many times before. He hated to think about anything new, having never known any good come of it, and his thoughts would rather flow than fly, even in the fugitive brevity of youth. And now, in his settled way, his practice was to tread thought deeper into thought, as a man in deep snow keeps the track of his own boots, or as a child writes ink on pencil in his earliest copybooks. "You acted accordingly," he said, "and Mary might act according to you, mother." "How can you talk so, Stephen? That would be a different thing altogether. Young girls are not a bit like what they used to be in my time. No steadiness, no diligence, no duty to their parents. Gadding about is all they think of, and light-headed chatter, and saucy ribbons." "May be so with some of them, but I never see none of that in Mary." "Mary is a good girl, and well brought up," her mother could not help admitting, "and fond of her home, and industrious. But for all that, she must be looked after sharply. And who can look after a child like her mother? I can tell you one thing, Master Stephen, your daughter Mary has more will of her own than the rest of your family all put together, including even your own good wife." "Prodigious!" cried the farmer, while he rubbed his hands and laughed. "Prodigious! And a man might say impossible. A young lass like Mary, such a coaxing little poppet, as tender as a lambkin and as soft as wool." "Flannel won't only run one way, no more won't Mary," said her mother. "I know her better a long sight than you do, and I say if ever Mary sets her heart on any one, have him she will, be he cowboy, thief, or chimney sweep. So now you know what to expect, Master Anerley." Stephen Anerley never made light of his wife's opinions in those few cases wherein they differed from his own. She agreed with him so generally that in common fairness he thought very highly of her wisdom, and the present subject was one upon which she had an especial right to be heard. "Sophie," he said, as he set up his coat to be off to a cutting of clover on the hill, for no reaping would begin yet for another month, "the things you have said shall abide in my mind. Only you be a watching of the little wench. Harry Tanfield is the man I would choose for her of all others, but I never would force any husband on a lass. though stern would I be to force a bad one off, or one in an unfit walk of life. No inkle in your mind who it is, or wouldst have told me? Well, I may, or I may not. I never like to speak promiscuous. You have the first right to know what I think, but I beg you to let me be a while. Not even to you, Steve, would I say it, without more to go upon than there is yet. I might do the lass a great wrong in my surmising, and then you would visit my mistake on me, for she is the apple of your eye, no doubt. There is never such another maid in all York County, nor in England, to my thinking. She is my daughter as well as yours, and I would be the last to make cheap of her. I will not say another word until I know. But if I am right, which the Lord forbid, we shall both be ashamed of her, Stephen. The Lord forbid, the Lord forbid. Amen. I will not hear another word. The farmer snatched up his hat and made off with a haste unusual for him, while his wife sat down and crossed her arms and began to think rather bitterly. For without any dream of such a possibility, she was jealous sometimes of her own child. Presently the farmer rushed back again, triumphant with a new idea. His eyes were sparkling, and his step full of spring, and a brisk smile shone upon his strong and ruddy face. What a pair of stoops we must be to go on so, he cried, with a couple of bright guineas in his hand. Mary hath not had a new frock even, going on now for a year and a half. Sophie, it is enough to turn a maid into thinking of any sort of mischief. Take you these and make everything right. I was saving them up for her birthday, but maybe another will turn up by that. My dear, you take them, and never be afeard. Stephen, you may leave them if you like. I shall not be in any haste to let them go. Either give them to the lass yourself, or leave it to me purely. She shall not have a sixpence, unless it is deserved. Of course I leave it in your hands, wife. I never come between you and your children. But young folk go piping always after money now, and even our Mary might be turning sad without it. He hastened off again, without hearing any more, for he knew that some hours of strong labour were before him, and to meet them with a heavy heart would be almost a new thing for him. Some time ago he had begun to hold the plough of heaviness, through the difficult looseness of Willie's staple, and the sudden maritime slope of Jack. Yet he held on steadily through all this, with the strength of homely courage. But if in the pride of his heart, his Mary, he should find no better than a crooked furrow, then truly the labour of his latter days would be the dull round of a mill-horse. Now Mary, in total ignorance of that counsel held concerning her, and even of her mother's bad suspicions, chanced to come in at the front porch door soon after her father set off to his meadows, by way of the backyard. Having been hard at work among her flowers, she was come to get a cupful of milk for herself, and the cheery content and general goodwill encouraged by the gardener's gentle craft were smiling on her rosy lips and sparkling in her eyes. Her dress was as plain could be, a lavender twill cut and fitted by herself, and there was not an ornament about her that came from any other hand than nature's. But simple grace of movement and light elegance of figure, fair curves of gentle face and loving kindness of expression, gladdened with the hope of youth. What did these want with smart dresses, golden brooches, and 2 guineas? Her mother almost thought of this when she called Mary into the little parlour, and the 2 guineas lay upon the table. Mary, can you spare a little time to talk with me? You seem wonderfully busy as usual. Mother, will you never make allowance for my flowers? They depend upon the weather, and they must have things accordingly. Very well, let them think about what they want next, while you sit down a while and talk with me. The girl was vexed, for to listen to a lecture, already manifest in her mother's eyes, was a far less agreeable job than gardening, and the lecture would have done as well by candlelight, which seldom can be said of any gardening. However, she took off her hat and sat down, without the least sign of impatience, and without any token of guilt, as her mother saw, and yet stupidly proceeded just the same. "Mary," she began, with a gaze of stern discretion, which the girl met steadfastly and pleasantly, "you know that I am your own mother, and bound to look after you well, while you are so very young. For though you are sensible some ways, Mary, in years and in experience, what are you but a child? Of the traps of the world and the wickedness of people you can have no knowledge. You always think the best of everybody, which is a very proper thing to do, and what I have always brought you up to, and never would dream of discouraging. And with such examples as your father and your mother, you must be perverse to do otherwise. Still, it is my duty to warn you, Mary, and you are getting old enough to want it, that the world is not made up of fathers and mothers, brothers and sisters, and good uncles. There are always bad folk who go prowling about like wolves in what is it? Sheep's clothing, the maiden suggested with a smile, and then dropped her eyes maliciously. How dare you be pert, miss, correcting your own mother? Do I ever catch you reading of your Bible? But you seem to know so much about it, perhaps you have met some of them. How can I tell, mother, when you won't tell me? I tell you, indeed? It is your place to tell me, I think. And what is more, I insist at once upon knowing all about it. What makes you go on in the way that you are doing? Do you take me for a Dumbledore, you foolish child? On Tuesday afternoon I saw you sewing with a double thread. Your father had potato eyes upon his plate on Sunday, and which way did I see you trying to hang up a dish cover? But that is nothing. 50 things you go wandering about in, and always out on some pretence, as if the roof you were born under was not big enough for you. And then your eyes, I have seen your eyes flash up as if you were fighting, and the bosom of your Sunday frock was loose in church, 2 buttons. It was not hot at all to speak of, and there was a wasp next pew. All these things make me unhappy, Mary. My darling, tell me what it is." Mary listened with great amazement to this catalogue of crimes. At the time of their commission she had never even thought of them, although she was vexed with herself when she saw one eye, for in verity that was all, of a potato upon her father's plate. Now she blushed when she heard of the buttons of her frock, which was only done because of tightness, and showed how long she must have worn it. But as to the double thread, she was sure that nothing of that sort could have happened. "Why, mother dear," she said quite softly, coming up in her coaxing way, which nobody could resist, because it was true and gentle lovingness, "you know 100 times more than I do. I have never known of any of the sad mistakes you speak of, except about the potato eye, and then I had a round pointed knife. But I want to make no excuses, mother, and there is nothing the matter with me. Tell me what you mean about the wolves." "My child," said her mother, whose face she was kissing, while they both went on with talking, "it is no good trying to get over me. Either you have something on your mind, or you have not. Which is it?" "Mother, what can I have on my mind? I have never hurt anyone, and never mean to do it. Everyone is kind to me, and everybody likes me, and of course I like them all again. And I always have plenty to do in and out, as you take very good care, dear mother. My father loves me, and so do you, a great deal more than I deserve, perhaps. I am happy in a Sunday frock that wants more stuff to button, and I have only one trouble in all the world. When I think of the other girls I see— Never mind them, my dear. What is your one trouble?" "Mother, as if you could help knowing. About my dear brother Jack, of course. Jack was so wonderfully good to me. I would walk on my hands and knees all the way to York to get a single glimpse of him." "You would never get as far as the rickyard hedge. You children talk such nonsense. Jack ran away of his own free will, and out of downright contrariness. He has repented of it only once, I dare say, and that has been ever since he did it, and every time he thought of it. I wish he was home again with all my heart, for I cannot bear to lose my children, and Jack was as good a boy as need be when he got everything his own way. Mary, is that your only trouble? Stand where I can see you plainly, and tell me every word the truth. Put your hair back from your eyes now, like the catechism." "If I were saying 50 catechisms, what more could I do than speak the truth?" Mary asked this with some little vexation, while she stood up proudly before her mother and clasped her hands behind her back. "I have told you everything I know, except one little thing, which I am not sure about." "What little thing, if you please? And how can you help being sure about it, positive as you are about everything?" "Mother, I mean that I have not been sure whether I ought to tell you, and I meant to tell my father first, when there could be no mischief." "Mary, I can scarcely believe my ears. To tell your father before your mother, and not even him until nothing could be done to stop it, which you call mischief? I insist upon knowing at once what it is. I have felt that you were hiding something. How very unlike you! How unlike a child of mine!" "You need not disturb yourself, mother dear. It is nothing of any importance to me, though to other people it might be, and that is the reason why I kept it to myself." "Oh, we shall come to something by and by. One would really think you were older than your mother. Now, miss, if you please, let us judge of your discretion. What is it that you have been hiding so long?" Mary's face grew crimson now, but with anger rather than with shame. She had never thought twice about Robin Lyth with anything warmer than pity, but this was the very way to drive her into dwelling in a mischievous manner upon him. "What I have been hiding," she said most distinctly, and steadfastly looking at her mother, "is only that I have had 2 talks with the great free trader, Robin Lyth." "That arrant smuggler, that leader of all outlaws? You have been meeting him on the sly?" "Certainly not. But I met him once by chance, and then as a matter of business. I was forced to meet him again, dear mother." "These things are too much for me," Mrs. Anerley said decisively. "When matters have come to such a pass, I must beg your dear father to see to them." "Very well, mother. I would rather have it so. May I go now and make an end of my gardening?" "Certainly. As soon as you have made an end of me, as you must quite have laid your plans to do. I have seen too much to be astonished any more. But to think that a child of mine, my one and only daughter, who looks as if butter wouldn't melt in her mouth, should be hand and glove with the wickedest smuggler of the age, the rogue everybody shoots at, but cannot hit him, because he was born to be hanged. The by-name, the by-word, the by-blow, Robin Lyth." Mrs. Anerley covered her face with both hands. "How would you like your own second cousin," said Mary, plucking up her spirit, "your own second cousin, Mistress Cockscroft, to hear you speak so of the man that supports them at the risk of his life, every hour of it? He may be doing wrong, it is not for me to say, but he does it very well, and he does it nobly. And what did you show me in your drawer, dear mother? And what did you wear when that very cruel man, Captain Carroway, came here to dine on Sunday?" "You wicked, undutiful child! Go away. I wish to have nothing more to say to you." "No, I will not go away," cried Mary, with her resolute spirit in her eyes and brow. "When false and cruel charges are brought against me, I have the right to speak, and I will use it. I am not hand and glove with Robin Lyth, or any other Robin. I think a little more of myself than that. If I have done any wrong, I will meet it and be sorry, and submit to any punishment. I ought to have told you before, perhaps. That is the worst you can say of it. But I never attached much importance to it. And when a man is hunted so, was I to join his enemies? I have only seen him twice, the first time by purest accident, and the second time to give him back a piece of his own property. And I took my brother with me, but he ran away as usual." Of course, everyone to blame but you, miss. However, we shall see what your father has to say. You have very nearly taken all my breath away, but I shall expect the whole sky to tumble in upon us if Captain Anerley approves of Robin Lyth as a sweetheart for his daughter. I never thought of Captain Lyth, and Captain Lyth never thought of me. But I can tell you one thing, mother. If you wanted to make me think of him, you could not do it better than by speaking so unjustly. After that, perhaps you will go back to your flowers. I have heard that they grow very fine ones in Holland. Perhaps you have got some smuggled tulips, my dear. Mary did not condescend to answer, but said to herself, as she went to work again, tulips in August. That is like the rest of it. However, I am not going to be put out when I feel that I have not done a single bit of harm. And she tried to be happy with her flowers, but could not enter into them as before. Mistress Anerley was as good as her word at the very first opportunity. Her husband returned from the clover stack, tired and hungry, and angry with a man who had taken too much beer and ran at him with a pitchfork. Angry also with his own son, Willie, for not being anywhere in the way to help. He did not complain, and his wife knew at once that he ought to have done so, to obtain relief. She perceived that her own discourse about their daughter was still on his mind, and would require working off before any more was said about it, and she felt as sure as if she saw it that in his severity against poor Willie, for not doing things that were beneath him, her master would take Mary's folly as a joke, and fall upon her brother, who was so much older, for not going on to protect and guide her. So she kept till after supper time her mouthful of bad tidings. And when the farmer heard it all, as he did before going to sleep that night, he had smoked 3 pipes of tobacco and was calm. He had sipped, for once in a way, a little Hollands, and was hopeful. And though he said nothing about it, he felt that without any order of his, or so much as the faintest desire to be told of it, neither of these petty comforts would bear to be rudely examined of its duty. He hoped for the best, and he believed the best, and if the king was cheated, why, his loyal subject was the same, and the women were their masters. "Have no fear, he muttered back through the closing gate of sleep. Mary knows her business, and he buzzed it off into a snore. In the morning, however, he took a stronger and more serious view of the case, pronouncing that Mary was only a young lass, and no one could ever tell about young lasses, and he quite fell into his wife's suggestion that the maid could be spared till harvest time, of which, even with the best of weather, there was little chance now for another 6 weeks, the season being late and backward. So it was resolved between them both that the girl should go on the following day for a visit to her uncle Popplewell, some miles the other side of Filey. No invitation was required, for Mr. and Mrs. Popplewell, a snug and comfortable pair, were only too glad to have their niece, and had often wanted to have her altogether, but the farmer would never hear of that. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Caught at last. While these little things were doing thus, the coast, from the mouth of the Tees to that of Humber, and even the inland parts, were in a great stir of talk and work about events impending. It must not be thought that Flamborough, although it was Robin's dwelling place, so far as he had any, was the principal scene of his operations, or the stronghold of his enterprise. On the contrary, his liking was for quiet coves near Scarborough, or even to the north of Whitby, when the wind and tide were suitable. And for this there were many reasons. which are not of any moment now. One of them showed fine feeling and much delicacy on his part. He knew that Flamborough was a place of extraordinary honesty, where every one of his buttons had been safe, and would have been so forever, and strictly as he believed in the virtue of his own free importation, it was impossible for him not to learn that certain people thought otherwise, or acted as if they did so. From the troubles which such doubts might cause, he strove to keep the natives free. Flamburians scarcely understood this largeness of goodwill to them. Their instincts told them that free trade was every Briton's privilege, and they had the finest set of donkeys on the coast for landing it. But none the more did any of them care to make any movement toward it. They were satisfied with their own old way, to cast the net their father cast, and bait the hook as it was baited on their good grandfather's thumb. Yet even Flamborough knew that now a mighty enterprise was in hand. It was said, without any contradiction, that young Captain Robin had laid a wager of 100 guineas with the worshipful Mayor of Scarborough and the Commandant of the castle, that before the new moon he would land on Yorkshire coast, without firing pistol or drawing steel, free goods to the value of £2,000, and carry them inland safely. And Flamborough believed that he would do it. Dr. Upround's house stood well, as rectories generally contrive to do. No place in Flamborough parish could hope to swindle the wind of its vested right, or to embezzle much treasure of the sun. But the parsonage made a good effort to do both, and sometimes for 3 days together got the credit of succeeding. And the dwellers therein, who felt the edge of the difference outside their own walls, not only said, but thoroughly believed, that they lived in a little Goshen. For the house was well settled in a wrinkle of the hill expanding southward and encouraging the noon. From the windows a pleasant glimpse might be obtained of the broad and tranquil anchorage, peopled with white or black, according as the sails went up or down, for the rectory stood to the southward of the point, as the rest of Flamborough surely must have stood if built by any other race than armadillos. But to see all those vessels, and be sure what they were doing, the proper place was a little snug gazebo, chosen and made by the doctor himself, near the crest of the gully he inhabited. Here, upon a genial summer day, when it came as it sometimes dared to do, was the finest little nook upon the Yorkshire coast for watching what Virgil calls the sail-winged sea. Not that a man could see round the head, unless his own were gifted with very crooked eyes, but without doing that, which would only have disturbed the tranquillity of his prospect, there was plenty to engage him in the peaceful spread of comparatively waveless waters. Here might he see long vessels rolling, not with great misery, but just enough to make him feel happy in the firmness of his bench, and little jolly boats it was more jolly to be out of, and faraway heads giving genial bobs, and sea legs straddled in predicaments desirable rather for study than for practice. All was highly picturesque and nice, and charming for the critic who had never got to do it. "Now, papa, you must come this very moment," cried Miss Janetta Upround, the daughter of the house, and indeed the only daughter, with a gush of excitement, rushing into the study of this deeply read divine. "There is something doing that I cannot understand. You must bring up the spyglass at once and explain. I am sure that there is something very wrong." "In the parish, my dear?" the rector asked, with a feeble attempt at malice, for he did not want to be disturbed just now, and for weeks he had tried, with very poor success, to make Janetta useful, for she had no gift in that way. "No, not in the parish at all, papa, unless it runs out under water, as I am certain it ought to do, and make every one of those ships pay tithe. If the law was worth anything, they would have to do it. They get all the good out of our situation, and they save whole thousands of pounds at a time, and they never pay a penny, nor even hoist a flag, unless the day is fine and the flag wants drying. But come along, Papa, now. I really cannot wait, and they will have done it all without us. Janetta, take the glass and get the focus. I will come presently, in about 2 minutes, by the time that you are ready. Very well, Papa. It is very good of you. I see quite clearly what you want to do, and I hope you will do it. But you promise not to play another game now? My dear, I will promise that with pleasure. Only do, please, be off about your business. The rector was a most inveterate and insatiable chess player. In the household, rather than by it, he was, as a matter of lofty belief, supposed to be deeply engaged with theology, or magisterial questions of almost equal depth, or, to put it at the lowest, parochial affairs, the while he was solidly and seriously engaged in getting up the sound defence to some continental gambit, and this not only to satisfy himself upon some point of theory, but from a nearer and dearer point of view, for he never did like to be beaten. At present he was labouring to discover the proper defence to a new and slashing form of the Allgaier gambit, by means of which Robin Lyth had won every game in which he had the move upon their last encounter. The great free trader, while a boy, had shown an especial aptitude for chess, and even as a child he had seemed to know the men when first, by some accident, he saw them. The rector being struck by this exception to the ways of childhood, whose manner it is to take chessmen for dollies, or roll them about like ninepins, at once included in the education of Isunsabi, which he took upon himself, a course of elemental doctrine in the one true game, and the boy fought his way up at such a pace that he jumped from odds of queen and rook to pawn and 2 moves in less than 2 years, and now he could almost give odds to his tutor, though he never presumed to offer them, and trading as he did with enlightened merchants of large continental seaports, who had plenty of time on their hands and played well, he imported new openings of a dash and freedom which swallowed the ground up under the feet of the steady-going players who had never seen a book upon their favourite subject. Of course, it was competent to all these to decline such fiery onslaught, but chivalry and the true love of analysis, which without may none play chess, compelled the acceptance of the challenge, even with a trembling forecast of the taste of dust. "Never mind," said Dr. Upround, as he rose and stretched himself, a good straight man of 80 years, with silver hair that shone like silk. "It has not come to me yet, but it must, with a little more perseverance. At Cambridge I beat everybody, and who is this uncircumcised, at least, I beg his pardon, for I did myself baptize him, but who is Robin Lyth, to mate his pastor and his master? All these gambits are like a night attack. If once met properly and expelled, you are in the very heart of the enemy's camp. He has left his own watchfires to rush at yours. The next game I play, I shall be sure to beat him." Fully convinced of this great truth, he took a strong oak staff and hastened to obey his daughter. Miss Janetta Upround had not only learned by nature, but also had been carefully taught by her parents, and by everyone, how to get her own way always, and to be thanked for taking it. But she had such a happy nature, full of kindness and goodwill, that other people's wishes always seemed to flow into her own, instead of being swept aside. Over her father, her government was in no sort constitutional, nor even a quiet despotism sweetened with liberal illusions, but as pure a piece of autocracy as the continent could itself contain in the time of this first Napoleon. "Papa, what a time you have been, to be sure!" she exclaimed, as the doctor came gradually up, probing his way in perfect leisure, and fragrant still of that gambit. "One would think that your parish was on dry land altogether, while the better half of it, as they call themselves, though the women are in righteousness the better half 100-fold. My dear, Do try to talk with some little sense of arithmetic, if no other. 100-fold the half would be the unit multiplied by 50, not to mention that there can be no better half. Yes, there can, papa, ever so many, and you may see one in mamma every day. Now you put one eye to this glass, and the half is better than the whole. With both you see nothing. With one you see better, 50 times better, than with both before. Don't talk of arithmetic after that. It is algebra now, and quod demonstrandum. To reason with the less worthy gender is degeneration of reason. What would they have said in the Senate House, Janetta? However, I will obey your orders. What am I to look at? A tall and very extraordinary man, striking his arms out thus and thus. I never saw anyone looking so excited, and he flourishes a long sword now and again, as if he would like to cut everybody's head off. There he has been going from ship to ship for an hour or more, with a long white boat, and a lot of men jumping after him. Everyone seems to be scared of him, and he stumps along the deck just as if he were on springs, and one spring longer than the other. You see that heavy brig outside the rest, painted with 10 portholes? Well, she began to make sail and run away, but he fired a gun, quite a real cannon, and she had to come back again and drop her colours. Oh, is it some very great admiral, papa? Perhaps Lord Nelson himself. I would go and be seasick for 3 days to see Lord Nelson. Papa, it must be Lord Nelson. My dear, Lord Nelson is a little short man with a very brisk walk, and one arm gone. Now, let me see who this can be. Whereabout is he now, Janetta? Do you see that clumsy-looking schooner, papa, just behind a pilot boat? He is just in front of her foremast, making such a fuss. What eyes you have got, my child! You see better without the glass than I do with it. Oh, now I have him. Why, I might have guessed. Of course, it is that very active man and vigilant officer, Lieutenant Carroway. Captain Carroway from Bridlington, papa? Why, what can he be doing with such authority? I have often heard of him, but I thought he was only a coast guard. He is, as you say, showing great authority, and I fear using very bad language, for which he is quite celebrated. However, the telescope refuses to repeat it, for which it is much to be commended. But every allowance must be made for a man who has to deal with a wholly uncultivated race, and not of natural piety, like ours. Well, papa, I doubt if ours have too much, though you always make the best of them. But let me look again, please, and do tell me what he can be doing there. You know that the revenue officers must take the law into their own hands sometimes. There have lately been certain rumours of some contraband proceedings on the Yorkshire coast. Not in Flamborough parish, of course, and probably I may say, a long way off. Papa dear, will you never confess that free trade prevails and flourishes greatly, even under your own dear nose? Facts do not warrant me in any such assertion. If the fact were so, it must have been brought officially before me. I decline to listen to uncharitable rumours. But, however that matter may be, there are officers on the spot to deal with it. My commission as a Justice of the Peace gives me no cognizance of offences, if such there are, upon the high seas. Ah, you see something particular. My dear, what is it? Captain Carroway has found something, or somebody, of great importance. He has got a man by the collar, and he is absolutely dancing with delight. Ah, there he goes, dragging him along the deck, as if he were a codfish or a conger. And now, I declare, he is lashing his arms and legs with a great thick rope. Papa, is that legal, without even a warrant? I can hardly say how far his powers may extend, and he is just the man to extend them farther. I only hope not to be involved in the matter. Maritime law is not my province. But, papa, it is much within 3 miles of the shore, if that has got anything to do with it. My goodness me, they are all coming here. I am almost sure that they will apply to you. Yes, 2 boatloads of people racing to get their oars out and to be here first. Where are your spectacles, dear papa? You had better go and get up the law before they come. You will scarcely have time, they are coming so fast. A white boat and a black boat. The prisoner is in the white boat, and the officer has got him by the collar still. The men in the white boat will want to commit him, and the men in the black boat are his friends, no doubt, coming for a habeas corpus. My dear, what nonsense you do talk. What has a simple justice of the peace? Never mind that, papa. My facts are sound, sounder than yours about smuggling, I fear. But do hurry in and get up the law. I will go and lock both gates to give you more time. Do nothing of the kind, Janetta. A magistrate should be accessible always. And how can I get up the law without knowing what it is to be about, or even a clerk to help me? And perhaps they are not coming here at all. They may be only landing their prisoner. If that were it, they would not be coming so, but rowing towards the proper place, Bridlington Quay, where their station house is. Papa, you are in for it, and I am getting eager. May I come and hear all about it? I should be a great support to you, you know, and they would tell the truth so much better. Janetta, what are you dreaming of? It may even be a case of secrecy. Secrecy, papa? With 2 boatloads of men and about 30 ships involved in it? Oh, do let me hear all about it. Whatever it may be, your presence is not required, and would be improper. Unless I should happen to want a book, and in that case I might ring for you. Oh, do, papa, do. No one else can ever find them. Promise me now that you will want a book. If I am not there, there will be no justice done. I wish you severely to reprimand, whatever the facts of the case may be, and even to punish, if you can, that tall, lame, violent, ferocious man for dragging the poor fellow about like that, and cutting him with ropes, when completely needless, and when he was quite at his mercy. It is my opinion that the other man does not deserve one bit of it, and whatever the law may be, papa, your duty is to strain it benevolently, and question every syllable upon the stronger side. Perhaps I had better resign, my dear, upon condition that you shall be appointed in the stead of me. It might be a popular measure, and would secure universal justice. Papa, I would do justice to myself, which is a thing you never do. But here they are landing, and they hoist him out as if he were a sack, or a thing without a joint. They could scarcely be harder with a man compelled to be hanged tomorrow morning. Condemned is what you mean, Janetta. You will never understand the use of words. What a nice magistrate you would make! There can be no more correct expression. Would a man be hanged if he were not compelled? Papa, you say the most illegal things sometimes. Now please to go in and get up your legal points. Let me go and meet those people for you. I will keep them waiting till you are quite ready. My dear, you will go to your room and try to learn a little patience. You begin to be too pat with your own opinions, which in a young lady is ungraceful. There, you need not cry, my darling, because your opinions are always sensible, and I value them very highly. But still you must bear in mind that you are but a girl. And behave accordingly, as they say. Nobody can do more so. But though I am only a girl, papa, can you put your hand upon a better one? Certainly not, my dear. For going downhill, I can always depend on you. Suiting the action to the word, Dr. Upround, whose feet were a little touched with gout, came down from his outlook to his kitchen garden, and thence through the shrubbery back to his own study, where, with a little sigh, he put away his chessmen, and heartily hoped that it might not be his favourite adversary who was coming before him to be sent to jail. For although the good rector had a warm regard, and even affection, for Robin Lyth as a waif cast into his care, and then a pupil wonderfully apt, which breeds love in the teacher, and after that a most gallant and highly distinguished young parishioner, With all this, it was a difficulty for him to be ignorant that the law was adverse. More than once he had striven hard to lead the youth into some better path of life, and had even induced him to follow the sea for a short time in the merchant service. But the force of nature and of circumstances had very soon prevailed again, and Robin returned to his old pursuits with larger experience and seamanship improved. A violent ringing at the gate bell, followed by equal urgency upon the front door, apprised the kind magistrate of a sharp call upon his faculties, and perhaps a most unpleasant one. "The poor boy," he said to himself. "Poor boy. From Carroway's excitement, I greatly fear that it is indeed poor Robin. How many a grand game have we had! His new variety of that fine gambit scarcely beginning to be analysed. And if I commit him to the meeting next week, when shall we ever meet again? It will seem as if I did it because he won 3 games, and I certainly was a little vexed with him. However, I must be stern, stern, stern. Show them in, Betsy. I am quite prepared." A noise and a sound of strong language in the hall, and a dragging of something on the oilcloth, led up to the entry of a dozen rough men, pushed on by at least another dozen. "You will have the manners to take off your hats," said the magistrate with all his dignity, "not from any undue deference to me, but common respect to his majesty." "Off with your covers, you sons of something," shouted a loud voice. And then the lieutenant, with his blade still drawn, stood before them. "Sheathe your sword, sir," said Dr. Upround, in a voice which amazed the officer. "I beg your worship's pardon," he began, with his grim face flushing purple, but his sword laid where it should have been. "But if you knew half of the worry I have had, you would not care to rebuke me. Cadman, have you got him by the neck? Keep your knuckles into him while I make my deposition. Cast that man free. I receive no depositions with a man half strangled before me." The men of the coastguard glanced at their commander, and receiving a surly nod, obeyed. But the prisoner could not stand as yet. He gasped for breath, and someone set him on a chair. "Your worship, this is a mere matter of form," said Carroway, still keeping eyes on his prey. "If I had my own way, I would not trouble you at all, and I believe it to be quite needless, for this man is an outlaw felon, and not entitled to any grace of law, but I must obey my orders." "Certainly you must, Lieutenant Carroway, even though you are better acquainted with the law. You are ready to be sworn. Take this book and follow me." This being done, the worthy magistrate prepared to write down what the gallant officer might say, which in brief came to this, that, having orders to seize Robin Lyth wherever he might find him, and having sure knowledge that said Robin was on board of a certain schooner vessel, the Elizabeth of Goole, the which he had laden with goods liable to duty, he, Charles Carroway, had gently laid hands on him, and brought him to the nearest justice of the peace, to obtain an order of commitment. All this, at 50 times the length here given, Lieutenant Carroway deposed on oath, while his worship, for want of a clerk, set it down in his own very neat handwriting. But several very coolly-looking men, who could scarcely be taught to keep silence, observed that the magistrate smiled once or twice, and this made them wait a bit and wink at one another. "Very clear indeed, Lieutenant Carroway," said Dr. Upround, with spectacles on nose. "Good sir, have the kindness to sign your deposition. It may become my duty to commit the prisoner, upon identification. Of that I must have evidence, confirmatory evidence. But first we will hear what he has to say. Robin Lyth, stand forward."
"Me no Robin Lyth, sir, no Robin man or woman," cried the captive, trying very hard to stand. "Me only a poor Français, make liberty to what you call row, swim, sail, from la belle France. For why? For why, there is no import to nobody.
Your worship, he is always going on about imports, Cadman said respectfully. That is enough to show who he is. You may trust me to know him, cried Lieutenant Carroway. My fine fellow, no more of that stuff. He can pass himself off for any countryman whatever. He knows all their jabbers, sir, better than his own. Put a cork between his teeth, Hackerbuddy. I never did see such a noisy rogue. He is Robin Lyth all over.
I'll be blessed if he is, nor under neither, cried the biggest of the Coley men. This here froggy come out of a chastened Mary as had run up from Dunkirk. I know Robin Lyth as well as our own figurehead, but what good to try reason with that there revenue officer?
At this, all his friends set a good laugh up, and wanted to give him a cheer for such a speech, but that being hushed, they were satisfied with condemning his organs of sight and their own quite fairly. Lieutenant Carroway, his worship said, amidst an impressive silence, I greatly fear that you have allowed zeal, my dear sir, to outrun discretion. Robin Lyth is a young, and in many ways highly respected, parishioner of mine. He may have been guilty of casual breaches of the law concerning importation, laws which fluctuate from year to year and require deep knowledge of legislation both to observe and to administer. I heartily trust that you may not suffer from having discharged your duty in a manner most truly exemplary, if only the example had been the right one. This gentleman is no more Robin Lyth than I am. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Danforth, Springfield, Missouri. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 16. Discipline Asserted. As soon as his troublesome visitors were gone, the rector sat down in his deep armchair, laid aside his spectacles, and began to think. His face, while he thought, lost more and more of the calm and cheerful expression which made it so pleasant a face to gaze upon, and he sighed without knowing it at some dark ideas, and gave a little shake of his grand old head. The revenue officer had called his favorite pupil and cleverest parishioner a felon outlaw, and if that were so, Robin Lyth was no less than a convicted criminal, and must not be admitted within his doors. Formerly, the regular penalty for illicit importation had been the forfeiture of the goods when caught, and the smugglers, unless they made resistance or carried firearms, were allowed to escape and retrieve their bad luck, which they very soon contrived to do. And as yet, upon this part of the coast, they had not been guilty of atrocious crimes, such as the smugglers of Sussex and Hampshire, who must have been utter fiends, committed, thereby raising all the land against them. Dr. Upround had heard of no proclamation, exaction, or even capias issued against this young free trader, and he knew well enough that the worst offenders were not the bold seamen who contracted for the run, nor the people of the coast who were hired for the carriage, but the rich indwellers, who provided all the money and received the lion's share of the profits. And with these the law never even tried to deal. However, the magistrate parson resolved that, in spite of all the interest of tutorship and chess play, and even the influences of his wife and daughter, who were hearty admirers of brave smuggling, he must either reform this young man or compel him to keep at a distance, which would be very sad. Meanwhile, the lieutenant had departed in a fury which seemed to be incapable of growing any worse. Never an oath did he utter all the way to the landing where his boat was left, and his men, who knew how much that meant, were afraid to do more than just wink at one another. Even the sailors of the collier schooner forbore to cheer him until he was afloat, when they gave him 3 fine rounds of mock cheers, to which the poor Frenchman contributed a shriek. For this man had been most inhospitably treated, through his strange but undeniable likeness to a perfidious Briton. "Home!" cried the officer, glowering at those fellows, while his men held their oars and were ready to rush at them. "Home with a will! Give way, men!" And not another word he spoke till they touched the steps at Bridlington. Then he fixed stern eyes upon Cadman, who vainly strove to meet them, and he said, "Come to me in 1 hour and a half." Cadman touched his hat without an answer, saw to the boat, and then went home along the quay. Carroway, though of a violent temper, especially when laughed at, was not of that steadfast and sedentary wrath which chews the cud of grievances and feeds upon it in a shady place. He had a good wife, though a little over-clean, and 7 fine appetited children who gave him the greatest pleasure in providing victuals. Also, he had his pipe and his quiet corners, sacred to the atmosphere and private thoughts of Carroway. And here he would often be ambitious even now, perceiving no good reason why he might not yet command a line of battleship, and run up his own flag and nobly tread his own lofty quarter-deck. If so, he would have Mrs. Carroway on board, and not only on the boards, but at them, so that a challenge should be issued every day for any other ship in all the service to display white so wholly spotless and black so void of streakiness. And while he was dwelling upon personal matters, which after all concerned the nation most, he had tried very hard to discover any reason, putting paltry luck aside, why Horatio Nelson should be a lord, and what more to the purpose, an admiral, while Charles Carroway, his old shipmate and in every way superior, who could eat him at a mouthful, if only he were good enough, should be no more than a longshore lieutenant and a Jonathan Wild of the revenue. However, as for envying Nelson, the Lord knew that he would not give his little Geraldine's worst frock for all the fellow's grand coat of arms, and freedom in a snuff-box, and golden shields and devices, this, that, and the other, with bona robus to support them. To this conclusion he was fairly come, after a good meal, and with the second glass of the finest Jamaica pineapple rum, which he drank from pure principle because it was not smuggled, steaming and scenting the blue curls of his pipe, when his admirable wife came in to say that on no account would she interrupt him. "My dear, I am busy, and I'm very glad to hear it. Pish, where have I put all those accounts?" "Charles, you're not doing any accounts. When you have done your pipe and glass, I wish to say a quiet word or two. I am sure that there is not a woman in 1,000. Matilda, I know it, nor one in 50,000. You're very good at figures. Will you take the sheet away with you? 8 o'clock will be quite time enough for it." "My dear, I am always too pleased to do whatever I can to help you. But I must talk to you now. Really, I must say a few words about something, tired as you may be, Charles, and well deserving of a little good sleep, which you never seem to be able to manage in bed. You told me, you know, that you expected Cadman, that surly, dirty fellow, who delights to spoil my stones, and would like nothing better than to take the pattern out of our drawing-room Kidderminster. Now, I have a reason for saying something, Charles. Will you listen to me once, just once?" "I never do anything else," said the husband with justice, "and meaning no mischief." "Ah, how very seldom you hear me talk, and when I do I might just as well address the winds. But for once, my dear, attend, I do implore you. That surly, burly Cadman will be here directly, and I know that you are much put out with him. Now I tell you he is dangerous, savagely dangerous. I can see it in his unhealthy skin. Oh, Charles, where have you put down your pipe? I cleaned that shelf this very morning. How little I thought when I promised to be yours that you would ever knock out your ashes like that. But do bear in mind, dear, whatever you do, if anything happened to you, whatever would become of all of us? All your sweet children and your faithful wife. I declare you have made 2 great rings with your tumbler upon the new cover of the table. Matilda, that has been done ever so long, but I am almost certain this tumbler leaks. So you always say, just as if I would allow it. You never think of simply wiping the rim every time you use it. When I put you a saucer for your glass, you forget it. There was never such a man, I do believe. I shall have to stop the rum and water altogether. No, 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 I'll do anything you like. I'll have a tumbler made with a saucer to it. I'll buy a piece of oilcloth the size of a foretopsail. Charles, no nonsense, if you please, as if I were ever unreasonable. But your quickness of temper is such that I dread what you may say to that cabman. Remember what opportunities he has, dear. He might shoot you in the dark any night, my darling, and put it upon the smugglers. I entreat you not to irritate the man and make him your enemy. He is so spiteful, and I should be in terror the whole night long. Matilda, in the house you may command me as you please, even in my own cuddy here. But as regards my duty, you know well that I permit no interference, and I should have expected you to have more sense. A pretty officer I would be if I were afraid of my own men. When a man is to blame, I tell him so, in good round language, and I shall do so now. This man is greatly to blame, and I doubt whether to consider him a fool or a rogue. If it were not that he has 7 children, as we have, I would discharge him this very night. Charles, I am very sorry for his 7 children, but our place is to think of our own 7 first. I beg you, I implore you to discharge the man, for he has not the courage to harm you, I believe, except with the cowardly advantage he has got. Now promise me either to say nothing to him or to discharge him and be done with him. Matilda, of such things you know nothing, and I cannot allow you to say any more. Very well, I know my duty. I shall sit up and pray every dark night you are out, and the whole place will go to the dogs, of course. Of the smugglers I am not afraid one bit, nor of any honest fighting such as you're used to. But, oh, my dear Charles, the very bravest man can do nothing against base treachery. To dream of such things shows a bad imagination, Carroway answered sternly. But seeing his wife's eyes fill with tears, he took her hand gently and begged her pardon, and promised to be very careful. I am the last man to be rash, he said, after getting so many more kicks than coppers. I never had a fellow under my command who would lift a finger to harm me, and you must remember, my dear Tilly, that I command Englishmen, not Lascars. With this she was forced to be content to the best of her ability. And Geraldine ran bouncing in from school to fill her father's pipe for him, so that by the time John Cadman came, his commander had almost forgotten the wrath created by the failure of the morning. But unluckily, Cadman had not forgotten the words and the look he received before his comrades. "Here I am, sir, to give an account of myself," he said, in an insolent tone, having taken much liquor to brace him for the meeting. "Is it your pleasure to say what you mean?" "Yes, but not here. You will follow me to the station." The lieutenant took his favorite staff and set forth, while his wife, from the little window, watched him with a very anxious gaze. She saw her husband stride in front with the long, rough gait she knew so well, and the swinging of his arms, which always showed his temper was not in his best condition. And behind him Cadman slouched along, with his shoulders up and his red hands clenched. And the poor wife sadly went back to work, for her life was a truly anxious one. The station, as it was rather grandly called, was a hut, about the size of a 4-post bed, upon the low cliff, undermined by the sea, and even then threatened to be swept away. Here was a tall flagstaff for signals, and a place for a beacon light when needed, and a bench with a rest for a spyglass. In the hut itself were signal flags and a few spare muskets and a keg of bullets, with maps and codes hung round the wall, and flint and tinder and a good many pipes and odds and ends on ledges. Carroway was very proud of this place, and kept the key strictly in his own pocket, and very seldom allowed a man to pass through the narrow doorway. But he liked to sit inside, and see them looking desirous to come in. "Stand there, Cadman," he said, as soon as he had settled himself in the one hard chair, and the man, though thoroughly primed for revolt, obeyed the old habit and stood outside. "Once more you have misled me, Cadman, and abused my confidence. More than that, you have made me a common laughing-stock for scores of fools, and even for a learned gentleman, magistrate of divinity. I was not content with your information until you confirmed it by letters you produced from men well known to you, as you said, and even from the inland trader who had contracted for the venture. The schooner Elizabeth of Goyle, disguised as a collier, was to bring to with Robin Lyth on board of her, and the goods in her hold under covering of coal, and to run the goods to the South Flamborough landing this very night. I have searched the Elizabeth from stem to stern, and the craft brought up alongside of her, and all I have found is a wretched Frenchman who skulked so that I made sure of him, and not a blessed anchor of foreign brandy, nor even a 40-pound bag of tea. You had that packet of letters in your necktie. Hand them to me this moment. If your honour has made up your mind to think that a sailor of the Royal Navy— Cadman, none of that. No lickspittle lies to me. Those letters that I may establish them. You shall have them back if they are right, and I will pay you a half-crown for the loan. If I was to leave they letters in your hand, I could never hold head up in Burlington no more. That's no concern of mine. Your duty is to hold up your head with me and those who find you in bread and butter. Precious little butter I ever gets, and very little bread to speak of. The folk that does the work gets nothing. Them that does nothing gets the name and game. Fellow, no reasoning but obey me, Carroway shouted, with his temper rising. Hand over those letters or you leave the service. How can I give away another man's property? As he said these words, the man folded his arms as who should say, That is all you get out of me. Is that the way you speak to your commanding officer? Who owns those letters, then, according to your ideas? Butcher Hewson, and he says you shall have them as soon as he sees the money for his little bill. This was a trifle too much for Carroway. Up he jumped with surprising speed, took one stride through the station door, and seizing Cadman by the collar, shook him, wrung his ear with his left hand, which was like a pair of pincers, and then with the other flung him backward as if he were an empty bag. The fellow was too much amazed to strike or close with him, or even swear, but received the vehement impact without any stay behind him, so that he staggered back, hat downward, and striking one heel on a stone, fell over the brink of the shallow cliff to the sand below. The lieutenant, who never had thought of this, was terribly scared, and his wrath turned cold. For although the fall was of no great depth, and the ground at the bottom so soft, if the poor man had struck it pole foremost as he fell, it was likely that his neck was broken. Without any thought of his crippled heel, Carroway took the jump himself. As soon as he recovered from the jar, which shook his stiff joints and stiffer back, he ran to the coast guardsman and raised him, and found him very much inclined to swear. That was a good sign, and the officer was thankful, and raised him in the gravelly sand, and kindly requested him to have it out, and to thank the Lord as soon as he felt better. But Cadman, although he very soon came round, abstained from every token of gratitude. Falling with his mouth wide open in surprise, he had filled it with gravel of inferior taste, as a tidy sewer pipe ran out just there, and at every execration he discharged a little. "What can be done with a fellow so ungrateful?" cried the lieutenant, standing stiffly up again. "Nothing but to let him come back to his manners." "Hark you, John Cadman, between your bad words. If a glass of hot grog will restore your right wits, you can come up and have it when your clothes are brushed." With these words, Carroway strode off to his cottage, without even deigning to look back. For a minute had been enough to show him that no serious harm was done. The other man did not stir until his officer was out of sight. Then he rose and rubbed himself, but he did not care to go for his rummer of hot grog. "I must work this off," the lieutenant said, as soon as he had told his wife and received his scolding. "I cannot sit down. I must do something. My mind is becoming too much for me, I fear. Can you expect me to be laughed at? I shall take a little sail in the boat. The wind suits, and I have a particular reason. Expect me, my dear, when you see me." In half an hour the largest boat, which carried a brass swivel gun in her bows, was stretching gracefully across the bay with her 3 white sails flashing back the sunset. The lieutenant steered, and he had 4 men with him, of whom Cadman was not one, that worthy being left at home to nurse his bruises and his dudgeon. These 4 men now were quite marvellously civil, having heard of their comrade's plight, and being pleased alike with that and with their commander's prowess. For Cadman was by no means popular among them, because, though his pay was the same as theirs, he always tried to be looked up to, the while his manners were not distinguished and scarcely could be called polite, when a supper required to be paid for. In derision of this, and of his desire for mastery, they had taken to calling him Boatswain Jack, or John Boatswain, and provoked him by a subscription to present him with a pig whistle. For these were men who liked well enough to receive hard words from their betters, who were masters of their business, but saw neither virtue nor value in submitting to superior airs from their equals. The Royal George, as this boat was called, passed through the fleet of quiet vessels, some of which trembled for a second visitation. But not deigning to molest them, she stood on, and rounding Flamborough Head, passed by the pillar rocks named King and Queen, and bore up for the North Landing Cove. Here sail was taken in, and oars were manned, and Carroway ordered his men to pull in to the entrance of each of the well-known caves. To enter these, when any swell is running, requires great care and experience, and the Royal George had too much beam to do it comfortably, even in the best of weather. And now what the sailors call a chopping sea had set in with the turn of the tide, although the wind was still offshore, so that even to lie in at the mouth made rather a ticklish job of it. The men looked at one another and did not like it, for a badly handled oar would have cast them on the rocks, which are villainously hard and jagged, and would stave in the toughest boat, like biscuit china. However, they durst not say that they feared it, and by skill and steadiness they examined all 3 caves quite enough to be certain that no boat was in them. The largest of the 3, and perhaps the finest, was the one they first came to, which already was beginning to be called the Cave of Robin Lyth. The dome was very high, and sheds down light when the gleam of the sea strikes inward. From the gloomy mouth of it, as far as they could venture, the lapping of the wavelets could be heard all around it, without a boat or even a balk of wood to break it. Then they tried echo, whose clear answer hesitates where any soft material is. But the shout rang only of hard rock and glassy water. To make assurance doubly sure, they lit a blue light and sent it floating through the depths, while they held their position with 2 boat hooks and a fender. The cavern was lit up with a very fine effect, but not a soul inside of it to animate the scene. And to tell the truth, the bold invaders were by no means grieved at this, for if there had been smugglers there, it would have been hard to tackle them. Hauling off safely, which was worse than running in, they pulled across the narrow cove and, rounding the little headland, examined the church cave and the dovecote likewise, and with a like result. Then, heartily tired and well content with having done all that a man could do, they set sail again in the dusk of the night, and forged their way against a strong ebb tide toward the softer waters of Bridlington, and the warmer comfort of their humble homes. End of Chapter 16. Recording by Lynn Danforth, Springfield, Missouri.
Chapter 17 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 17. Delicate Inquiries. A genuine summer day pays a visit nearly once in the season to Flamborough, and when it does come, it has a wonderful effect. Often the sun shines brightly there, and often their air broods hot with thunder, but the sun owes its brightness to sweep of the wind, which sweeps away his warmth as well, while, on the other hand, the thunderclouds, like heavy smoke capping the headland, may oppress the air with heat, but are not of sweet summer's beauty. For once, however, the fine day came, and the natives made haste to revile it. Before it was 3 hours old they had found 150 faults with it. Most of the men truly wanted a good sleep after being lively all the night upon the waves, and the heat and the yellow light came in upon their eyes, and set the flies buzzing all about them, and even the women who had slept out their time and talked quietly like the clock ticking, were vexed with the sun, which kept their kettles from good boiling and wrote upon their faces the years of their life. But each made allowance for her neighbor's appearance on the strength of the troubles she had been through. For the matter of that, the sun cared not the selvage of a shadow that was thought of him, but went his bright way with a scattering of clouds and a tossing of vapors anywhere. Upon the few fishermen who gave up hope of sleep, and came to stand dazed in their doorways, the glare of white walls and chalky stones and dusty roads produced the same effect as if they had put on their father's goggles. Therefore they yawned their way back to their room and poked up the fire, without which at Flamborough no hot weather would be half hot enough. The children, however, were wide awake, and so were the washerwomen, whose turn it had been to sleep last night for the labors of the morning. These were plying hand and tongue in a little field by the 3 crossroads, where gaffers and gammers of bygone time had set up troughs of proven wood, and the bilge of long storm-beaten boat near a pool of softish water. Stout brown arms were roped with curd, and wedding rings looked slippery things, and thumbnails bordered with inveterate black, like broad beans ripe for planting, shone through a hubbub of snowy froth, while sluicing and wringing and rinsing went on over the bubbled and lathery turf, and every handy bush or stub and every tump of wiry grass was sheeted with white like a ship in full sail and shining in the sun-glare. From time to time these active women glanced back at their cottages to see that the hearth was still alive, or at their little daughters squatting under the low wall which kept them from the road, where they had got all the babies to nurse, and their toes and other members to compare, and dandelion chains to make. But from their washing ground the women could not see the hill that brings to the bottom of the village the crooked road from Sewerby. Down that hill came a horseman slowly, with nobody to notice him, though himself on the watch for everybody. And there, in the bottom below at the first cottage, he allowed his horse to turn aside and cool hot feet and leathery lips in a brown pool spread by the Providence for the comfort of way-worn roadsters. The horse looked as if he had labored far, while his rider was calmly resting, for the cross-felled sutures of his flank were crusted with grey perspiration, and runnels of his shoulders were dabbled, and now it behooved him to be careful how he sucked the earthy flavoured water, so as to keep time with the heaving of his barrel. In a word, he was drinking as if he would burst, as his hostler at home often told him, but the clever old roadster knew better than that, and timing it well between snorts and coughs was tightening his girths with deep pleasure. "Enough, my friend, is as good as a feast," said his rider to him gently yet strongly, pulling up the far-stretched head, "and too much is worse than a famine." The horse, though he did not belong to this gentleman, was hired by him only yesterday, had already discovered, with him on his back, his own judgment must lie dormant, so that he quietly whisked his tail and glanced with regret at the waist of his drip, and then, with a roundabout step to prolong the pleasure of this little wade, sadly but steadily out he walked, and after the necessary shake began his first invasion of the village. His rider said nothing, but kept a sharp lookout. Now this was Master Geoffrey Mordax, of the ancient city of York, a general factor and land agent. What a general factor is or is not, none but himself can pretend to say, even in these days of definition, and far less in times when thought was loose, and perhaps Mr. Mordax would rather have it so, but any one who paid him well could trust him, according to the ancient state of things. To look at him, nobody would even dare to think that money could be a consideration to him, or the name of it other than an insult, so lofty and steadfast his whole appearance was, and he put back his shoulders so manfully, upright, stiff, and well-appointed, with a Roman nose. He rode with the seat of a soldier and the decision of a tax-collector. From his long steel spurs to his hard-coned hat not a soft line was there, nor a feeble curve. Stern honesty and strict purpose stamped every open piece of him so strictly that a man in a hedgerow fostering devious principles and resolved to try them could do no more than run away and be thankful for the chance of it. But in those rough and dangerous times when thousands of people were starving, the view of a pistol butt went further than the sternest aspect of strong eyes. Geoffrey Mordax well knew this, and did not neglect his knowledge. The brown walnut stock of a heavy pistol shone above either holster, and a cavalry sword in a leathern scabbard hung within easy reach of hand. Altogether this gentleman seemed not one to be rashly attacked by daylight. No man had ever dreamed as yet of coming to this outlandish place for pleasure of the prospect, so that when his lonely rider was descried from the washing field over the low wall of the lane, the women made up their minds at once that it must be a justice of the peace, or some great rider of the revenue, on his way to see Mr. Upanddown, or at the least a high constable concerned with some great sheep-stealing. Not that any such crime was known in the village itself of Flamborough, which confined its operations to the sea, but in the outer world of land that malady was rife just now, and a Flamborough man, too fond of mutton, had farmed some sheep on the downs, and lost them, which was considered a judgment on him for wilfully quitting ancestral ways. But instead of turning the corner where the rector was trying to grow some trees, the stranger kept on along the rugged highway, and between the straggling cottages, so that the women rinsed their arms and turned round to take a good look at him, over the brambles and furze, and the wall of chalky flint and rubble. "This is just what I wanted," thought Geoffrey Mordax. "Skill makes luck, and I am always lucky. Now, first of all, to recruit the inner man." At this time, Mrs. Theophilia Precious, generally called Tapsy, the widow of a man who had been lost at sea, kept the cod with a hook in his gills, the only hostelry in Flamborough village, although there was another toward the landing. The cod had been painted from life or death by a clever old fisherman who understood him, and he looked so firm and stiff and hard that a healthy man with purse enough to tire of butcher's meat might grow an appetite by gazing. Mr. Mordax pulled up and fixed steadfast eyes upon this noble fish, and while a score of sharp eyes from the green and white meadow were fixed steadfastly on him. "How he shines with salt water," How firm he looks, and his gills as bright as a rose in June. I have never yet tasted a cod at first hand. It is early in the day, but the air is hungry. My expenses are paid, and I mean to live well, for a strong mind will be required. I will have a cut out of that fish to begin with." Inditing of this, and of matters even better, the rider turned into the yard of the inn, where an old boat, as usual, stood for a horse trough, and sea-tubs served as buckets. Strong sunshine glared upon the oversaling tiles, and white buckled walls and cracky lintels, but nothing showed life, except an old yellow cat and a pair of house martins, who had scarcely time to breathe. Such a number of little heads flipped out with a white flap under the beak of each, demanding momentous victualling. At these the yellow cat winked with dreamy joyfulness, well aware how fat they would be when they came to tumble out. "What a place of vile laziness!" grumbled Mr. Mordox as he got off his horse after vainly shouting, "Hostler!" and led him to the byre which did duty for a stable. "York is a lazy hole enough, but the further you go from it, the lazier they get. No energy, no movement, no ambition anywhere. What a country! What a people! I shall have to go back and enlist the washerwomen." A Yorkshire man might have answered this complaint if he thought it deserving of an answer, by requesting Master Mordox not to be so over-quick, but to bide a wee bit longer before he made so sure of the vast superiority of his own wit, for the long heads might prove better than the sharp ones in the end of it. However, the general factor thought that he could not have come to a better place to get all that he wanted out of everybody. He put away his saddle and the saddlebags and sword in a rough old sea-chest with a padlock to it, and having a sprinkle of chaff at the bottom. Then he calmly took the key as if the place were his, gave his horse a rackful of long-cut grass, and presented himself with a lordly aspect at the front door of the silent inn. Here he made noise enough to stir the dead, and at the conclusion of a reasonable time, during which he had finished a pleasant dream to the simmering of the kitchen pot, the landlady showed herself in the distance, feeling for her keys with one hand and rubbing her eyes with the other. This was the head woman of the village, but seldom tyrannical, unless ill-treated, Widow Precious, tall and square, and of no mean capacity. "Young man," with a deep voice she said, "what is that you doing with all the clatter?" "Alas, my dear madam, I am not a young man, and therefore time is more precious to me. I have lived out half my allotted span, and shall never complete it unless I get food." "The life of mon is a hurry," replied Widow Precious with slow truth. "Young man, what'll ye have?" "Dinner, madam, dinner at the earliest moment. I have ridden far, and my back is sore, and my substance is calling for renewal." "Ate. That's what all the Menkins. Would ye ma come in, and crack of it?" "Madam, you are most hospitable, and the place altogether seems to be of that description. What a beautiful room! May I sit down? I perceive a fine smell of most delicate soup. Ah, you know how to do things at Flamborough." "Young man, ye can have none in yon party. Yon's for mysel' and the childer." "My excellent hostess, mistake me not. I do not aspire to such lofty potluck. I simply refer to it as proof of your admirable culinary powers." "Yon's big words. What'll ye have to eat?" "A fish like that upon your signpost, madam, or at least the upper half of him, and 3 dozen oysters just out of the sea, swimming in their own juice with lovely melted butter." "Young mon, hast thou gotten the brass? Them at 8 offens forgets the reckoning." "Yes, madam, I have the needful in abundance. Esse signum, which is Latin, madam, for the stamps of the king upon 20 guineas. 1 to be deposited in your fair hand for a taste, for a sniff, madam, such as I had of your pot." Nah, no tokens till I earned them. What would you wasn't be atin' with a boilet?" The general factor, perceiving his way, was steadfast to the shoulder cut of a decent cod, and though the full season was scarcely yet come, Mrs. Precious knew where to find one. Oysters there were none, but she gave him boiled limpets, and he thought it the manner of the place that made them tough. After these things he had a duck of the noblest and best that live anywhere in England. Such ducks were then, and perhaps are still, the most remarkable residents of Flamborough, not only because the air is fine, and the puddles and the dabblings of extraordinary merit, and the wind fluffs up their pretty feathers while alive, as the eloquent poulterer by and by will do, but because they have really distinguished birth, and adventurous, chivalrous, and bright blue Norman blood. To such purpose do the gay young Vikings of the world of quack pour in, when the weather and the time of year invite, equipped with red boots and plumes of purple velvet to enchant the coy lady ducks in soft water, and eclipse the familiar and too legal drake. For a while they revel in the change of scene, the luxury of unsalted mud and scarcely rippled water, and the sweetness and culture of tame dilly ducks, to whom their brilliant bravery as well as an air of romance and billowy peril commends them too seductively. The responsible sire of the pond is grieved, sinks his unappreciated bill into his back, and vainly reflects upon the vanity of love. From a loftier point of view, however, this is a fine provision, and Mr. Mordax always took a lofty view of everything. "A beautiful duck, ma'am, a very grand duck." In his usual loud and masterful tone he exclaimed to Widow Precious, "I understand your question now as to my ability to pay for him. Madam, he is worth a man's last shilling. A goose is a smaller and a coarser bird. In what manner do you get them?" "They gets their own selves with the will of the Lord. What will your worship be for Aidan come after?" "None of your puddings and pies, if you please, nor your excellent jellies and custards. A red Dutch cheese with a pat of fresh butter, and another imperial pint of ale." "Now yon is what I call a man," thought Mrs. Precious, having neither pie nor pudding, as Master Mordax was well aware. "Aisy to please, and I knoweth what I wants. I might have been born in Flamborough and my bed for a week if I had the tokens." Mr. Mordax felt that he had made his footings, but he was not the man to abide for a week where a day would suit his purpose. His rule was never to beat about the bush when he could break through it, and he thought that he saw his way to do so now. Having finished his meal, he set down his knife with a bang, sat upright in the oaken chair, and gazed in a bold yet pleasant manner at the sturdy hostess. "You are wondering what has brought me here. That I will tell you in a very few words. Whatever I do is straightforward, madam, and all the world may know it. That has been my character throughout life, and in that respect I differ from the great bulk of mankind. You Flamborough folk, however, are much of the very same nature as I am. We ought to get on well together. Times are very bad indeed. I could put a good trifle of money in your way, but you tell the truth without it, which is very, very noble. Yet people with a family have duties to discharge to them, and most sacrifice their feelings to affection. 50 guineas is a tidy little figure, ma'am. With a famine growing in the land, no parent should turn his honest back upon 50 guineas, and to get the gold and do good at the same time is a very rare chance indeed." This speech was too much for Widow Precious to carry to her settled judgment and get verdict in her breath. She liked it on a whole, but yet there might be many things upon the other side, so she did what Flamborough generally does when desirous to consider things as it generally is. That is to say, she stood with her feet well apart, and her arms akimbo, and her head thrown back to give the hinder part a rest, and no sign of speculation in her eyes, although they certainly were not dull. When these good people are in this frame of mind and body, it is hard to say whether they look more wise or foolish. Mr. Mordax, impatient as he was, even after so fine a dinner, was not far from catching the infection of slow thought, which spreads itself as pleasantly as that of slow discourse. "You are heeding me, madam. You have quick wits," he said without any sarcasm, for she rescued the time from waste by affording a study of the deepest wisdom. "You are wondering how the money is to come, and whether it brings any risk with it. No, Mistress Precious, not a particle of risk. A little honest speaking is the one thing needed. The money cometh scores of times more freely for a wrong-doing. Your observation, madam, shows a deep acquaintance with the human race. Too often the money does come so, and thus it becomes mere mammon. On such occasions we should wash our hands and not forget the charities. But the beauty of money fairly come by is that we can keep it all, to do good in getting it and do good with it, and to feel ourselves better in every way, and our dear children happier. This is the true way of considering the question. I saw some pretty little dears peeping in, and wanted to give them a token or two, for I do love superior children. But you call them away, madam. You are too stern. Widow Precious had plenty of sharp sense to tell her that her children were by no means pretty dears to anybody but herself, and to herself only when in a very soft state of mind. At other times they were but 3 goo-mouthed lasses and 2 looby loons with teeth enough for crunching up the dripping-pan. "Your worship speaketh fair," she said. "Almost too fair, I'm doubting. Would you say what the manning is, and what name goeth pledge for the 50 pound, sir?" "Mistress Precious, my meaning always is plainer than a pikestaff, and as to pledges, the pledge is the hard cash down upon the nail, madam." "Bank tokens, mayhap, and a promisee to pay, with the sign of the dragon and a woman among sheeps." "Madam, a bag of solid gold that can be weighed and counted, 50 new guineas from the mint of King George, in a waterproof bag just fit to be buried at the foot of a tree, or well under the thatch, or sewn up in the sacking of your bedstead, ma'am. Ah, pretty dreams, but pretty dreams, with a virtuous knowledge of having done the right. Shall we say it is a bargain, ma'am, and wetted with a glass at my expense of the crystal spring that comes under the sea?" "No, sir, no, not till I know what. I never traffics with the devil, sir. There were a chap of Flamborough, deed—" "My good madam, I cannot stop all the day. I have far to ride before nightfall. All that I want is simply this, and having gone so far I must tell you all or make an enemy of you. I want to match this, and I have reason to believe that it can be matched in Flamborough. Produce me the fellow, and I pay you 50 guineas. With these words Mr. Mordax took from an inner pocket a little pill-box, and thence produced a globe, or rather an oblate spheroid, of bright gold, rather larger than a musket-ball, but fluted or crenelled like a poppy-head, and stamped or embossed with marks like letters. Widow Precious looked down at it as if to think what an extraordinary thing it was, but truly to hide from the stranger her surprise at the sudden recognition. For Robin Lyth was a foremost favourite of hers, and most useful to her vocation, and neither 50 guineas nor 500 should lead her to do him an injury. At a glance she had known that this bead must belong to the set from which Robin's earrings came, and perhaps it was her conscience which helped her to suspect that a trap was being laid for the free-trade hero. To recover herself and have time to think as well as for closer discretion, she invited Master Mordax to the choice guest-chamber. "Sit ye down hereabout," she said, opening a solid door into the inner room. "Never gain no fear at all a cracking of the settees. Fair and fairer noo they be, though skitterish of their looks, sir. Sit ye down, your worship. 50 pounds deserveth a good room, without ony logs of enemies." "What a beautiful room!" exclaimed Mr. Mordax. "I never should have thought of finding art and taste of such degree in a little place like Flamborough. Why, madam, you must have inherited it direct from the Danes themselves." "No, sir, no. I fetched it all up fra the back of the say of the Cobbles. Book folk tuneth no heed to what we do." "Well, it is worth a great deal of heed. Lovely patterns of seaweed on the floor. No carpet can compare with them. Shelves of, I am sure I don't know, fished up from the deep, no doubt, and shells innumerable, and stones that glitter, and fish like glass, and tufts like lace, and birds with the most wonderful things in their mouths. Mistress Precious, you are too bad. The whole of it ought to go to London, where they make collections. Ah, sir, how ye be laughing at me! But purty ma be said of 'em without only these. The landlady smiled as she set for him a chair, toward which he trod gingerly, and picking every step for his own sake as well as of the garniture. For the black oak floor was so oiled and polished, to set off the pattern of the sea-flowers on it, which really were laid with no mean taste and no small sense of colour, that for slippery boots there was some peril. "This is a sacred as well as beautiful place," said Mr. Mordax. "I may finish my words with safety here. Madam, I commend your prudence as well as your excellent skill and industry. I should like to bring my daughter Arabella here. What a lesson she would gain for tapestry. But now again for business. What do you say? Unless I am mistaken, you have some knowledge of the matter depending on this bauble. You must not suppose that I came to you at random. No, madam, no. I have heard far away of your great intelligence, caution, and skill, and influence in this important town. Mistress Precious is the mayor of Flamborough, was said to me only last Saturday. If you would study the wise people there, hang up your hat in her noble hostelry. Madam, I have taken that advice, and heartily rejoice at doing so. I am a man of few words, very few words, as you must have seen already, but of the strictest straightforwardness in deeds. And now again, what do you say, madam?" "Your worship has left me with notes to say. Your worship has said the mooth all yoursel." "Now, mistress Precious, truly that is a little too bad of you. It is out of my power to help admiring things which are utterly beyond me to describe, and a dinner of such cooking may enlarge the tongue, after all the fine things it has been rolling in. But business is my motto, in the fewest words that may be. You know what I want. You will keep it to yourself. Otherwise, other people might demand the money. Through very simple channels you will find out whether the fellow thing to this can be found here or elsewhere, and if so, who has got it, and how it was come by, and everything else that can be learned about it. And when you know all, you just make a mark on this piece of paper, ready folded and addressed, and then you will seal it and give it to the man who calls for the letters nearly twice a week. And when I get that, I come and eat another duck, and have oysters with my codfish, which today we could not have except in the form of mussels, ma'am." "No, not a mussel. They was all good feathers." "Well, madam, they may have been unknown animals, but good they were, and as fresh as the day. Now, you will remember that my desire is to do good. I have nothing to do with the revenue, nor the magistrates, nor his majesty. I shall not even go to your parson, who is the chief authority, I am told, for I wish this matter to be kept quiet, and beside the law altogether. The whole credit of it shall belong to you, and a truly good action you will have performed, and done a little good for your own good self. As for this trinket, I do not leave it with you, but I leave you this model in wax, ma'am, made by my daughter, who is very clever. From this you can judge quite as well as from the other. If there are any more of these things in Flamborough, as I have strong reason to believe, you will know best where to find them, and I need not tell you that they are almost certain to be in the possession of a woman, and you skilfully inquire without even letting them suspect it. Now I shall just stretch my legs a little and look at your noble prospect. and in 3 hours' time a little more refreshment, and then, Mistress Precious, you see the last of your obedient servant until you demand from him 50 gold guineas." After seeing to his horse again, he set forth for a stroll, in the course of which he met with Dr. Upround and his daughter. The rector looked hard at this distinguished stranger, as if he desired to know his name and expected to be accosted by him, while quick Miss Janetta glanced with undisguised suspicion and asked her father, so that Mr. Mordax overheard it, what business such a man could have, and what could he come spying after in their quiet parish. The general factor raised his hat and passed on with a tranquil smile, taking the crooked path which leads along and around the cliffs, by way of the lighthouse from the north to the southern landing. The present lighthouse was not yet built, but an old round tower, which still exists, had long been used as a signal station, for semaphore by day and at night for beacon, in the times of war and tumult, and most people called it the Monument. The station was now of very small importance, and sometimes did nothing for a year together, but still it was very good and useful, because it enabled an ancient tar whose feet had been carried away by a cannon-ball to draw a little money once a month, and to think himself still a fine British bulwark. In the summer-time this hero always slung his hammock here, with plenty of wind to rock him off to sleep. But in winter King Aeolus himself could not have borne it. Monument Joe, as almost everybody called him, was a queer old character of days gone by. Sturdy and silent, but as honest as the sun, he made his rounds as regularly as the great orb, and with equally beneficent object. For twice a day he stumped to fetch his beer from Widow Precious, and the third time to get his little pannikin of grog. And now the time was growing for that last important duty, when a stranger stood before him with a crown apiece in his hand. "Now don't get up, Captain, don't disturb yourself," said Mr. Mordax graciously. "Your country has claimed your activity, I see, and I hope it makes amends to you. At the same time, I know that it very seldom does, except this little tribute from the admiration of a friend." Old Joe took the silver piece and rung it on his tin tobacco box, then stowed it inside and said, "Come on, what do you want of me?" "Your manners, my good sir, are scarcely on a par with your merits. I bribe no man. It is the last thing I would ever dream of doing. But whenever a question of memory arises, I have often observed a great failure of that power without, if you will excuse the expression, the administration of a little grease." "Smuggling? What about smuggling?" Old Joe shut his mouth sternly, for he hated and scorned the coastguards whose wages were shamefully above his own, and who had the impudence to order him for signals, while, on the other hand, he found free trade a policy liberal and enlightening and inspiring. "No, Captain, no, not a syllable of that. You have been in this place about 16 years. If you had only been here 4 years more, your evidence would have settled all I want to know. But no wreck can take place, of course, without your knowledge." "None of that. Believe one have. There's a twist of the tide here, but what good to tell you landlubbers?" "You are right. I should never understand such things, but I find them wonderfully interesting. You are not a native of this place, and knew nothing of Flamborough before you came here?" Monument Joe gave a grunt at this and a long squirt of tobacco juice. "And don't want," he said. "Of course you are superior, in every way superior. You find these people rough, and far inferior in manners. But either, my good friend, you will reopen your tobacco box, or else you will answer me a few short questions, which trespass in no way upon your duty to the king or his loyal smugglers." Old Joe looked up with weather-beaten eyes and saw that he had no fool to deal with in spite of all the soft palaver. The intensity of Mr. Mordax's eyes made him blink and mutter a bad word or two, but remained pretty much at his service. And the last intention he could entertain was that of restoring this fine crown-piece. "Spake on, sir," he said, "and I will spake accordin'." "Very good. I shall give you very little trouble. I wish to know whether there was any wreck here, kept quiet perhaps, but still some ship lost, about 3 or 4 years before you came to this station. It does not matter what ship, any ship at all, which may have gone down without any fuss at all. You know of none such. Very well, you were not here, and the people of this place are wonderfully close. But a veteran of the Royal Navy should know how to deal with them. Make your inquiries without seeming to inquire. The question is altogether private and cannot in any way bring you into trouble. Whereas, if you find out anything, you will be a made man and live like a gentleman. You hate the lawyers? All the honest seamen do. I am not a lawyer, and my object is to fire a broadside into them. Accept this guinea, and if it would suit you to have one every week for the rest of your life, I will pledge you my word for it, paid in advance if you only find out for me one little fact, of which I have no doubt whatever, that a merchant ship was cast away near this head about 19 years agone. That ancient sailor was accustomed to surprises, but this, as he said when he came to think of it, made a clean sweep of him, fore and aft. Nevertheless, he had the presence of mind required for pocketing the guinea, which was too good for his tobacco-box, and as one thing at a time was quite enough upon his mind, he probed away slowly to be sure there was no hole. Then he got up from his squatting form, with the usual activity of those who are supposed to have none left, and touched his brown hat, standing cleverly. "What be I to do for all this?" he asked. "Nothing more than what I have told you. To find out slowly and without saying why, in the way you sailors know how to do, whether such a thing came to pass as I suppose. You must not be stopped by the lies of anybody. Of course they will deny it if they got some of the wrecking, or it is just possible that no one even heard of it, and yet there may be some traces. Put 2 and 2 together, my good friend, and you have the very best chance of doing, and soon you may put 2 to that in your pocket, and 20 and 100, and as much as you can hold. When shall I see your good honour again, to score a long run, and come to a reckoning? Master Joseph, work a wary course. Your rating for life will depend upon that. You may come to this address if you have anything important. Otherwise, you shall soon hear of me again. Goodbye. End of Chapter 17. Recording by Keith Salis. Chapter 18 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 18. Goyle Bay. While all the world was at cross purposes thus, Mr. Jellicorse, uneasy at some rumors he had heard, Captain Carroway splitting his poor heel with indignation at the craftiness of free traders, Farmer Anerley vexed at being put upon by people without any daughter to console him or catch shrimps, Master Mordox pursuing a noble game, strictly above board as usual, Robin Lyth troubled in his largest principles of revolt against revenue by a nasty little pain that kept going to his heart, with an emptiness there as for another heart, and last, and perhaps of all most important, the rector perpetually pining for his game of chess, and utterly discontented with the frigid embraces of analysis. Where was the best and most simple and least selfish of the whole lot? Mary Anerley. Mary was in a good place, as even she was worthy of. a place not by any means so snug and favored by nature as Anerley Farm, but pretty well sheltered by large trees of a strong and hardy order, and the comfortable ways of good old folk who needed no labor to live by spread a happy leisure and a gentle ease upon everything under their roof-tree. There was no necessity for getting up until the sun encouraged it, and the time for going to bed depended upon the time of sleepiness. Old Johnny Popplewell, as everybody called him, without any protest on his part, had made a good pocket by the tanning business, and having no children to bring up to it, and only his wife to depend upon him, had sold the goodwill, the yard, and the stock as soon as he had turned his 60th year. "I have worked hard all my life," he said, "and I mean to rest for the rest of it." At first he was heartily miserable, and wandered about with a vacant look, having only himself to look after, and he tried to find a hole in his bargain with the man who enjoyed all the smells he was accustomed to, and might even be heard through a gap in the fence rating the men as old Johnny used to do, at the same time of day and for the same neglect, and almost in the self-same words which the old owner used, but stronger. Instead of being happy, Master Popplewell lost more flesh in a month than he used to lay on in the most prosperous year, and he owed it to his wife, no doubt, as generally happens, that he was not speedily gathered to the bosom of the hospitable Simon of Joppa. For Mrs. Popplewell said, "Go away, Johnny. Go away from this village, smell new smells, and never see a hide without a walking thing inside of it. Seaweed smells almost as nice as tan, though of course it is not so wholesome." The tanner obeyed and bought a snug little place about 10 miles from the old premises, which he called, at the suggestion of the parson, Beersa Cottage. Here was Mary, as blithe as a lark, and as petted as a robin redbreast, by no means pining or even hankering for any other robin. She was not the girl to give her heart before it was even asked for, and hitherto she regarded the smuggler with pity more than admiration, for in many points she was like her father, whom she loved foremost of the world, and Master Anerley was a law-abiding man, like every other true Englishman. Her uncle Popplewell was also such, but exerted his principles less strictly. Moreover, he was greatly under influence of wife, which happens more freely to a man without children, the which are a source of contradiction, and Mistress Popplewell was a most thorough and conscientious free trader. Now Mary was from childhood so accustomed to the sea, and the relish of salt breezes, and the racy dance of little waves that crowded on one another, and the tidal delivery of delightful rubbish, that to fail of seeing the many works and plays and constant variance of her never-wearying or weary friend was more than she could long put up with. She called upon Lord Keppel almost every day, having brought him from home for the good of his health, to gird up his loins, or rather get his belly-girths on, and come along the sands with her, and dig into new places. But he, though delighted for a while with Breesa stable, and the social charms of Master Popplewell's old cob, and a rick of fine tan-colored clover hay and bean halum, when the novelty of these delights was past, he pined for his home, and the split in his crib, and the knot of hardwood he had polished with his neck, and even the little dog that snapped at him. He did not care for retired people, as he said to the cob every evening. He liked to see farm work going on, or at any rate to hear all about it, and to listen to horses who had worked hard, and could scarcely speak for chewing about the great quantity they had turned of earth, and how they had answered very bad words with a bow. In short, to put it in the mildest terms, Lord Keppel was giving himself great airs, unworthy of his age, ungrateful to a degree, and ungraceful, as the cob said repeatedly, considering how he was fed and bedded, and not a thing left undone for him. But his arrogance soon had to pay its own costs, for away to the right of Beersa Cottage, as you look down the hollow from the ground toward the sea, a ridge of high scrubby land runs up to a forefront of bold cliff, indented with a dark and narrow bay. Goyle Bay, as it is called, or sometimes Basin Bay, is a lonely and rugged place, and even dangerous for unwary visitors, for at low spring tides a deep hollow is left dry, rather more than a quarter of a mile across, strewn with kelp and oozy stones, among which may often be found pretty shells, weeds richly tinted and of subtle workmanship, stars and flowers and love-knots of the sea, and sometimes carnelians and crystals. But anybody making a collection here should be able to keep one eye upward and one down, or else in his pocket to have two things, a good watch and a trusty tide-table. John and Deborah Popplewell were accustomed to water in small supplies, such as that of a well or a roadside pond, or their own old noble tan-pits. But to understand the sea it was too late in life, though it pleased them, and gave them fine appetites now to go down when it was perfectly calm, and a sailor assured them that the tide was mild. But even at such seasons they preferred to keep their distance, and called out frequently to one another. They looked upon their niece, from all she had told them, as a creature almost amphibious, but still they were often uneasy about her, and would gladly have kept her well inland. She, however, laughed at any such idea, and their discipline was to let her have her own way. But now a thing happened which proved forever how much better the old heads are than young ones. For Mary, being tired of the quiet places and the strands where she knew every pebble, resolved to explore Goyle Bay at last, and she chose the worst possible time for it. The weather had been very fine and gentle, and the sea delightfully plausible, without a wave, tide after tide, bigger than the furrow of a 2-horse plough, and the maid began to believe at last that there were never any storms just here. She had heard of the pretty things in Goyle Bay, which was difficult of access from the land, but she resolved to take opportunity of tide, and thus circumvent the position. She would rather have done it afoot, but her uncle and aunt made a point of her riding to the shore, regarding the pony as a safe companion, and sure refuge from the waves. And so, upon the morning of St. Michael, she compelled Lord Keppel, with an adverse mind, to turn a headland they had never turned before. The tide was far out and ebbing still, but the wind had shifted, and was blowing from the east rather stiffly, and with increasing force. Mary knew that the strong equinoctial tides were running at their height, but she had timed her visit carefully, as she thought, with no less than an hour and a half to spare, and even without any thought of tide she was bound to be back in less time than that, for her uncle had been most particular to warn her to come home without fail at 1 o'clock, when the sacred goose to which he always paid his duties would be on the table, and if anything marred his serenity of mind it was to have dinner kept waiting. Without any misgivings she rowed into Basin Bay, keeping within the black barrier of rocks, outside of which wet sands were shining. She saw that these rocks, like the bar of a river, crossed the inlet of the cove, but she had not been told of their peculiar frame and upshot, which made them so treacherous a rampart. At the mouth of the bay they formed a level crescent, as even as a set of good teeth against the sea, with a slope of sand running up to their outer front, but a deep and long pit inside of them. This pit drained itself very nearly dry when the sea went away from it, through some stony tubes which only worked one way by the closure of their mouths when the tide returned, so that the volume of the deep sometimes, with the tide and wind behind it, leapt over the brim into the pit, with tenfold the roar and thousandfold the power, and scarcely less than the speed of a lion. Mary Anerley thought what a lovely place it was, so deep and secluded from anybody's sight, and full of bright wet colors. Her pony refused, with his usual wisdom, to be dragged to the bottom of the hole, but she made him come further down than he thought just, and pegged him by the bridle there. He looked at her sadly, and with half of mind to expostulate more forcibly, but getting no glimpse of the sea where he stood, he thought it as well to put up with it, and presently he snorted out a tribe of little creatures, which puzzled him and took up his attention. Meanwhile, Mary was not only puzzled, but delighted beyond description. She never yet had come upon such treasures of the sea, and she scarcely knew what to lay hands upon first. She wanted the weeds of such wonderful forms, and colors yet more exquisite, and she wanted the shells of such delicate fabric that fairies must have made them, and 1,000 other little things that had no names. And then she seemed almost of all to want the pebbles, for the light came through them in stripes and patterns, and many of them looked like downright jewels. She had brought a great bag of strong canvas, luckily, and with both hands she set to fill it. So busy was the girl with the vast delight of sanguine acquisition, this for her father and that for her mother, and so much for everybody she could think of, that time had no time to be counted at all, but flew by with feathers unheeded. The mutter of the sea became a roar, and the breeze waxed into a heavy gale, and spray began to sputter through the air like suds. But Mary saw the rampart of rocks before her, and thought that she could easily get back around the point, and her taste began continually to grow more choice, so that she spent as much time in discarding the rubbish which at first she had prized so highly as she did in collecting the real rarities, which she was learning to distinguish. But unluckily the sea made no allowance for this. For just as Mary, with her bag quite full, was stooping with a long stretch to get something more, a thing that perhaps was the very best of all, and therefore had got into a corner, there fell upon her back quite a solid lump of wave, as a horse gets to the bottom of the bucket cast at him. This made her look up, not a minute too soon, and even then she was not at all aware of danger, but took it for a notice to be moving, and she thought more of shaking that salt water from her dress than running away from the rest of it. But soon as she began to look about in earnest, sweeping back her salted hair, she saw enough of peril to turn pale the roses and strike away the smile upon her very busy face. She was standing several yards below the level of the sea, and great surges were hurrying to swallow her. The hollow of the rocks received the first billow with a thump and a slush, and a rush of pointed hillocks in a fury to find their way back again, which, failing, they spread into a long white pool, taking Mary above her pretty ankles. "Don't you think to frighten me," said Mary. "I know all your ways, and I mean to take my time." But even before she had finished her words, a great black wall doubled over at the top with whiteness that seemed to race along it like a fringe, hung above the rampart and leaped over, casting at Mary such a volley that she fell. This quenched her last audacity, although she was not hurt, and jumping up nimbly, she made all haste through the rising water toward her pony. But as she would not forsake her bag, and the rocks became more and more slippery, towering higher and higher surges crashed in over the barrier and swelled the yeasty turmoil which began to fill the basin, while a scurry of foam flew like pellets from the rampart, blinding even the very best young eyes. Mary began to lose some of her presence of mind and familiar approval of the sea. She could swim pretty well from her frequent bathing, but swimming would be of little service here. If once the great rollers came over the bar, which they threatened to do every moment, and when at length she found her way to the poor old pony, her danger and distress were multiplied. Lord Keppel was in a state of abject fear. Despair was knocking at his fine old heart. He was up to his knees in the loathsome brine already, and being so twisted up by his own exertions that to budge another inch was beyond him. He did what a horse is apt to do in such condition. He consoled himself with fatalism. He meant to expire, but before he did so he determined to make his mistress feel what she had done. Therefore, with a sad nudge of white old nose, he drew her attention to his last expression, sighed as plainly as a man could sigh, and fixed upon her meek eyes, telling volumes. I know it's all my fault," cried Mary, with the brine almost smothering her tears as she flung her arms around his neck. But I never will do it again, my darling, and I never will run away and let you drown. Oh, if only I had a knife! I cannot even cast your bridle off. The tongue has stuck fast, and my hands are cramped. But, Keppel, I will stay and be drowned with you." This resolve was quite unworthy of Mary's common sense, for how could her being drowned with Keppel help him? However, the mere conception showed a spirit of lofty order, though the body might object to be ordered under. Without any thought of all that, she stood resolute, tearful, and thoroughly wet through, while she hunted in her pocket for a penknife. The nature of all knives is not to be found, and Mary's knife was loyal to its kind. Then she tugged at her pony and pulled out his bit, and labored again at the obstinate strap, but nothing could be done with it. Keppel must be drowned, and he did not seem to care. But to think that the object of his birth was that. If the stupid little fellow would have only stepped forward, the hands of his mistress, though cramped and benumbed, might perhaps have unbuckled his stiff and sodden reins, or even undone their tangle. On the other hand, if he would have jerked with all his might, something or other must have given way. But stir he would not from one fatuous position, which kept all his headgear on the strain, but could not snap it. Mary even struck him with her heavy bag of stones to make him do something, but he only looked reproachful. "Was there ever such a stupid?" the poor girl cried, with the water rising almost to her waist, and the inner waves beginning to dash over her, while the outer billows threatened to rush in and crush them both. "But I will not abuse you any more, poor Keppel. What will dear father say? Oh, what will he think of it?" Then she burst into a fit of sobs and leaned against the pony to support her from a rushing wave which took her breath away, and she thought that she would never try to look up any more, but shut her eyes to all the rest of it. But suddenly she heard a loud shout and a splash, and found herself caught up and carried like an infant. "Lie still. Never mind the pony. What is he? I will go for him afterward. You first. You first of all the world, my Mary." She tried to speak, but not a word would come, and that was all the better. She was carried quick as might be through a whirl of tossing waters, and gently laid upon a pile of kelp. And then Robin Lyth said, "You're quite safe here, for at least another hour. I will go and get your pony." "No, no, you will be knocked to pieces," she cried, for the pony in the drift and scud could scarcely be seen but for his helpless struggles. But the young man was halfway toward him while she spoke, and she knelt upon the kelp and clasped her hands. Now Robin was at home in a matter such as this. He had landed many kegs in a sea as strong or stronger, and he knew how to deal with the horses in a surf. There still was a break of almost a fathom in the level of the inner and outer waves, for the basin was so large that it could not fill at once. And so long as this lasted, every roller must comb over at the entrance, and mainly spend itself. "At least 5 minutes to spare," he shouted back, "and there is no such thing as any danger." But the girl did not believe him. Rapidly and skillfully he made his way, meeting the larger waves sideways and rising at their onset until he was obliged to swim at last where the little horse was swimming desperately. The leather, still jammed in some crevice at the bottom, was jerking his poor chin downward. His eyes were screwed up like a newborn kitten's, and his dainty nose looked like a jellyfish. He thought how sad it was that he should ever die like this, after all the good works of his life, the people he had carried and the chase that he had drawn, and all his kindness to mankind. Then he turned his head away to receive the stroke of grace which the next wave would administer. No, he was free. He could turn his honest tail on the sea, which he always had detested so. He could toss up his nose and blow the filthy salt out, and sputter back his scorn while he made off for his life. So intent was he on this that he never looked twice to make out who his benefactor was, but gave him just a taste of his hind foot on the elbow in the scuffle of his hurry to be round about and off. "Such is gratitude," the smuggler cried, but a clot of salt water flipped into his mouth and closed all cynical outlet. Bearing up against the waves, he stowed his long knife away and then struck off for the shore with might and main. Here Mary ran into the water to meet him, shivering as she was with fright and cold, and stretched out both hands to him as he waded forth, and he took them and clasped them, quite as if he needed help. Lord Keppel stood afar off, recovering his breath, and scarcely dared to look askance at the execrable sea. "How cold you are!" Robin Lyth exclaimed. "You must not stay a moment. No talking, if you please, though I love your voice so. You are not safe yet. You cannot get back round the point. See the waves dashing up against it. You must climb the cliff, and that is no easy job for a lady in the best of weather. In a couple of hours the tide will be over the whole of this beach a fathom deep. There is no boat nearer than Filey, and a boat could scarcely live over that bar. You must climb the cliff, and begin at once, before you get any colder." "Then is my poor pony to be drowned after all? If he is, he had better have been drowned at once." The smuggler looked at her with a smile which meant, "Your gratitude is about the same as his," but he answered to assure her, though by no means sure himself, "There is time enough for him. He shall not be drowned, but you must be got out of danger first. When you are off my mind, I will fetch up pony. Now, you must follow me step by step, carefully and steadily. I would carry you up if I could, but even a giant could scarcely do that, in a stiff gale of wind and with the crags so wet." Mary looked up with a shiver of dismay. She was brave and nimble generally, but now she was so wet and cold, and the steep cliff looked so slippery, that she said, "It is useless. I can never get up there. Captain Lyth, save yourself and leave me." "That would be a pretty thing to do," he replied, "and where should I be afterward? I am not at the end of my devices yet. I have got a very snug little crane up there. It was here when we ran our last lot, and beat the brave lieutenant so. But unluckily I have no cave just here. None of my lads are about here now, or we would make short work of it. But I could hoist you very well if you would let me." "I would never think of such a thing, to come up like a keg. Captain Lyth, you must know that I never would be so disgraced." "Well, I was afraid that you might take it so, though I cannot see why it should be any harm. We often hoist the last man so." "It is different with me," said Mary. "It may be no harm, but I could not have it." The free trader looked at her bright eyes and colour, and admired her spirit, which his words had roused. "I pray your forgiveness, Miss Anerley," he said. "I meant no harm. I was thinking of your life. But you look now as if you could do anything almost." "Yes. I am warm again. I have no fear. I will not go up like a keg, but like myself. I can do it without help from anybody." "Only please to take care not to cut your little hands," said Robin as he began the climb, for he saw that her spirit was up to it. "My hands are not little, and I will cut them if I choose. Please not even to look back at me. I am not in the least afraid of anything." The cliff was not the soft and friable stuff to be found at Bridlington, but of hard and slippery sandstone, with bulky ribs oversailing here and there, and threatening to cast the climber back. At such spots nicks for the feet had been cut, or broken with a hammer, but scarcely wider than a stirrup iron, and far less inviting. To surmount these was quite impossible except by process of crawling, and Mary, with her heart in her mouth, repented of her rash contempt for the crane sling. Luckily the height was not very great, or, tired as she was, she must have given way, for her bodily warmth had waned again in the strong wind buffeting the cliff. Otherwise the wind had helped her greatly by keeping her from swaying outward. But her courage began to fail at last, and very near the top she called for help. A short piece of lanyard was thrown to her at once, and Robin Lyth landed her on the bluff, panting, breathless, and blushing again. "Well done!" he cried, gazing as she turned her face away. "Young ladies may teach even sailors to climb. Not every sailor could get up this cliff. Now, back to Master Popplewell's as fast as you can run, and your aunt will know what to do with you." "You seem well acquainted with my family affairs," said Mary, who could not help smiling. "Pray, how did you even know where I am staying?" "Little birds tell me everything, especially about the best and most gentle and beautiful of all birds." The maiden was inclined to be vexed, but remembering how much he had done and how little gratitude she had shown, she forgave him, and asked him to come to the cottage. "I will bring up the little horse, have no fear," he replied. "I will not come up at all unless I bring him, but it may take 2 or 3 hours." With no more than a wave of his hat he set off, as if the coast riders were after him, by the path along the cliffs towards Filey, for he knew that Lord Keppel must be hoisted by the crane, and he could not manage it without another man, and the tide would wait for none of them. Upon the next headland he found one of his men, for the smugglers maintained a much sharper lookout than did the forces of his Majesty, because they were paid much better, and returning they managed to strap Lord Keppel and hoist him like a big bale of contraband goods, for their crane had been left in a brambled hole, and they very soon rigged it out again. The little horse kicked pretty freely in the air, not perceiving his own welfare, but a cross-beam and pulley kept him well out from the cliff, and they swung him in over handsomely and landed him well upon the sward within the brink. Then they gave him 3 cheers for his great adventure, which he scarcely seemed to appreciate. End of chapter 18. Recording by Keith Salis. Chapter 19 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary Anerley by Richard Doddridge Blackmore. Chapter 19. A Farm to Let. That storm on the festival of St. Michael broke up the short summer weather of the north. A wet and tempestuous month set in, and the harvest in all but the very best places lay flat on the ground without scythe or sickle. The men of the riding were not disturbed by this, as farmers would have been in Suffolk, for these were quite used to walk over their crops, without much occasion to lift their feet. They always expected their corn to be laid, and would have been afraid of it if it stood upright. Even at Anerley Farm this salam of the wheat was expected in bad seasons, and it suited the reapers of the neighborhood, who scarcely knew what to make of knees unbent, and upright discipline of stiff cravated ranks. In the northwest corner of the county, where the rocky land was mantled so frequently with cloud, and the prevalence of western winds bore sway, an upright harvest was a thing to talk of, as the legend of a century, credible because it scarcely could have been imagined. And this year it would have been hard to imagine any more prostrate and lowly position than that of every kind of crop. The bright weather of August and attentions of the sun, the gentle surprise of rich dews in the morning, together with abundance of moisture underneath, had made things look as they scarcely ever looked, clean and straight and elegant. But none of them had found time to form the dry and solid substance without which neither man nor his staff of life can stand against adversity. My Lady Philippa, as the tenants called her, came out one day to see how things looked, and whether the tenants were likely to pay their Michaelmas rents at Christmas. Her sister, Mrs. Carnaby, felt like interest in the question, but hated long walks, being weaker and less active, and therefore rode a quiet pony. Very little wheat was grown on their estates, both soil and climate declining it, but the barley crop was of more importance and flourished pretty well upon the southern slopes. The land, as a rule, was poor and shallow, and nourished more grouse than partridges, but here and there valleys of soft shelter and fair soil relieved the eye and comforted the pocket of the owner. These little bits of Goshen formed the heart of every farm, though oftentimes the homestead was, as if by some perversity, set up in bleak and barren spots outside of comfort's elbow. The ladies marched on without much heed for any other point than one. Would the barley crop do well? They had many tenants who trusted chiefly to that, and to the rough hill oats and wool, to make up in coin what part of their rent they were not allowed to pay in kind. For as yet machinery and reeking factories had not besmirched the countryside. "How much further do you mean to go, Philippa?" asked Mrs. Carnaby, although she was not travelling by virtue of her own legs. "For my part, I think we have gone too far already." "Your ambition is always to turn back. You may turn back now, if you like. I shall go on." Mrs. Yordis knew that her sister would fail of the courage to ride home all alone. Mrs. Carnaby would never ride without Yordis, or some other serving man behind her, as was right and usual for a lady of her position. But Lady Philippa was of bolder strain, and cared for nobody's thoughts, words, or deeds, and she had ordered her sister's servant back for certain reasons of her own. Very well, you always will go on, and always on the road you choose yourself, although it requires a vast deal of knowledge to know that there is any road here at all." The widow, who looked very comely for her age, and sat her pony prettily, gave way, as usual, to the stronger will, though she always liked to enter protest, which the elder scarcely ever deigned to notice. But hearing that Eliza had a little cough at night, and knowing that her appetite had not been as it ought to be, Philippa, who really was wrapped up in her sister, but never or seldom let her dream of such a fact, turned round graciously and said, "I have ordered the carriage here for 3:30. We will go back by the Scarbend road, and Heartsease can trot behind us." "Heartsease uneasy if you have kept my heart by your shufflings and trippings perpetual. Philippa, I want a better stepping pony. Pat has ruined Heartsease. Pat ruins everything and everybody, and you are ruining him, Eliza. I am the only one who has the smallest power over him, and he is beginning to cast off that. If it comes to open war between us, I shall be sorry for Lancelot. And I shall be sorry for you, Philippa. In a few years Pat will be a man, and a man is always stronger than a woman, at any rate in our family." "Stronger than such as you, Eliza, but let him only rebel against me, and he will find himself an outcast, and to prove it I have brought you here." Mistress Yordis turned around and looked in a well-known manner at her sister, whose beautiful eyes filled with tears and fell. "Philippa," she said with a breath like a sob, "sometimes you look harder than poor dear papa in his very worst moments used to look. I am sure that I do not at all deserve it, and all that I pray for is peace and comfort, and little do I get of either. And you will get less as long as you pray for them instead of doing something better. The only way to get such things is to make them. Then I think that you might make enough for us both, if you had any regard for them or for me, Philippa." Mistress Yordis smiled, as she often did, at her sister's style of reasoning, and she cared not a jot for the last word, so long as the will and the way were left to her, and in this frame of mind she turned a corner from the open moor track into a little lane, or rather the expiring delivery of a lane, which was leading a better existence further on. Mrs. Carnaby followed dutifully, and Heartsease began to pick up his feet, which he scorned to do upon the negligence of sward, and following this good lane they came to a gate, corded to an ancient tree, and showing up its foot, as a dog does when he has a thorn in it. This gate seemed to stand for an ornament, or perhaps a landmark, for the lane, instead of submitting to it, passed by upon either side and plunged into a dingle, where a grey old house was sheltering. The lonely moorside farm, if such a word and desolate spot could be a farm, was known as Wallhead, from the relics of some ancient wall, and the folk who lived there, or tried to live, although they possessed a surname, which is not a necessary consequence of life, very seldom used it, and more rarely still had it used for them. For the ancient fashion still held ground of attaching the idea of a man to that of things and more extensive and substantial. So the head of the house was Will o' the Wallhead. His son was Tommy o' Will o' the Wallhead, and his grandson Willie o' Tommy o' Will o' the Wallhead. But the one their great lady desired to see was the unmarried daughter of the house, Sally o' Will o' the Wallhead. Mistress Yordas knew that the men of the house would be out upon the land at this time of day, while Sally would be full of household work, and preparing their homely supper. So she walked in bravely at the open door while her sister waited with the pony in the yard. Sally was clumping about in clog shoes, and a child or two sprawling after her, for Tommy's wife was away with him at work, and if the place was not as clean as it could be, it seemed as clean as need be. The natives of this part are rough in manner and apt to regard civility as the same thing with servility. Their bluntness does not proceed from thickness, as in the south of England, but from a surety of their own worth, and inferiority to no one, and to deal with them rightly this must be entered into. Sally o' Will o' the Wallhead bobbed her solid and black curly head, with a clout like a jelly on the poll of it, to the owner of their land and a lady of high birth, but she vouchsafed no courtesy, neither did Mistress Yordas expect one, but the active and self-contained woman set a chair in the low dark room, which was their best, and stood waiting to be spoken to. "Sally," said the lady, who also possessed a Yorkshire gift of going to the point, "you had a man 10 years ago. You behaved badly to him, and he went into the Indian Company." "Indeed," replied the maiden without any blush, because she had been in the right throughout. "And Noah hath come in a better mind. And you have come to know your own mind about him. You have been steadfast to him for 10 years. He has saved up some money, and is come back to marry you. I heed nane of the brass, but my Jack is back again. His father held under us for many years. He was a thoroughly honest man, and paid his rent as often as he could. Would Jack like to have his father's farm? It has been let to his cousin, as you know, but they have been going from bad to worse, and everything must be sold off unless I stop it." Sally was of dark Lancastrian race, and handsome features and fine brown eyes. She had been a beauty 10 years ago, and could still look comely when her heart was up. "My lady," she said with her heart up now at the hope of soon having a home of her own, and something to work for that she might keep, "such words should not pass the mouth without being meant." What she said was very different in sound, and not to be rendered an echo by any one born far away from that country, where 3 dialects meet and find it hard to guess what each of the others is up to. Enough that this is what Sally meant to say, and that Mistress Yordas understood it. "It is not my custom to say a thing without meaning it," she answered, "but unless it is taken up at once, it is likely to come to nothing. Where is your man, Jack?" "Jack is away to the minister to tell of us coming together." Sally made no blush over this, as she might have done 10 years ago. "He must have been an excellent and faithful man. He shall have the farm if he wishes it, and can give some security at going in. Let him come and see Yordas tomorrow." After a few more words, the lady left Sally full of gratitude, very little of which was expressed aloud, and therefore the whole was more likely to work, as Mistress Yordas knew right well. The farm was a better one than Wallhead, having some good barley land upon it, and Jack did not fail to present himself at Scargate upon the following morning. But the lady of the house did not think it fit herself to hold discourse with him. Yordas was bidden to entertain him, and find out how he stood in cash and whether his character was solid, and then to leave him with a jug of ale, and come and report proceedings. The dogman discharged this duty very well, being as faithful as the dogs he kept, and as keen a judge of human nature. "The man hath no harm in him," he said, touching his hair to the ladies as he entered the audit room. "I hath been knocked about a bit in them wars in Hendrie, and hath only one hand left, but I can lay it upon 50 pound and get surety for another 50. Then tell him, Yordas, that he may go to Mr. Jellicor's tomorrow to see about the writings, which he must pay for, I will write full instructions for Mr. Jellycorse, and you go and get your dinner, and then take my letter, that he may have time to consider it. Wait a moment. There are other things to be done in Middleton, and it would be late for you to come back tonight. The days are drawing in so. Sleep at our tea-grocer's, and he will put you up. Give your letter at once into the hands of Mr. Jellycorse, and he will get forward with the writings. Tell this man Jack that he must be there before 12 o'clock tomorrow, and then you can call about 2 o'clock and bring back what there may be for signature. And be careful of it. Eliza, I think I have set forth your wishes. But, my lady, lawyers do take such a time, and who will look after Master Lancelot? I fear to have my feet 2 miles off here. Obey your orders without reasoning. That is for those who give them. Eliza, I am sure that you agree with me. Jordas, make this man clearly understand, as you can do when you take the trouble. But you first must clearly understand the whole yourself. I will repeat it for you. Philippa Jordas went through the whole of her orders again most clearly, and at every one of them the dogman nodded his large head distinctly and counted the nods on his fingers to make sure, for this part is gifted with high mathematics, and the numbers stick fast like pegs driven into clay. Poor Jordas! Philippa, you are working him too hard. You have made great wrinkles on his forehead. Jordas, you must have no wrinkles until you are married. While Mrs. Carnaby spoke so kindly, the dogman took his fingers off their numeral scale and looked at her. By nature the two were first cousins, of half-blood. By law and custom and education and vital institution they were sundered more widely than black and white. But for all that, the dogman loved the lady at a faithful distance. You seem to me to now have it clearly, Jordas, said the elder sister, looking at him sternly because Eliza was so soft. You will see that no mischief can be done with the dogs or horses while you are away, and Mr. Jellycorse will give you a letter for me to say that everything is right. My desire is to have things settled promptly, because your friend Jack has been to set the banns up, and the church is more speedy in such matters than the law. Now, the sooner you are off, the better. Jordas, in his steady but by no means stupid way, considered at his leisure what such things could mean. He knew all the property and the many little holdings as well as, and perhaps a great deal better than, if they had happened to be his own, but he never had known such a hurry made before, or such a special interest shown about the letting of any tenement, of perhaps tenfold the value. Moreover, he said, like a sensible man, and therefore to himself only, that the ways of women are beyond compute, and must be suitably carried out without any contradiction. End of chapter 19. Recording by Keith Salis.
Chapter 20 of Mary Anerley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. An Old Soldier. Now Mr. Jellycorse had been taking a careful view of everything. He wished to be certain of placing himself both on the righteous side and the right one. And in such a case this was not to be done without much circumspection. He felt himself bound to his present clients, and could not even dream of deserting them. But still there are many things that may be done to conciliate the adversary of one's friend, without being false to the friend himself, and some of these already were occurring to the lawyer. It was true that no adversary had as yet appeared, nor even shown token of existence. But some little sign of complication had arisen, and one serious fact was come to light. The solicitors of Sir Ulfius de Ruse, the grandson of Sir Furson, whose daughter had married Richard Jordas, had pretty strong evidence in some old letters that a deed of appointment had been made by the said Richard and Eleanor his wife, under the powers of their settlement. Luckily they had not been employed in the matter, and possessed not so much as a draft or a letter of instructions, and now it was no concern of theirs to make or meddle or even move, nor did they know that any question could arise about it, for they were a highly antiquated firm of most rigid respectability, being legal advisers to the chapter of York and clerks of the prerogative court, and able to charge twice as much as almost any other firm, and nearly 3 times as much as poor Jellycorse. Mr. Jellycorse had been most skilful and wary in sounding these deep and silent people, for he wanted to find out how much they knew, without letting them suspect that there was anything to know. And he proved an old woman's will gratis, or at least put it down to those who could afford it, because nobody meant to have it proved, simply for the sake of getting golden contact with Messrs. Aikbourham, Micklegate, and Brigant. Right craftily then did he fetch a young member of the firm, who delighted in angling, to take his holiday at Middleton and fish the goodly teas, and by gentle and casual discourse of gossip in hours of hospitality, out of him he hooked and landed all that his firm knew of the Yordas race. Young Brigant thought it natural enough that his host, as the lawyer of that family and their trusted adviser for 25 years, should like to talk over things of an elder date, which now could be little more than trifles of genealogical history. He got some fine fishing and good dinners, and found himself pleased with the river and the town, and his very kind host and hostess, and it came into his head that if Miss Emily grew up as pretty and lively as she promised to be, he might do worse than marry her, and open a connection with such a fishing station. At any rate, he left her as a chose in action, which might be reduced into possession some fine day. Such was the state of affairs when Jordas, after a long and muddy ride, sent word that he would like to see the master for a minute or 2, if convenient. The days were grown short, and the candles lit, and Mr. Jellycorse was fast asleep, having had a good deal to get through that day, including an excellent supper. The lawyer's wife said, "Let him call in the morning. Business is over, and the office is closed. Susanna, your master must not be disturbed." But the master awoke, and declared that he would see him. Candles were set in the study, while Jordas was having a trifle of refreshment, and when he came in, Mr. Jellycorse was there, with his spectacles on and full of business. "Asking of your pardon, sir, for disturbing of you now," said the dogman, with the rain upon his tarred coat shining in a little course of drainage from his great brown beard. "My orders were to lay this in your own hand, and seek answer tomorrow by dinner time, if may be." "Master Jordas, you shall have it if it can be. Do you know anybody who can promise more than that?" "Plenty, sir, to promise it, as you must know by this time, but never a body to perform so much as half. But craving of your pardon again, and separate, I would find spake a word or 2 of myself." "Certainly, Jordas, I shall listen with great pleasure. A fine-looking fellow like you must have affairs, and the lady ought to make some settlement. It shall all be done for you at half price." "No, sir, it is none of that kind of thing," the dogman answered with a smile, as if he might have had such opportunities, but would trouble no lawyer about them. "And I get too much of half price at home. It is about my ladies I desire to make speech. They keep their business too tight, master." "Jordas, you have been well taught and trained, and you are a man of sagacity. Tell me faithfully what you mean. It shall go no further, and it may be of great service to your ladies." "It is not much, Master Jellycorse, and you may make less than that of it. But a lie should be met and knocked down, sir, according to my opinion." "Certainly, Jordas, when an action will not lie, and sometimes even where it does, it is wise to commit a defensible assault, and so to become the defendant. Jordas, you are big enough to do that." "Master Jellycorse, you are a pleasant man, but you twist my meaning as a lawyer must. They all does it to keep their hand in. I am speaking of the stories, sir, that is so much about, and I think that my ladies should be told of them right out, and come forward and lay their hands on them. The Yordases always did wrong of old time, but they never was afraid to jump on it." "My friend, you speak in parables. What stories have arisen to be jumped upon?"
Well, sir, for one thing, they do tell that the proper owner of the property is Sir Duncan, now away in India. A man hath come home who knows him well, and saith that he is like a prince out there, with command of a country twice as big as Great Britain, and the up and made Sir Duncan of him by his duty to the king, and if he cometh home, all must fall before him. Even the law of the land, I suppose, and the will of his own father. Pretty well so far, Jordis, and what next? Nowt, sir, nowt. But I thought I were duty bound to tell you that. What is women before a man, Jordis? My good friend, we will not despair, but you are keeping back something. I know it by your feet. You are duty bound to tell me every word now, Jordis. The lawyers is the devil, said the dogman to himself. And being quite used to this reflection, Mr. Jellycorse smiled and nodded. But if you must have it all, sir, it is no more than this. Jack of the Smithies, as is to marry Sally o' Will o' the Wallhead, is to have the lease of Shipborough Farm, and he is the man as hath told it all. Very well, we will wish him good luck with his farm, Mr. Jellycorse answered cheerfully. And what is even rarer nowadays, I fear, good luck of his wife, Master Jordis. But as soon as the sturdy retainer was gone, and the sound of his heavy boots had died away, Mr. Jellycorse shook his head very gravely, and said, as he opened and looked through his packet, which confirmed the words of Jordis, "Sad indiscretion, want of legal knowledge, headstrong women, the very way to spoil it all. My troubles are beginning, and I had better go to bed." His good wife seconded this wise resolve, and without further parley it was put into effect, and proclaimed to be successful by a symphony of snores. For this is the excellence of having other people's cares to carry, with the carriage well paid, that they sit very lightly on the springs of sleep. That well-balanced vehicle rolls on smoothly without jerk or jar or kick, so long as it travels over alien land. In the morning Mr. Jellycorse was up to anything, legitimate, legal, and likely to be paid for. Not that he would stir half the breadth of one wheat corn, even for the sake of his daily bread, from the straight and strict line of integrity. He had made up his mind about that long ago, not only from natural virtue, strong and dominant as that was, but also by dwelling on his high repute and the solid foundations of character. He scarcely knew anybody, when he came to think of it, capable of taking such a lofty course, but that simply confirmed him in his stern resolve to do what was right and expedient. It was quite 1 o'clock before Jack of the Smithies rang the bell to see about his lease. He ought to have done it 2 hours sooner, if he meant to become a humble tenant. And the lawyer, although he had plenty to do of other people's business, looked upon this as a very bad sign. Then he read his letter of instructions once more, and could not but admire the nice brevity of these, and the skilful style of hinting much and declaring very little. For after giving full particulars about the farm, and the rent, and the covenants required, Mistress Jordis proceeded thus. The new tenant is the son of a former occupant who proved to be a remarkably honest man, in a case of strong temptation. As happens too often with men of probity, he was misled and made bankrupt, and died about 12 years ago, I think. Please to verify this by reference. The late tenant was his nephew, and has never perceived the necessity of paying rent. We have been obliged to distrain, as you know, and I wish John Smithies to buy in what he pleases. He has saved some capital in India, where I am told that he fought most gallantly. Singular to say, he has met with, and perhaps served under, our lamented and lost brother Duncan, of whom and his family he may give us interesting particulars. You know how this neighbourhood excels in idle talk, and if John Smithies becomes our tenant, his discourse must be confined to his own business. But he must not hesitate to impart to you any facts you may think it right to ask about. Jordis will bring us your answer under seal. Skilfully put, up to that last word, which savours too much of teaching me my own business. Aberthaw, are you quite ready with that lease? It is wanted rather in a hurry. As Mr. Jellycorse thought the former and uttered the latter part of these words, it was plain to see that he was fidgety. He had put on superior clothes to get up with, and the clerks had whispered to one another that it must be his wedding day,
and ought to end in a half-holiday all round, and be chalked thenceforth on the calendar. But instead of being joyful and jocular, like a man who feels a saving providence over him, the lawyer was as dismal and unsettled and splenetic as a prophet on the brink of wedlock. But the very last thing that he ever dreamed of doubting was his power to turn this old soldier inside out. Jack of the Smithies was announced at last, and the lawyer, being vexed with him for taking such a time, resolved to let him take a little longer, and kept him waiting, without any bread and cheese, for nearly half an hour. The wisdom of doing this depended on the character of the man and the state of his finances, and both of these being strong enough to stand, to keep him so long on his legs was unwise. At last he came in, a very sturdy sort of fellow, thinking no atom the less of himself because some of his anatomy was honourably gone. "Servant, sir," he said, making a salute, "I had orders to come to you about a little lease." "Right, my man, I remember now. You are thinking of taking to your father's farm, after knocking about for some years in foreign parts. Ah, nothing like old England after all. And to tread the ancestral soil, and cherish the old associations, and to nurture a virtuous family in the fear of the Lord, and to be ready with the rent. Rent is too high, sir. I must have £5 off. It ought to be 10 by right. Cousin Joe has taken all out and put naught in." "John of the Smithies, you astonish me. I have strong reason for believing that the rent is far too low. I have no instructions to reduce it." "Then I must try for another farm, sir. I can have one of better land, under Sir Walter. Only I seem to hold on to the old place, and my Sally likes to be under the old ladies." "Old ladies? Jack, what are you come to? Beautiful ladies in the prime of life. But perhaps they would be old in India. I fear that you have not learned much behaviour. But at any rate you ought to know your own mind. Is it your intention to refuse so kind an offer, which was only made for your father's sake and to please your faithful Sally, simply because another of your family has not been honest in his farming?" "I have never took it in that way before," the steady old soldier answered, showing that rare phenomenon, the dawn of a new opinion upon a stubborn face. "Give me a bit to turn it over my mind, sir. Lawyers be so quick and so nimble and all cornered." "Turn it over 50 times, Master Smithies. We have no wish to force the farm upon you. Take a pinch of snuff to help your sense of justice. Or if you would like a pipe, go and have it in my kitchen, and if you are hungry, cook will give you eggs and bacon." "No, sir, I am very much obliged to you. I never make much of my thinking. I go by what the Lord sends right inside of me, whenever I have decent folk to deal with. And in spite of your cloth, sir, you have an honest look." "You deserve another pinch of snuff for that, Master Smithies. You have a gift of putting hard things softly. But this is not business. Is your mind made up?" "Yes, sir, I will take the farm at full rent if the covenants are to my liking. They must be on both sides, mind you." Mr. Jellicoe smiled as he began to read the draft prepared from a very ancient form, which was firmly established on the Scargate Hall estates. The covenants, as usual, were all upon one side, the lessee being bound to a multitude of things, and the lessor to little more than acceptance of the rent. But such a result is in the nature of the case. Yet Jack of the Smithies was not well content. In him, true Yorkshire stubbornness was multiplied by the dogged tenacity of a British soldier, and the aggregate raised to an unknown power by the efforts of shrewd ignorance. And at last the lawyer took occasion to say, "Master John Smithies, you are worthy to serve under the colours of a Yordus." "That I have, sir, that I have," cried the veteran, taken unawares, and shaking the stump of his arm in proof. "I have served under Sir Duncan Yordus, who will come home some day and claim his own, and he won't want no covenants of me." "You could not have served under Duncan Yordus," Mr. Jellicoe answered, with a smile of disbelief, craftily rousing the pugnacity of the man, "because he was not even in the army of the company, or any other army. I mean, of course, unless there was some other Duncan Yordus." "Tell me," Jack of Smithies almost shouted, "tell me about Duncan Yordus, indeed, who he was and what he wasn't,
And what do lawyers know of such things? Why, you might have to command a regiment and read covenants to them out there. Sir Duncan was not our colonel, nor our captain, but we was under his orders all the more, and well he knew how to give them. Not 1 in 50 of us was white, but he made us all as good as white men, and the enemy never saw the colour of our backs. I wish I was out there again, I do, and would have stayed but for being hoarse of combat, though the fault was never in my throat, but in my arm. There is no fault in your throat, John Smithies, except that it is a great deal too loud. I am sorry for Sally, with a temper such as yours. That shows how much you know about it. I never lose my temper without I hearken lies. And for you to go and say that I never saw Sir Duncan, I said nothing of the kind, my friend. But you did not come here to talk about Duncan, or captain, or colonel, or nabob, or rajah, or whatever potentate he may be. Of him we desire to know nothing more. A man who ran away, and disgraced his family, and killed his poor father, knows better than ever to set his foot on Scargate land again. You talk about having a lease from him, a man with 50 wives, I dare say, and 100 children. We all know what they are out there. There are very few tricks of the human face divine more forcibly expressive of contempt than the lowering of the eyelids so that only a narrow streak of eye is exposed to the fellow mortal, and that streak fixed upon him steadfastly. And the contumely is intensified when, as in the present instance, the man who does it is gifted with yellow lashes on the underlid. Jack of the Smithies treated Mr. Jellycorse to a gaze of this sort, and the lawyer, whose wrath had been feigned to rouse the others, and so extract full information, began to feel his own temper rise. And if Jack had known when to hold his tongue, he must have had the best of it. But the lawyer knew this, and the soldier did not. "Master Jellycorse," said the latter, with his forehead deeply wrinkled, and his eyes now open to their widest, "in saying of that you make a liar of yourself. Lease or no lease, that you do. Leasing stands for lying in the Bible, and it seemeth to do the same thing in Yorkshire. 50 wives and 100 children. Sir Duncan hath had 1 wife, and lost her through the Nelgin fever and her worry, and a Yorkshire lady, as you might know, and never hath he cared to look at any woman since. There now, what you make of that, you lawyers that make out every man a rake and every woman a light o' love. Get along. I hate the lot of you. What a strange character you are. You must have had jungle fever, I should think. No, Diana, there is no danger." For Jack of the Smithies had made such a noise that Mrs. Jellycorse got frightened and ran in. "This poor man has only 1 arm, and if he had 2 he could not hurt me, even if he wished it. Be pleased to withdraw, Diana. John Smithies, you have simply made a fool of yourself. I have not said a word against Sir Duncan Yordis, or his wife, or his son. He hath no son, I tell you, and that was partly how he lost his wife. Well then, his daughters. I have said no harm of them. And very good reason, because he hath none. You lawyers think you are so clever, and you never know anything rightly. Sir Duncan hath himself alone to see to, and hundreds of thousands of darkies to manage, with a score of British bayonets. But he never heedeth of the bayonets, not he. "I have read of such men, but I never saw them," Mr. Jellycorse said, as if thinking to himself. "I always feel doubt about the possibility of them." "He hath 10 elephants," continued Soldier Smithies, resolved to crown the pillar of his wonders while about it. 10 great elephants that come and kneel before him, and 1,000 men ready to run to his thumb. And his word is law, better law than is in England, for scores and scores of miles on the top of hundreds. Why did you come away, John Smithies? Why did you leave such a great prince and come home?" "Because it was home, sir, and for the sake of Sally." "There is some sense in that, my friend. And now, if you wish to make a happy life for Sally, you will do as I advise you. Will you take my advice? My time is of value, and I am not accustomed to waste my words." "Well, sir, I will hearken to you. No man that meaneth it can say more than that. Jack of the Smithies, you are acute. You have not been all over the world for nothing. But if you have made up your mind to settle,
and be happy in your native parts, one thing must be attended to. It is a maxim of law, time-honoured and of the highest authority, that the tenant must never call in question the title of his landlord. Before returning, you may do so. After that, you are stopped. Now, is it or is it not your wish to become the tenant of the Smithies farm, which your father held so honourably? Farm produce is fetching great prices now, and if you refuse this offer, we can have a man the day after tomorrow who will give my ladies £10 more, and who has not been a soldier but a farmer all his life. Lawyer Delacourse, I will take it, for Sally hath set her heart on it, and I know every crumple of the ground better than the wisest farmer doth. Sir, I will sign the articles. The lease will be engrossed by next market day, and the sale will be stopped until you have taken whatever you wish at a valuation. But remember what I said, you are not to go prating about this wonderful Sir Duncan, who is never likely to come home if he lives in such a grand state out there, and who is forbidden by his father's will from taking an acre of the property. And as he has no heirs, and is so wealthy, it cannot matter much to him. That is true, said the soldier, but he might love to come home, as all our folk in India do, and if he doth, I will not deny him. I tell you fairly, Master Delacourse, I like you for being an outspoken man, and true to those who have used you well. You could do him no good, and you might do harm to others, and unsettle simple minds, by going on about him among the tenants. His name hath never crossed my lips till now, and shall not again without good cause. Here is my hand upon it, Master Lawyer. The lawyer shook hands with him heartily, for he could not but respect the man for his sturdiness and sincerity. And when Jack was gone, Mr. Delacourse played with his spectacles and his snuff-box for several minutes before he could make up his mind how to deal with the matter. Then, hearing the solid knock of Jordas, who was bound to take horse for Scargate House pretty early at this time of year, with the weakening of the day among the mountains, he lost a few moments in confusion. The dogman could not go without any answer, and how was any good answer to be given in half an hour at the utmost? A time had been when the lawyer studied curtness and precision under minds of abridgment in London, but the more he had laboured to introduce rash brevity into Yorkshire, and to cut away 9 words out of 10, when all the 10 meant one thing only, the more of contempt for his ignorance he won, and the less money he made out of it. And no sooner did he marry than he was forced to give up that, and like a respectable butcher, put in every pennyweight of fat that could be charged for. Thus had he thriven and grown like a goodly deed of fine amplification, and if he had made Squire Philip's will now, it would scarcely have gone into any breast pocket. Unluckily, it is an easier thing to make a man's will than to carry it out, even though fortune be favourable. In the present case, obstacles seemed to be arising which might at any moment require great skill and tact to surmount them, and the lawyer, hearing Jordas striding to and fro impatiently in the waiting-room, was fain to win time for consideration by writing a short note to say that he proposed to wait upon the ladies the very next day, for he had important news which seemed expedient to discuss with them. In the meantime, he begged them not to be at all uneasy, for his news upon the whole was propitious. End of chapter 20.